The Project Gutenberg ebook of A Short History of English Agriculture. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: A Short History of English Agriculture. Author: W.H.R. Curtler. Release date: August 25, 2005. Ebook number 16594. Most recently updated, December 12, 2020. Language: English. Credits: produced by Million Book Project, Juliet Sutherland, Tricia Gilbert, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. A Short History of English Agriculture. A Short History of English Agriculture by W.H.R. Curtler. Oxford at the Clarendon Press, 1909. Henry Froude, M.A. Publisher to the University of Oxford. London, Edinburgh, New York, Toronto and Melbourne. Preface. A husbandman, said Markham, is the master of the earth, turning barrenness into fruitfulness, whereby all commonwealths are maintained and upheld. His labor giveth liberty to all vocations, arts, and trades to follow their several functions with peace and industry. What can we say in this world is profitable where husbandry is wanting, it being the great nerve and sinew which holdeth together all the joints of a monarchy? And he is confirmed by Young: agriculture is, beyond all doubt, the foundation of every other art, business, and profession, and it has therefore been the ideal policy of every wise and prudent people to encourage it to the utmost. Yet of this important industry, still the greatest in England, there is no history covering the whole period. It is to remedy this defect that this book is offered, with much diffidence, and with many thanks to Mr. C.R.L. Fletcher of Magdalen College, Oxford, for his valuable assistance in revising the proof sheets, and to the Reverend A.H. Johnson of All Souls for some very useful information. As the agriculture of the Middle Ages has often been ably described, I have devoted the greater part of this work to the agricultural history of the subsequent period, especially the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. W.H.R. Curtler. May 22, 1909. Contents: Chapter I: Communistic Farming. Growth of the Manor. Early Prices. The Organization and Agriculture of the Manor. Chapter II: The 13th Century. The Manor at its Zenith, with seeds of decay already visible. Walter of Henley. Chapter III: The 14th Century. Decline of Agriculture. The Black Death. Statute of Laborers. Chapter IV: How the classes connected with the land lived in the Middle Ages. Chapter V: The break-up of the manor. Spread of leases. The peasants' revolt. Further attempts to regulate wages. A harvest home. Beginning of the Corn Laws. Some Surrey manors. Chapter VI: 1400 to 1540. The so-called Golden Age of the Laborer in a Period of General Distress. Chapter VII: Enclosure. Chapter VIII: Fitzherbert. The Regulation of Hours and Wages. Chapter IX: 1540 to 1600. Progress at last. Hop growing. Progress of enclosure. Harrison's description. Chapter X: 1540 to 1600. Livestock. Flax. Saffron. The potato. The assessment of wages. Chapter XI: 1600 to 1700. Clover and turnips. Great rise in prices. More enclosure. A farming calendar. Chapter XII: The great agricultural writers of the 17th century. Fruit growing. A 17th century orchard. Chapter XIII: The evils of common fields. Hops. Implements. Manures. Gregory King. Corn Laws. Chapter XIV: 1700 to 65. General characteristics of the 18th century crops. Cattle. Dairying. Poultry. Tull and the New Husbandry. Bad times. Fruit growing. Chapter XV: 1700 to 65. Townsend. Sheep rot. Cattle plague. Fruit growing. Chapter XVI: 1765 to 93. Arthur Young. Crops and their cost, the laborer's wages and diet, the prosperity of farmers, the country. Squire Elkington Bakewell. The Roads Coke of Holcombe, chapter 17, 1793 to 1815. The Great French War, the Board of Agriculture, high prices and heavy taxation, chapter 18. Enclosure, the small owner, chapter 19, 1816 to 37. Depression, chapter XX, 1837 to 75. Revival of agriculture, the Royal Agricultural Society. Corn Law repeal, a temporary setback, the Halcyon Days, chapter XXI, 1875 to 1908. Agricultural distress again, foreign competition, Agricultural Holdings Act new implements agricultural commissions, the situation in 1908, chapter XXII. Imports and exports, livestock, chapter XXII. Modern farm livestock, appendices I. Average prices from 1259 to 1702. Exports and imports of wheat and flour from and into England, unimportant years omitted. 3. Average prices per imperial quarter of British corn in England and Wales, in each year from 1771 to 1907 inclusive. 4. Miscellaneous information index, landmarks in English agriculture, 1086. Doomsday Inquest, most cultivated land in tillage. Annual value of land about 2d. an acre. 1216 to 72. Henry III. Assize of bread and ale. 1272 to 1307. Edward I. General progress. Walter of Henley. 1307. Edward II. Decline. 1315. Great Famine. 1337. Export of wool prohibited. 1348 to 9. Black Death. Heavy blow to manorial system. Many domain lands let, and much land laid down to grass. 1351. Statute of Laborers. 1360. Export of corn forbidden. 1381. Villains Revolt. 1393. Richard II allows export of corn under certain conditions. 1463. Import of wheat under SIXS. 8d. Prohibited. End of 15th century. Increase of enclosure. 1523. Fitzherbert's Surveying and Husbandry. 1540. General rise in prices and rents begins. 1549. Kett's Rebellion. The last attempt of the English peasant to obtain redress by force. 1586. Potatoes introduced. 1601. Poor Law Act of Elizabeth. 1645. Turnips and clover introduced as field crops. 1662. Statute of Parochial Settlement. 1664. Importation of cattle, sheep, and swine forbidden. 1688. Bounty of 5s per quarter on export of wheat, and high duty on import. 1733. Tull publishes his horse-hoeing husbandry. 1739. Great Sheep Rot. 1750. Exports of corn reached their maximum. 1760. Bakewell began experimenting. 1760, about. Industrial and Agrarian Revolution, and great increase of enclosure. 1764. Elkington's new drainage system. 1773. Wheat allowed to be imported at a nominal duty of 60 a quarter when over 48s. 1777. Bath and West of England Society established, the first in England. 1789. England definitely becomes a corn importing country. 1793. Board of Agriculture established. 1795 Speen Hamland Act. About same date Swedes first grown. 1815 Duty on wheat reached its maximum. 1815 to 35 Agricultural distress. 1825 Export of wool allowed. 1835 Smith of Deanston, the father of modern drainage. 1838 Foundation of Royal Agricultural Society. 1846 Repeal of the Corn Laws. 1855 to 75 Great Agricultural Prosperity. 1875 English agriculture feels the full effect of unrestricted competition with disastrous results. First Agricultural Holdings Act. 1879 to 80 Excessive rainfall, sheep rot, and general distress. Chapter I Communistic farming growth of the manor. Early prices. The organization and agriculture of the manor. When the early bands of English invaders came over to take Britain from its Celtic owners, it is almost certain that the soil was held by groups and not by individuals, and as this was the practice of the conquerors also, they readily fell in with the system they found. 1. These English, unlike their descendants of today, were a race of countrymen and farmers and detested the towns, preferring the lands of the Britons to the towns of the Romans. Cooperation in agriculture was necessary because to each household were allotted separate strips of land, nearly equal in size, in each field set apart for tillage, and a share in the meadow and waste land. The strips of arable were unfenced and ploughed by common teams, to which each family would contribute. Apparently, as the land was cleared and broken up, it was dealt out acre by acre to each cultivator, and supposing each group consisted of 10 families, the typical holding of 120 acres was assigned to each family in acre strips, and these strips were not all contiguous but mixed up with those of other families. The reason for this mixture of strips is obvious to anyone who knows how land even in the same field varies in quality. It was to give each family its share of both good and bad land, for the householders were all equal, and the principle on which the original distribution of the land depended was that of equalizing the shares of the different members of the community. 2. In attributing ownership of lands to communities, we must be careful not to confound communities with corporations. Maitland thinks the early land-owning communities blended the character of corporations and of co-owners, and co-ownership is ownership by individuals. 3. The villes or villages founded on their arrival in Britain by our English forefathers resembled those they left at home, and even there the strips into which the arable fields were divided were owned in severalty by the householders of the village. There was cooperation in working the fields but no communistic division of the crops, and the individual's hold upon his strips developed rapidly into an inheritable and partable ownership. At the opening of Anglo-Saxon history, absolute ownership of land in severalty was established and becoming the rule. 4. In the management of the meadowland, communal features were much more clearly brought out. The arable was not real lotted 5, but the meadow was, annually, while the woods and pastures, the right of using which belonged to the householders of the village, were owned by the village community. There may have been at the time of the English conquest Roman villas with slaves and coloni cultivating the owner's demesnes, which passed bodily to the new masters, but the former theory seems true of the greater part of the country. At first extensive cultivation was practiced, that is, every year a fresh arable field was broken up and the one cultivated last year abandoned, for a time at all events, but gradually intensive culture superseded this, probably not till after the English had conquered the land, and the same field was cultivated year after year. 6. After the various families or households had finished cutting the grass in their allotted portions of meadow, and the corn on their strips of tillage, both grass and stubble became common land and were thrown open for the whole community to turn their stock upon. The size of the strips of land in the arable fields varied, but was generally an acre, in most places a furlong, or 220 yards in length, and 22 yards broad, or in other words, 40 rods of 51/2 yards in length and 4 in breadth. There was, however, little uniformity in measurement before the Norman conquest, the rod by which the furlongs and acres were measured varying in length from 12 to 24 feet, so that 1 acre might be 4 times as large as another 7. The acre was, roughly speaking, the amount that a team could plow in a day, and seems to have been from early times the unit of measuring the area of land. 8. Of necessity the real acre and the ideal acre were also different, for the reason that the former had to contend with the inequalities of the earth's surface and varied much when no scientific measurement was possible. As late as 1820 the acre was of many different sizes in England. In Bedfordshire it was 2 roods, in Dorset 134 perches instead of 160, in Lincolnshire 5 roods, in Staffordshire 21/4 acres. Today the Cheshire acre is 10,240 square yards. As, however, an acre was and is a day's ploughing for a team, we may assume that the most usual acre was the same area then as now. There were also half-acre strips, but whatever the size the strips were divided one from another by narrow grass paths generally called balks, and at the end of a group of these strips was the headland where the plough turned, the name being common today. Many of these common fields remained until well on in the 19th century. In 1815 half the county of Huntingdon was in this condition, and a few still exist. 9. Cultivating the same field year after year naturally exhausted the soil, so that the 2-field system came in, under which one was cultivated and the other left fallow, and this was followed by the 3-field system, by which 2 were cropped in any one year and 1 lay fallow, the last named becoming general as it yielded better results, though the former continued, especially in the north. Under the 3-field plan the husbandman early in the autumn would plough the field that had been lying fallow during summer, and sow wheat or rye. In the spring he broke up the stubble of the field on which the last wheat crop had been grown and sowed barley or oats. In June he ploughed up the stubble of the last spring crop and fallowed the field. 10. As soon as the crops began to grow in the arable fields and the grass in the meadows to spring, they were carefully fenced to prevent trespass of man and beast, and, as soon as the crops came off, the fields became common for all the village to turn their stock upon, the arable fields being usually common from Lammas, August 1st, to Candlemas, February 2nd, and the meadows from July 6th, Old Midsummer Day, to Candlemas 11, but as in this climate the season both of hay and corn harvest varies considerably, these dates cannot have been fixed. The stock, therefore, besides the common pasture, had after harvest the grazing of the common arable fields and of the meadows. The common pasture was early stinted or limited, the usual custom being that the villager could turn out as many stock as he could keep on his holding. The trouble of pulling up and taking down these fences every year must have been enormous, and we find legislation on this important matter at an early date. About 700 the laws of Ine, King of Wessex, provided that if churls have a common meadow or other partable land to fence, and some have fenced their part and some have not, and cattle stray in and eat up their common corn or grass, let those go who own the gap and compensate to the others who have fenced their part the damage which then may be done, and let them demand such justice on the cattle as may be right. But if there be a beast which breaks hedges and goes in everywhere, and he who owns it will not or cannot restrain it, let him who finds it in his field take it and slay it, and let the owner take its skin and flesh and forfeit the rest. England was not given over to one particular type of settlement, although villages were more common than hamlets in the greater part of the country. 12 The ville or village answers to the modern civil parish, and the term may be applied to both the true or nucleated village of clustered houses and the village of scattered hamlets, each of a few houses, existing chiefly on the Celtic fringe. The population of some of the villages at the time of the Norman conquest was numerous, 100 households or 500 people, but the average townships contained from 10 to 20 households. 13 There was also the single farm, such as that at Eardisley in Herefordshire, described in Domesday, lying in the middle of a forest, perhaps, as in other similar cases, a pioneer settlement of someone more adventurous than his fellows. 14 Such was the early village community in England, a community of free landholders. But a change began early to come over at 15. The king would grant to a church all the rights he had in the village, reserving only the trinotum necessitas, these rights including the feorm or farm, or provender rent which the king derived from the land of cattle, sheep, swine, ale, honey, and sea which he collected by visiting his villages, thus literally eating his rents. The churchmen did not continue these visits, they remained in their monasteries, and had the feorm brought them regularly. They had an overseer in the village to see to this, and so they tightened their hold on the village. Then the smaller people, the peasants, make gifts to the church. They give their land, but they also want to keep it, for it is their livelihood, so they surrender the land and take it back as a lifelong loan. Probably on the death of the donor his heirs are suffered to hold the land. Then labor services are substituted for the old provender rents, and thus the church acquires a domain, and thus the foundations of the manorial system, still to be traced all over the country, were laid. Thence, the predecessors of the Norman barons, become the recipients of grants from the churches and from kings, and householders commend themselves and their land to them also, so that they acquired demesnes. This commendation was furthered by the fact that during the long drawn-out conquest of Britain the old kindred groups of the English lost their corporate sense, and the central power being too weak to protect the ordinary householder, who could not stand alone, he had to seek the protection of an ecclesiastical corporation or of something, first for himself and then for his land. The jurisdictional rights of the king also passed to the lord, whether church or then came the Danegeld, the tax for buying off the Danes that subsequently became a fixed land tax, which was collected from the lord. As the peasants were too poor for the state to deal with them, the lord paid the geld for their land, consequently their land was his. In this way the freeseerl of Anglo-Saxon times gradually becomes the villainous of Domesday. Landlordship was well established in the 2 centuries before the conquest, and the land of England more or less carved into territorial lordship. 16 Therefore when the Normans brought their wonderful genius for organization to this country they found the material conditions of manorial life in full growth. It was their task to develop its legal and economic side. 17 As the manorial system thus superimposed upon the village community was the basis of English rural economy for centuries. There need be no apology for describing it at some length. The term manor, which came in with the conquest 18 has a technical meaning in Domesday, referring to the system of taxation, and did not always coincide with the ville or village, though it commonly did so, except in the eastern portion of England. The village was the agrarian unit, the manor the fiscal unit, so that where the manor comprised more than one village, as was frequently the case, there would be more than one village organization for working the common fields. 19 The manor then was the constitutive cell of English medieval society. 20 The structure is always the same. Under the headship of the lord we find 2 layers of population, the villeins and the freeholders, and the territory is divided into domain land and tributary land of 2 classes, viz. that of the villeins and that of the freeholders. The cultivation of the domain, which usually means the land directly occupied and cultivated by the lord, though legally it has a wider meaning and includes the villein tenements, depends to a certain extent on the work supplied by the tenants of the tributary land. Rents are collected, labor superintended, administrative business transacted by a set of manorial officers. We may divide the tillers of the soil at the time of Domesday into 5 great classes. 21 In order of dignity and freedom, 1 liberi homines, or freemen. 2 sockmen. 3 villains. 4 borderii, coterii, buri, or coli berti. 5 slaves. The two first of these classes were to be found in large numbers in Norfolk, Suffolk, Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, and Northamptonshire. It is not easy to draw the line between them, but the chief distinction lay in the latter being more burdened with service and customary dues and more especially subject to the jurisdictional authority of the Lord. 22 They were both free, but both rendered services to the Lord for their land. Both the freemen and the slaves by 1086 were rapidly decreasing in number. The most numerous class 23 on the manors was the third, that of the villains or non-free tenants, who held their land by payment of services to the Lord. The position of the villain under the feudal system is most complicated. He both was and was not a freeman. He was absolutely at the disposal of the Lord, who could sell him with his tenement, and he could not leave his land without his lord's permission. He labored under many disabilities, such as the merchet or fine for marrying his daughter, and fines for selling horse or ox. On the other hand, he was free against every one but his lord, and even against the Lord was protected from the forfeiture of his wainage or instruments of labor and from injury to life and limb. 24 His usual holding was a virgate of 30 acres of arable, though the virgate differed in size even in the same manors, but in addition to this he would have his meadow land and his share in the common pasture and wood, altogether about 100 acres of land. For this he rendered the following services to the lord of the manor: 1 week work, or labor on the Lord's domain for 2 or 3 days a week during most of the year, and 4 or 5 days in summer. It was not always the villain himself, however, who rendered these services. He might send his son or even a hired laborer, and it was the holding and not the holder that was considered primarily responsible for the rendering of services. 25 2. Precarii or boon days, that is, work generally during harvest, at the Lord's request, sometimes instead of week work, sometimes in addition. 3 Gefal or tribute, fixed payments in money or kind, and such services as fold soak, which force the tenant's sheep to lie on the Lord's land for the sake of the manure, and suit of mill, by which the tenant was bound to grind his corn in the Lord's mill. With regard to the boon days in harvest, it should be remembered that harvest time in the Middle Ages was a most important event. Agriculture was the great industry, and when the corn was ripe the whole village turned out to gather it, the only exceptions being the housewives and sometimes the marriageable daughters. Even the larger towns suspended work that the townsmen might assist in the harvest, and our long vacation was probably intended originally to cover the whole work of gathering in the corn and hay. On the occasion of the boon day work, the Lord usually found food for the laborers which, the Inquisition of Ardley 26 tells us, might be of the following description: for 2 men, porridge of beans and peas and 2 loaves, one white, the other of mixtal bread, that is, wheat, barley, and rye mixed together, with a piece of meat, and beer for their first meal. Then in the evening they had a small loaf of mixtal bread and 2 luscas of cheese. While harvest work was going on, the better off tenants, usually the free ones, were sometimes employed to ride about, rod in hand, superintending the others. The services of the villains were often very comprehensive, and even included such tasks as preparing the Lord's bath, but on some manors their services were very light. 27 When the third of the above obligations, the gefal, or tribute, was paid in kind, it was most commonly made in corn, and next came honey, one of the most important articles of the Middle Ages, as it was used for both lighting and sweetening purposes. Ale was also common, and poultry and eggs, and sometimes the material for implements. These obligations were imposed for the most part on free and unfree tenants alike, though those of the free were much lighter than those of the unfree. The chief difference between the two, as far as tenure of the land went, lay in the fact that the former could exercise proprietary rights over his holding more or less freely, the latter had none. 28 It seems very curious to the modern mind that the villain, a man who farmed about 100 acres of land, should have been in such a servile condition. The amount of work due from each villain came to be fixed by the extent or survey of the manor, but the quality of it was not 29, that is, each one knew how many days he had to work, but not whether he was to plough, sow, or harrow, and see. It is surprising to find, that on the festival days of the church, which were very numerous and observed as holy days, the Lord lost by no work being done, and the same was the case in wet weather. One of the most important duties of the tenant was the avragium, or duty of carrying for the Lord, especially necessary when his manors were often a long way apart. He would often have to carry corn to the nearest town for sale, the products of one manor to another, also to haul manure onto the domain. If he owned neither horse nor ox, he would sometimes have to use his own back. 30 The holding of the villain did not admit of partition by sale or descent, it remained undivided and entire. When the holder died, all the land went to one of the sons if there were several, often to the youngest. The others sought work on the manor as craftsmen or laborers, or remained on the family plot. The holding therefore might contain more than one family, but to the Lord remained one and undivided. 31 In the fourth class came the borderii, the coterii, and the coliberti or buri, or, as we should say, the crofters, the cottagers, and the boors. The borderii numbered 82,600 in Doomsday, and were subject to the same kind of services as the villains, but the amount of the service was considerably less. 32 Their usual holding was 5 acres, and they are very often found on the domain of the manor, evidently in this case laborers on the domain, settled in cottages and provided with a bit of land of their own. The name failed to take root in this country, and the borderii seemed to become villains or cottagers. 33 The coterii, cottagers, or cottagers, were 6,800 in number, with small pieces of land sometimes reaching 5 acres. 34 Distinctly inferior to the villains, borderii, and cotters, but distinctly superior to the slaves, were the buri or coliberti who, with the bordars and cotters, would form a reserve of labor to supplement the ordinary working days at times when work was pressing, as in haytime and harvest. At the bottom of the social ladder in Doomsday came the slaves, some 25,000 in number, who in the main had no legal rights, a class which had apparently already diminished and was diminishing in numbers, so that for the cultivation of the domain the Lord was coming to rely more on the labor of his tenants, and consequently the labor services of the villains were being augmented. 35 The agricultural laborer as we understand him, a landless man working solely for wages in cash, was almost unknown. All the arrangements of the manor aimed at supplying labor for the cultivation of the Lord's domain, and he had 3 chief officers to superintend it, one the senes chal, who answers to our modern steward or land agent, and where there were several manors supervised all of them. He attended to the legal business and held the manor courts. It was his duty to be acquainted with every particular of the manor, its cultivation, extent, number of teams, condition of the stock, and c. He was also the legal adviser of his lord, in fact, very much like his modern successor. 2 The bailiff for each manor, who collected rents, went to market to buy and sell, surveyed the timber, superintended the ploughing, mowing, reaping, and c. that were due as services from the tenants on the Lord's domain, and according to Fleta he was to prevent their casting off before the work was done, and to measure it when done. 36 And considering that those he superintended were not paid for their work, but rendering more or less unwelcome services, his task could not have been easy. 3 The prepositus or reeve, an office obligatory on every holder of a certain small quantity of land, a sort of foreman nominated from among the villains, and to a certain extent representing their interests. His duties were supplementary to those of the bailiff. He looked after all the live and dead stock of the manor, saw to the manuring of the land, kept a tally of the day's work, had charge of the granary, and delivered therefrom corn to be baked and malt to be brewed. 37 Besides these 3 officers, on a large estate there would be a messer who took charge of the harvest, and many lesser officers, such as those of the acre manny, or leaders of the unwieldy plough teams, ox herds, shepherds, and swineherds to tend cattle, sheep, and pigs when they were turned on the common fields or wandered in the waste, also wardens of the woods and fences, often paid by a share in the profits connected with their charge. For instance, the swineherd of Glastonbury Abbey received a sucking pig a year, the interior parts of the best pig, and the tails of all the others slaughtered. 38 On the great estates these offices tended to become hereditary, and many families did treat them as hereditary property, and were a great nuisance in consequence to their lords. At Glastonbury we find the chief shepherd so important a person that he was party to an agreement concerning a considerable quantity of land. 39 There were also on some manors cadaveratories, whose duty was to look into and report on the losses of cattle and sheep from murrain, a melancholy tale of the unhealthy conditions of agriculture. The supervision of the tenants was often incessant and minute. According to the court rolls of the manor of Manydown in Hampshire, tenants were brought to book for all kinds of transgressions. The fines are so numerous that it almost appears that every person on the estate was amerced from time to time. In 1365 7 tenants were convicted of having pigs in their lord's crops, 1 let his horse run in the growing corn, 2 had cattle among the peas, 4 had cattle on the lord's pasture, 3 had made default in rent or service, 4 were convicted of assault, 9 broke the assize of beer, 2 had failed to repair their houses or buildings. In all 34 were in trouble out of a population of some 60 families. The account is eloquent of the irritating restrictions of the manor, and of the inconveniences of common farming. 40 It is impossible to compare the receipts of the lord of the manor at this period with modern rents, or the position of the villein with the agricultural laborer. It may be said that the lord received a labor rent for the villein's holding, or that the villein received his holding as wages for the services done for the lord. 41 And part of the return due to the lord was for the use of the oxen with which he had stocked the villein's holding. Though in 1066 there were many free villages, yet by the time of Doomsday they were fast disappearing, and there were manors everywhere, usually coinciding with the village, which we may picture to ourselves as self-sufficing estates, often isolated by stretches of dense woodland and moor from one another, and making each veritably a little world in itself. At the same time it is evident from the extent of arable land described in Doomsday that many manors were not greatly isolated, and pasture ground was often common to 2 or more villages. 42 If we picture to ourselves the typical manor, we shall see a large part of the lord's domain forming a compact area within which stood his house, this being in addition to the lord's strips in the open fields intermixed with those of his tenants. The mansion house was usually a very simple affair, built of wood and consisting chiefly of a hall, which even as late as the 17th century in some cases served as kitchen, dining room, parlor, and sleeping room for the men, and 1 or 2 other rooms. 43 It is probable that in early times the thegns possessed in most cases only 1 manor apiece. 44 So that the manor house was then nearly always inhabited by the lord, but after the conquest, when manors were bestowed by scores and even hundreds by William on his successful soldiers, many of them can only have acted as the temporary lodging of the lord when he came to collect his rent, or as the house of the bailiff. According to the Jerfa, written about 1000, and there was very little alteration for a long time afterwards, the mansion was adjacent to a court or yard which the quadrangular homestead surrounded with its barns, horse and cattle stalls, sheep pens and fowl house. Within this court were ovens, kilns, salt house, and malt house, and perhaps the hayricks and wood piles. Outside and surrounding the homestead were the enclosed arable and grass fields of the portion of the domain which may be called the home farm, a kitchen garden, and probably a vineyard, then common in England. The garden of the manor house would not have a large variety of vegetables, some onions, leeks, mustard, peas, perhaps cabbage and apples, pears, cherries, probably damsons, plums, 45 strawberries, peaches, quinces, and mulberries. Not far off was the village or town of the tenants, the houses all clustering close together, each house standing in a toft or yard with some buildings, and built of wood, turf, clay, or wattles, with only one room which the tenant shared with his livestock, as in parts of Ireland today. Indeed, in some parts of Yorkshire at the beginning of the 19th century this primitive simplicity still prevailed, livestock were still kept in the house, the floors were of clay, and the family slept in boxes round the solitary room. Examples of farmhouses clustered together at some distance from their respective holdings still survive, though generally built of stone. Next the village, though not always, for they were sometimes at a distance by the banks of a stream, were the meadows, and right round stretched the 3 open arable fields, beyond which was the common pasture and wood 46 and, encircling all, heath, forest, and swamp, often cutting off the manor from the rest of the world. The basis of the whole scheme of measurement in Domesday was the hide, usually of 120 acres, the amount of land that could be ploughed by a team of 8 oxen in a year, a quarter of this was the virgate, an eighth the bovet, which would therefore supply 1 ox to the common team. These teams, however, varied. On the manors of S. Paul's Cathedral in 1222 they were sometimes composed of horses and oxen, or of 6 horses only, sometimes 10 oxen. 47 The farming year began at Michaelmas when, in addition to the sowing of wheat and rye, the cattle were carefully stalled and fed only on hay and straw, for roots were in the distant future, and the corn was threshed with the flail and winnowed by hand. In the spring, after the ploughing of the second arable field, the vineyard, where there was one, was set out, and the open ditches, apparently the only drainage then known, cleansed. In May it was time to set up the temporary fences round the meadows and arable fields, and to begin fallowing the third field. A valuable document, describing the duties of a reeve, gives many interesting details of 11th century farming in May, June, and July. 1 May harrow, carry out manure, set up sheep hurdles, shear sheep, do repairs, hedge, cut wood, weed, and make folds. In harvest 1 May reap, in August, September, and in October 1 May mow, set woad with a dibble, gather home many crops, thatch them and cover them over, cleanse the folds, prepare cattle sheds and shelters ere too severe a winter come to the farm, and also diligently prepare the soil. In winter one should plough and in severe frosts cleave timber, make an orchard, and do many affairs indoors, thresh, cleave wood, put the cattle in stalls and the swine in pigsties, and provide a hen roost. In spring one should plough and graft, sow beans, set a vineyard, make ditches, hew wood for a wild deer fence, and soon after that, if the weather permit, set madder, sow flax seed and woad seed, plant a garden and do many things which I cannot fully enumerate that a good steward ought to provide. 48 The methods of cultivation were simple. The plough, if we may judge by contemporary illustrations, had in the 11th century a large wheel and very short handles. 49 In the 12th century Neckham describes its parts, a beam, handles, tongue, moldboard, coulter, and share. 50 Breaking up the clods was done by the mattock or beetle, and harrowing was done by hand with what looks like a large rake. The scythes of the haymakers and the sickles of the reapers were very like those that still linger on in some districts today. Here is a list of tools and implements for the homestead: an axe, adze, bill, awl, plane, saw, spokeshave, tie hook, auger, mattock, lever, share, coulter, goat iron, scythe, sickle, weed hook, spade, shovel, woad dibble, barrow, besom, beetle, rake, fork, ladder, horsecomb, shears, fire tongs, weighing scales, and a long list of spinning implements necessary when farmers made their own clothes. The author wisely remarks that one ought to have coverings for wains, plough gear, harrowing tackle, and adds another list of instruments and utensils: a cauldron, kettle, ladle, pan, crock, firedog, dishes, bowls with handles, tubs, buckets, a churn, cheese vat, baskets, crates, bushels, sieves, seed basket, wire sieve, hair sieve, winnowing fans, troughs, ashwood pails, hives, honey bins, beer barrels, bathing tub, dishes, cups, strainers, candlesticks, salt cellar, spoon case, pepper, horn, footstools, chairs, basins, lamp, lantern, leadhern bottles, comb, iron bin, fodder rack, meal ark or box, oil flask, oven rake, dung shovel, altogether a very complete list, the compiler of which ends by saying that the reeve ought to neglect nothing that should prove useful, not even a mousetrap, nor even, what is less, a peg for a hasp. Manors in 1086 were of all sizes, from one virgate to enormous organizations like Taunton or Leominster, containing villages by the score and hundreds of dependent holdings. 51 The ordinary size, however, of the Domesday manor was from 4 to 10 hides of 120 acres each, or say from 500 to 1,200 acres. 52 And the manor of Segenhow in Bedfordshire may be regarded as typical. Held by Walter brother of Seher, it had as much land as 10 ploughs could work, 4 plough lands belonging to the domain and 6 to the villeins, of whom there were 24, with 4 borderii and 3 serfs, thus the villeins had 30 acres each, the normal holding. The manorial system was in fact a combination of large farming by the lords, and small farming by the tenants. Nor must we compare it to an ordinary estate, for it was a dominion within which the lord had authority over subjects of various ranks. He was not only a proprietor but a prince with courts of his own, the arbiter of his tenants' rights as well as owner of the land. One of the most striking features of the Domesday survey is the large quantity of arable land and the small quantity of meadow, which usually was the only land whence they obtained their hay, for the common pasture cannot often have been mown. 53 Indeed, it is difficult to understand how they fed their stock in hard winters. According to the returns, in many counties more acres were ploughed in 1086 than today, in some twice as much. In Somerset in 1086 there were 577,000 acres of arable, in 1907 178,967. In Gloucestershire, in 1086, 589,000 acres, in 1907, 238,456. 54 These are extreme instances, but the preponderance of arable is startling, even if we allow for the recent conversion of arable to pasture on account of the low price of corn. Between the 11th century and the 16th, the laying down of land to grass must have proceeded on a gigantic scale, for Harrison tells us that in his day England was mainly a grazing country. No wonder Harrison's contemporaries complained of the decay of tillage. Medieval prices and statistics are, it is well known, to be taken with great caution, but we may assume that the normal annual value of land under cultivation in 1086 was about 2d. An acre 55 land indeed, apart from the stock upon it, was worth very little. In the 10th and 11th centuries it appears that the hide, normally of 120 acres, was only worth £5 to buy, apparently with the stock upon it. In the time of Athelstan a horse was worth 120d, an ox 30d, a cow 20d, a sheep 5d, a hog 8d, a slave pound 1, so that a slave was worth 8 oxen 56, and these prices do not seem to have advanced by the Doomsday period. According to the pipe roll of 1156, wheat was 1s. 60 a quarter, but prices then depended entirely on seasons, and we do not know whether that was good or bad. However, many years later, in 1243 it was only 2s. A quarter at Hosted 57 in dear years, nearly always the result of wet seasons. It went up enormously. In 1024 the English Chronicle tells us the acre seed of wheat, that is about 2 bushels, sold for 4s,58 3 bushels of barley for 6 seconds. And 4 bushels of oats for 4 seconds. In 1190 Holinshed says that, owing to a great dearth, the quarter of wheat was 18s. 8d. The average price, however, in the 12th century was probably about 4s. a quarter. In 1194 Roger of Hoveden 59 says an ox, a cow, and a plough horse were the same price, 4s, a sheep with fine wool 10d, with coarse wool 6d, a sow 12d, a boar 12d. Sometimes prices were kept down by imports. 1258 was a bad and dear year, most part of the corn rotted on the ground, and was not all got in till after November 1st, so excessive was the wet and rain. And upon the dearth a sore death and mortality followed for want of necessary food to sustain the pining bodies of the poor people, who died so thick that there were great pits made in churchyards to lay the dead bodies in. And corn had been dearer if great store had not come out of Alman, but there came 50 great ships with wheat and barley, meal, and bread out of Dutchland, which greatly relieved the poor. 60 were the manners as isolated as some writers have asserted. Generally speaking, we may say the means of communication were bad and many an estate cut off almost completely from the outside world, yet the manners must often have been connected by waterways, and sometimes by good roads, with other manners and with the towns. Rivers in the Middle Ages were far more used as means of communication than today, and many streams now silted up and shallow were navigable according to Doomsday. Water carriage was, as always, much cheaper than land carriage, and corn could be carried from Henley to London for 2d. or 3d. a quarter. The roads left by the Romans, owing to the excellence of their construction, remained in use during the Middle Ages, and must have been a great advantage to those living near them, but the other roads can have been little better than mud tracks, except in the immediate vicinity of the few large towns. The keeping of the roads in repair, one part of the Trinoda necessitas, was imposed on all lands, but the results often seem to have been very indifferent, and they appear largely to have depended on chance, or the goodwill or devotion of neighboring landowners. 61 Perhaps they would, except in the case of the Roman roads, have been impassable but for the fact that the great lords and abbots were constantly visiting their scattered estates, and therefore were interested in keeping such roads in order. But in those days people were contented with very little, and though Edward I enforced the general improvement of roads in 1285, in the 14th century they were decaying. Parliament adjourned thrice between 1331 and 1380 because the state of the roads kept many of the members away. In 1353 the high road running from Temple Bar, then the western limit of London, to Westminster was so full of holes and bogs that the traffic was dangerous for men and carriages, and a little later all the roads near London were so bad, that carriers are oftentimes in peril of losing what they bring. What must remote country roads have been like when these important highways were in this state? If members of Parliament, rich men riding good horses, could not get to London, how did the clumsy wagons and carts of the day fare? The Church might well pity the traveller, and class him with the sick and the captive among the unfortunates whom she recommended to the daily prayers of pious souls. 62 rivers were mainly crossed by ford or ferry, though there were some excellent bridges, a few of which still remain, maintained by the Trinoda Necessitas, by guilds, by indulgences promised to benefactors, and by toll, the right to levy which, called pontage, was often spent otherwise than on the repair of the bridge. A few of the old open fields still exist, and the best surviving example of an open field parish is that of Laxton in Nottinghamshire. 63 Nearly half the area of the parish remains in the form of two great arable fields, and two smaller ones which are treated as two parts of the third field. The different holdings, freehold and leasehold, consist in part of strips of land scattered all over these fields. The three-course system is rigidly adhered to: first year wheat, second year spring corn, third year fallow. In a corner of the parish is Laxton Heath, a common covered with coarse grass where the sheep are grazed according to a stint recently determined upon, for when it was unstinted the common was overstocked. The commonable meadows which the parish once had were enclosed at a date beyond anyone's recollection, though the neighbouring parish of Ekring still has some. There are other enclosures in the remote parts of the parish which apparently represent the old woodland. The inconvenience of the common field system was extreme. South Luffenham in Rutland, not enclosed till 1879, consisted of 1,074 acres divided among 22 owners into 1,238 pieces. In some places furrows served to divide the lands instead of turf box, which were of course always being altered. Another difficulty arose from there being no check to high winds, which would sometimes sweep the whole of the crops belonging to different farmers in an inextricable heap against the nearest obstruction. Footnotes: 1 Vinogradov, Growth of the Manor, p. 18, Medley, Constitutional History, p. 15. 2 Vinogradov, Villenage in England, p. 257. 3 Maitland, Domesday Book and Beyond, pages 341 ETSEQ 4 Stubbs, Constitutional History, 36. 5 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 282, says, as a rule it was not subject to redivision. 6 Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I 42. 7 Maitland, OPCITP 368. 8 Anonymous Treatise on Husbandry, Royal Historical Society, pages sli. And 68. About 1230, Smith, in his Lives of the Berkeleys, I 113, says, at this time lay all lands in common fields, in 1 acre or ridge, one man's intermixed with another. 9 See below. 10 Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I 74. Maitland thinks the two-field system was as common as the three-field, both in early and medieval times. Domesday Book and Beyond, p. 366. 11 Nass, Agricultural Community of the Middle Ages, p. 5. Today harvest generally commences about August 1st, so that this, like the growth of grapes in medieval times, seems to show our climate has grown colder. 12 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 264. 13 Maitland, OPCITP 17. 14 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 265. 15 Maitland, OPCIT pages 318 ETSEQ 16 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 345. 17 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 339. 18 Maitland, Domesday Book, p. 110 19 Vinogradov, OPCITP 395. 20 Vinogradov, Village in England, pages 225 ETSEQ 21 Maitland, OPCITP 23. 22 Vinogradov, OPCITP 433. 23 in Doomsday They number 108,500. Maitland, Doomsday Book. 24 Maitland, OPCIT. 25 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 300. 26 Doomsday of S. Paul, Pielxiath. 27 Maitland, Doomsday Book, p. 56. 28 Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I 166. In some manors free tenants could sell their lands without the lord's license, in others not. 29 Vinogradov, Village in England, p. 279. 30 Vinogradov, Village in England, p. 285. 31 Ibid p. 246, and English Society in the 11th Century, p. 448. At the end of the 18th century, in default of sons, lands in some manors in Shropshire descended to the youngest daughter Bishton, General View of the Agriculture of Shropshire, p. 178. 32 Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 456. 33 Maitland, Doomsday Book, p. 40. 34 Ibid 35 Maitland, Doomsday Book, p. 35. 36 Fleta, c. 73. 37 Doomsday of S. Paul, XXXV. Fleta, an anonymous work drawn up in the 13th century to assist landowners in managing their estates says, the reeve shall rise early, and have the ploughs yoked, and then walk in the fields to see that all is right and note if the men be idle, or if they knock off work before the day's task is fully done. 38 Vinogradov, Village in England, p. 321. 39 Ibid p. 324. 40 Manor of Manydown, Hampshire Record Society, p. 17. Breaking the assize of beer meant selling it without a license, or of bad quality. The village pound was the consequence of the perpetual straying of animals, and later on the vicars sometimes kept it. See Ibid p. 104. 41 Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I 106. 42 Vinogradov, Village in England, p. 264. 43 Andrews, Old English Manor, p. 111. 44 Doomsday of S. Paul, PXXXVII. 45 Thorold Rogers, Agriculture and Prices, I 17, Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 55, Neckham, De Natura Rerum, Roll Series, C.H. Clxey. Rogers says there were no plums, but Neckham mentions them. See also Denton, England in the 15th century, p. 64. Matthew Paris says the severe winter in 1257 destroyed cherries, plums, and figs. Chronicles Major, Roll Series, v. 660. 46 Woods were used as much for pasture as for cutting timber and underwood. Not only did the pigs feed there on the mast of oak, beech, and chestnut, but goats and horned cattle grazed on the grassy portions. 47 The illustrations of contemporary manuscripts usually show teams in the plough of 2 or 4 oxen, and 4 was probably the team generally used, according to Vinogradov, OPCITP 253. It must, of course, have varied according to the soil. Birch, in his Doomsday, p. 219, says he has never found a team of 8 in contemporary illustrations. Today oxen can be still seen plowing in teams of 2 only. However, about 100 years ago, when oxen were in common use, we find teams of 8, as in Shropshire, for a single furrow plough, so as to work them easily. 6 hours a day was the usual day's work, and when more was required, one team was worked in the morning, another in the afternoon. Victoria County History, Shropshire, Agriculture. Walter of Henley says the team stopped work at 3:48. Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I 570. 49. See the excellent reproductions of the Calendar of the Cod. Manuscripts in Green's Short History of the English People, Illustrated Edition, I 155. 50. De Natura Rerum, Roll Series, p. 280. 51. Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 307. 52. Ibid, p. 312. Perhaps one of the most interesting features of the smaller manors is that they were constantly being swallowed up by the larger. 53. As some of the common pasture was held in severalty, this may perhaps have been mown in scarce years. Walter of Henley mentions mowing the waste, see below, p. 34. 54. Maitland, Doomsday Book, 436, Board of Agriculture Returns, 1907. 55. Vinogradov, English Society in the 11th Century, p. 310, Birch, Doomsday, p. 183. 56. Maitland, Doomsday Book. 44. Cunningham, Growth of Industry and Commerce, I 171, Doomsday of S. Paul, pages Slyin. And Sci. 57. Cullum, History of Hosted, p. 181. 58. Roll Series, 2. 220. According to this, the price of a bushel of wheat reckoned in modern money was £3 in that year. 59. Ibid 3. 220. 60. Holinshed, who is supported by William of Malmesbury in the assertion that in time of scarcity England imported corn. Matthew Paris, Chronicles Major, v. 673. 61. Jusserand, English Wayfaring Life, p. 79. 62. Jusserand, English Wayfaring Life, p. 89. 63. Gilbert Slater, The English Peasantry and the Enclosure of Common Fields, p. 8. Chapter 2. The 13th century. The manor at its zenith, with seeds of decay already visible. Walter of Henley. In the 13th century the manorial system may be said to have been in its zenith. The description therefore of Cuxham Manor in Oxfordshire at that date is of special interest. According to Professor Thorold Rogers 64, there were 2 principal tenants, each holding the 4th part of a military fee. The Prior of Holy Trinity, Wallingford, held a messuage, a mill, and 6 acres of land in free alms, i.e. under no obligation or liability other than offering prayers on behalf of the donor. A free tenant had a messuage and 33/4 acres, the rent of which was 3s a year. He also had another messuage and 9 acres, for which he paid the annual rent of £1 of pepper, worth about 1s. 3d. The rector of the parish had part of a furrow, i.e. one of the divisions of the common arable field, and paid 2d a year for it. Another tenant held a cottage in the domain under the obligation of keeping 2 lamps lighted in the church. Another person was tenant at will of the parish mill, at a rent of 40s a year. The rest of the tenants were villeins or cottagers, 13 of the former and 8 of the latter. Each of the villeins had a messuage and half a virgate, 12 to 15 acres of arable land at least, for which his rent was chiefly corn and labor, though there were 2 money payments, a halfpenny on November 12 and a penny whenever he brewed. He had to pay a quarter of seed wheat at Michaelmas, a peck of wheat, 4 bushels of oats, and 3 hens on November 12th, and at Christmas a cock, 2 hens, and 2 penny worth of bread. His labor services were to plow, sow, and till half an acre of the Lord's land, and give his work as directed by the bailiff except on Sundays and feast days. In harvest time he was to reap 3 days with 1 man at his own cost. Some of these tenants held, besides their half-brigades, other plots of land for which each had to make hay for 1 day for the Lord, with a comrade, and received a halfpenny, also to mow, with another, 3 days in harvest time, at their own charges, and another 3 days when the Lord fed them. After harvest 6 penny worth of beer was divided among them, each received a loaf of bread, and every evening when work was over each reaper might carry away the largest sheaf of corn he could lift on his sickle. The cottagers paid from 1s. 2d to 2s. a year for their holdings, and were obliged to work a day or 2 in the haymaking, receiving therefore a halfpenny. They also had to do from 1 to 4 days harvest work, during which they were fed at the Lord's table. For the rest of the year they were free laborers, tending cattle or sheep on the common for wages or working at the various crafts usual in the village. This manor was a small one, and contained in all 24 households, numbering from 60 to 70 inhabitants, 65 on most manors, as in Forncett 66, which contained about 2,700 acres. From the preponderance of arable, the chief source of income to the Lord was from the grain crops. Other sources may be seen from the following table of the Lord's receipts and expenses in 1272 to 3. Receipts. Expenses. £S.D fixed rents 183.73 rents paid and allowed 0321 halves farm of market 026 plows and carts 217.4 shevage 67086 buildings and walls 45101/2 foldage 0391 halves small necessaries 07103/4 sale of works 513.23 fourths dairy 0431 fourths herbage 10 threshing 115.51 halves hay 21211 meadow and autumn expenses 014 turf, and C.11361 halves stock 016.7 underwood 510.2 bailiff 119.0 grain 61.12.31 fourth steward 16.9 and a half cider 11.11 1 fourth grain 82.4 and a half stock 53.0 expenses of account 10.81 halves dairy 43.03/4 please 140.0 tallage 16.13.4 £1,282 23 fourths £230 93 fourths. The manor was almost entirely self-sufficing, of necessity, for towns were few and distant, and the roads to them bad. Each would have its smith, millwright, thatcher, and paid generally in kind for their services. There was little trade with the outside world, except for salt, an invaluable article when meat had to be salted down every autumn for winter use, since there were no roots to keep the cattle on and iron for some of the implements. Nearly everything was made in the village. The medieval system of tillage was compulsory. Even the freeholders could not manage their plots as they wished, because all the soil of the township formed one whole and was managed by the entire village. Even the Lord 68 had to conform to the customs of the community. Any other system than this, which must have been galling to the more enterprising, was impossible, for as the various holdings lay in unfenced strips all over the great common fields, individual initiative was out of the question. As may be imagined, the great number of strips all mixed together often led to great confusion. Sometimes 2 or 3 acres could not be found at all, and disputes owing to careless measurement were frequent. It is not surprising that the services by which the villeins paid rent for their holdings to the Lord very early began to be commuted for money. It was much more convenient to both parties, and with this change from a natural economy to a money economy the destruction of the monoreal system commenced, though it was to take centuries to effect it. The first money payments apparently date from as early as 969 but must then have been very few, and services were the rule in the 13th and earlier centuries, though at the beginning of the 12th we find a great number of rent-paying tenants. 70 In the 14th century money began to be more generally available, and the process of commutation grew steadily, a process greatly accelerated by the destruction of large numbers of tenants who paid rent in services by the Black Death of 1348-9, which forced lords of manors to let their lands for money or work them themselves with hired labor. Before that visitation, however, it appears that commutation of labor services for fixed annual payments had made very little progress. 71 When these services were commuted for money in the 13th and 14th centuries, they were put at 1d a day in winter, and 2d a day in summer, and rather more in harvest. 72 And we may put the ordinary agricultural laborer's wages from 1250 to 1350 all the year round at 2d a day, and from 1350 to 1400 at 3d, but few were paid in this way. Many were paid by the year, with allowances of food besides and sometimes clothes, and many were in harvest at all events paid by the piece. At Crondall in Hampshire in 1248 a carter by the year received 4s, a herdsman 2s. 3d, a day or dairymaid, 2s. 73 The change to money payments was beneficial to both parties. It stopped many of the dishonest practices of the Lord's bailiff, apart from the fact that farming by officials was an expensive method. It meant, too, that religious festivals and bad weather would no longer diminish the Lord's profits. On the other hand, the tenant could devote himself entirely to his holding free from annoying labor services. 74 The state of agriculture at the time of Doomsday was apparently very low, judging by the small returns of manors. 75 But by the time of Edward I it had made considerable progress. During the reign of Henry III England had grown in opulence, and continued to do so under his great son, who found time from his manifold tasks to encourage agriculture and horticulture. Fruit and forest trees, shrubs, and flowers, were introduced from the continent, and we are told that the hop flourished in the royal gardens. 76 At his death England was prosperous, the people progressing in comfort, the population advancing, the agricultural laborers were increasing in numbers, the value of the land had risen and was rising. Then came a reaction from which England did not recover for 2 centuries, and Harrison, who wrote his description of England at the end of the 16th century, says that many of the improvements began to be neglected in process of time, so that from Henry IV till the latter end of Henry VII there was little or no use for them in England, but they remained unknown. The 100 Rolls of Edward I, which embody the results of the labors of a commission appointed by that monarch to inquire into encroachments on royal lands and royal jurisdiction, show clearly that there had been since the Doomsday Survey a very great growth in the rural population, a sure sign that agriculture was flourishing, and on some estates the number of free tenants had increased largely, but the burdens of the villeins were not less onerous than they had been. It was in the 13th century that the practice of keeping strict and minute accounts became general, and the accounts of the bailiff of those days would be a revelation to the bailiff of these. At the same time we must not forget that the earliest improvements in English agriculture were largely due to the monks, who from their constant journeys abroad were able to bring back new plants and seeds, while it is well known that many of the religious houses, the Cistercians especially, who always settled in the remote country, were most energetic farmers, their energy being materially assisted by their wealth. It is said that the great Becket when he visited a monastery did not disdain to labor in the field. Among other benefits that the landed interest gained at this time was the more easy transference of land provided, inter alia, by the statute of Quia Emptores, which led to many tenants selling their lands, provided the rights of the lord were preserved, and to a great increase consequently of free tenants, many of whom had quite small holdings. 77 The amalgamation of holdings by the more industrious and skillful has, as we should expect, been a well-marked tendency all through the history of English agriculture, and began early. For instance, according to the records of S. Paul's Cathedral, John Durant, whose ancestor in 1222 held only one virgate in Cadendon, had in 1279 8 or 10 at least. At Belchamp, Martin de Southmere, one of the free tenants, held 245 acres by himself and his tenants, 22 in number, who rendered service to him, one of them being De Vere, Earl of Oxford, who held 17 acres under Martin. To such a position had the abler of the small holders of a century or so before already pushed their way, in spite of the heavy hand of feudalism, which did much to hinder individual initiative. At this period and until Tudor times, England, as regards the cultivated land, was essentially a corn-growing country. The greater part of the lord's domain was arable, and the tillage fields of the villeins largely exceeded their meadows. For instance, in 1285 the cultivated lands at Hosted in Suffolk were nearly all under the plough. In 7 holdings there were 968 acres of arable and only 40 of meadow, a proportion of 24:1. No doubt there was plenty of common pasture, but we cannot call this cultivated land. The 7 holdings were as follows: 78 acres. Arable. Meadow. Wood. Thomas Fitz Eustace, Lord of the Manor, 240 1010 William Tollemache, 280 1224 Philip Noel, 124 7 Robert de Ros, 56 35 Walter de Stanton, 83 1 William de Comaville, 146 8 John Balaam, 52 23 968 40 58. These were the larger tenants. Among the smaller several had no meadow at all. We must not forget that the grazing of the tillage fields after the crops were off was of great assistance to those who kept stock, for there was plenty to eat on the stub. The wheat was cut high, the straw often apparently left standing 18 inches or 2 feet high. Weeds of all kinds abounded, for the land was badly cleaned, and often only the upper part of the high ridges, into which the land was thrown for purposes of drainage, was cultivated, the lower parts being left to natural grass. 79 The greatest authority for the farming of the 13th century is Walter of Henley, who wrote, about the middle of it, a work which held the field as an agricultural textbook until Fitzherbert wrote in the 16th century, and much of his advice is valuable today. There was from his time until the days of William Marshall, who wrote 5 centuries afterwards, a controversy as to the respective merits of horses and oxen as draft animals, and it is a curious fact that the later writer agreed with the earlier as to the superiority of oxen. A plough of oxen, says Walter, will go as far in the year as a plough of horses, because the malice of the ploughman will not allow the plough of horses to go beyond their pace, no more than the plough of oxen. Further, in very hard ground where the plough of horses will stop, the plough of oxen will pass. And the horse costs more than the ox, for he is obliged to have the 1/6 part of a bushel of oats every night, worth a halfpenny at least, and 12 penny worth of grass in the summer. Besides, each week he costs more or less a penny a week in shoeing, if he must be shod on all 4 feet, which was not the universal custom. But the ox has only to have 31/2 sheaves of oats per week, 10 sheaves yielding a bushel of oats, worth a penny, and the same amount of grass as the horse 80. And when the horse is old and worn out there is nothing but his skin, but when the ox is old with 10 penny worth of grass he shall be fit for the larder. 81 The laborer of the Middle Ages could not complain of lack of holidays. Walter of Henley tells us that, besides Sundays, 8 weeks were lost in the year from holidays and other hindrances. 82 He advises the sowing of spring seed on clay or on stony land early, because if it is dry in March the ground will harden too much and the stony ground become dry and open, therefore sow early that corn may be nourished by winter moisture. Chalky and sandy ground need not be sown early. At sowing, moreover, do not plow large furrows, but little and well laid together, that the seed may fall evenly. Let your land be cleaned and weeded after S. John's Day, June 24th, for before that is not a good time, and if thistles are cut before S. John's Day, for every one will come 2 or 3. Do not sell your straw, if you take away the least you lose much, words which many a landlord today doubtless wishes were fixed in the minds of his tenants. Manure should be mixed with earth, for it lasts only 2 or 3 years by itself, but with earth it will last twice as long, for when the manure and the earth are harrowed together, the earth shall keep the manure so that it cannot waste by descending in the soil, which it is apt to do. Feed your working oxen before someone, and with chaff. Why? I will tell you. Because it often happens that the oxherd steals the provender. The oxen were also to be bathed, and curried when dry with a wisp of straw, which would cause them to lick themselves. Change your seed every year at Michaelmas, for seed grown on other ground will bring more profit than that which is grown on your own. Apparently the only drainage then practiced was that of furrow and open ditch, and we find him saying that to free your lands from too much water, let the marshy ground be well ridged, and the water made to run, and so the ground may be freed from water. Here is his estimate of the cost of wheat growing. 83. You know surely that an acre sown with wheat takes 3 plowings, except lands which are sown yearly, and that each plowing is worth 6d. And the harrowing 1d, and on the acre it is necessary to sow at least 2 bushels. Now 2 bushels at Michaelmas are worth at least 12d, and weeding 1/2d, and reaping 5d, and carrying in August 1d, and the straw will pay for the threshing. 83. The return was wretched. At 3 times your sowing you ought to have 6 bushels, worth 3s. The total cost is thus 3s. 11/2d, and without debiting anything for rent and manure, the loss would be 11/2d. An acre. The anonymous treatise on husbandry of about the same date says, however, that wheat ought to yield to the 5th grain, oats to the 4th, barley to the 8th, beans and peas to the 6th. 84. In the years 1243 to 8 the average yield of wheat at Coombe, Oxfordshire, was 5 bushels per acre, of barley a little over 5, oats 7. In the manor of Forncett, in various years from 1290 to 1306, wheat yielded about 10 bushels, oats from 12 to 16, barley 16, and peas from 4 to 12 bushels per acre. 85. As for the dairy, 2 cows, says Walter, should yield away, 2 cwt, of cheese annually, and half a gallon of butter a week, if sorted out and fed in pasture of salt marsh, but in pasture of wood or in meadows after mowing, or in stubble, it should take 3 cows for the same. 20 ewes, which it was then the custom to milk, fed in pasture of salt marsh, ought to yield the same as the 2 cows. A gallon of butter was worth 6d, and weighed 7 pounds. And the anonymous treatise says each cow ought to yield from the day after Michaelmas until the first calends of May, 28 weeks, 10d. More or less, and from the first calends of May till Michaelmas, 24 weeks, the milk of a cow should be worth 3s. 6d, and she should give also 6 stones, 14 pounds per stone, of cheese, and as much butter as shall make as much cheese. 86. It was a common practice all through the Middle Ages, and survives in localities today, to let out the cows by the year, at from 3s to 6s. 8d a head, often to the dia or dairy maid, the owner supplying the food, and the lessee agreeing to restore them in equal number and condition at the end of the term. 87. The anonymous treatise tells us that if you wish to farm out your stock you can take 4s. 6d clear for each cow and the tithe, and for a sheep 6d. And the tithe, and a sow should bring you six 6d a year and acquit the tithe, and each hen 9d. And the tithe, and Walter says, when I was bailiff the dairymaids had the geese and hens to farm, the geese at 12d. And the hens at 3d. Among other information conveyed by these two treatises, we learn that the poor servants or laborers were accustomed to be fed on the diseased sheep, salted and dried, but Walter adds, I do not wish you to do this. Nor can we point the finger of scorn at this, for in the disastrous season of 1879 numbers of rotten sheep were sold to the butcher and consumed by the unsuspecting public without even being salted and dried. He further tells us that you can well have 3 acres weeded for 1d, and an acre of meadow mown for 4d, and an acre of waste meadow for 31/2d. And know that 5 men can well reap and bind 2 acres a day of each kind of corn, and where each takes 2d a day, then you must give 5d an acre. 88 One ought to thresh a quarter of wheat or rye for 2d. And a quarter of oats for 1d. A sow ought to farrow twice a year, having each time at least 7 pigs, and each goose 5 goslings a year, and each hen 115 eggs and 7 chicks, 3 of which ought to be made capons, and for 5 geese you must have 1 gander, and for 5 hens 1 cock. The laying qualities of the hen, in spite of the talk of the 200-egg bird, were evidently as good then as today. In those days of self-supporting farms it was the custom to put together the farm implements at home, and the farmer is advised that it will be well if he can have carters and ploughmen who should know how to work all their own wood, though it should be necessary to pay them more. 89 The village smith, however, seems, as we should expect, to have done most of the iron work that was needed. 90 These extracts have given the reader some insight into 13th century prices which in the case of grain altered very little for nearly 300 years. For instance, the average price of wheat from 1259 to 1400 was 5s. 103/4d a quarter, and from 1401 to 1545s. 113/4d of barley, 4s. 33/4d from 1259 to 1400, 3s. 83/4d from 1401 to 1540, of oats, 2s. 53/4d and 2s. 21/4d in the same 2 periods respectively, of rye, 4s. 5d and 4s. 73/4d and of beans, 4s. 31/2d and 3s. 91/4d 91 Wheat fluctuated considerably, being as we have seen 2s. a quarter at Hosted in 1243 and in 1290 14s. 10d, a most exceptional price. Oxen, which were chiefly valued as working animals, were about 13s. a piece. 92, cows, 9s. 5d farm horses were of 2 varieties, the affer or stot, a rough small animal, generally worth about 13s. 5d, and the cart horse, probably the ancestor of our shire horses, whose average price was 19s. 4d a good saddle horse fetched as much as £5. Sheep were from 1s. 2d to 1s. 5d each. In Hampshire in 1248 shoeing 10 farm horses for the plough for a year cost 5s, making a gate cost 12d. As Walter of Henley said, it cost a penny a week to shoe a horse on all 4 feet. These horses must have been very roughly shod. 93 It is evident, from what Walter of Henley says, that horses were not always shod on all 4 feet, and their shoes were generally very light. The roads were mere tracks without any metalling, so that there was little necessity for heavy shoes, and as Professor Thorold Rogers suggests, it is quite possible that the hoofs of our horses have become weaker by reason of the continual paring and protection which modern shoeing involves. 94 They weighed usually less than half a pound, and cost about 4s. 100. The most striking fact about agricultural prices at this date is the low price of land compared with that of its products. The annual rent of land was from 4d to 60.95 an acre, and it was worth about 10 years' purchase. Consequently, a quarter of wheat was often worth more than an acre of land, a good ox 3 times as much, a good cart horse 4 times, while a good war horse was worth the fee simple of a small farm. A greater breadth of wheat was sown than of any other crop, but it seems that none was ever stored except in the castles and monasteries, for in spite of successive abundant harvests a bad season would send the price up at once. Barley was, as now, chiefly used for making beer, which was also made from oats and wheat, of course without hops, which were not used till the 15th century, and sometimes it was made of oats, barley, and wheat, a concoction worth 3/4d. A gallon in 1283-96 cider was also drunk, and was sold at Exminster in Devonshire in 1286 at 1/2d. A gallon, and apples fetched 2d. a bushel. Thorold Rogers 97 says that wheat was the chief food of the English labourer from the earliest times until perhaps the 17th century, when the enormous prices were prohibitive, but this statement must be taken with reserve, as must that of Mr. Prothero 98 that rye was the breadstuff of the peasantry. Where the labourer's food is mentioned as part of his wages, wheat, barley, and rye all occur, wheat and rye being often mixed together as mixtal, and it is most probable that in one district wheat, in another one of the other cereals, formed his chief breadstuff, according to the crop best adapted to the soil of the locality. Walter of Henley mentions wheat as if it was the chief crop, for he selects it as best illustrating the cost of corn growing 99, and from the enormous number of entries enumerated by Thorold Rogers in his medieval statistics it was apparently more grown than other cereals. The chief meat of the lower classes then, as today, was bacon from the innumerable herds of swine who roamed in the woods and wastes, but in bad years, when food was scarce, the poor ate nuts, acorns, fern roots, bark, and vetches 100. As the cattle of the Middle Ages were like the mountain cattle of today, so were the sheep like many of the sheep to be seen in the Welsh mountains, yet, unlike the cattle, an attempt seems to have been made, judging by the high price of rams, to improve the breed, but they were probably poor animals worth from 1s to 1s.60 each, with a small fleece weighing about a pound and a half, worth 3d. a pound or a little more. Footnotes, 64 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, p. 39. No one can write on English agriculture without acknowledging a deep debt to his monumental industry, though his opinions are often open to question. 65 Compare the account of the manors in Huntingdonshire belonging to Romsey Abbey given in page end of Villenage in England, pages 28 ETSEQ 66 Davenport, a Norfolk manor, p. 36, and C. Hall, Pipe Roll of Bishopric of Winchester, PXXV. 67 Shevage, poll money, paid to the Lord. 68 Vinogradov, Villenage in England, p. 230. 69 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 117. 70 Vinogradov, Villenage in England, p. 307. On the Berkeley estates in 1189 to 1220 money was so scarce with the tenants that the rents, apparently even where services had been commuted, were commonly paid in Oxensmith. Lives of the Berkeleys, I 101. In the 13th century the labor services of the villeins were stricter than in the 11th. Vinogradov, OPCIT 298. 71 page, and of Villenage, p. 39. 72 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, I-82. 73 Hampshire Record Society, I-64. See Appendix, I-74 Hasbach, English Agricultural Labourer, p. 14. 75 Hallam, Middle Ages, 3. 361 76 Denton, England in the 15th century, p. 56. 77 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I-273. 78 Cullum, History of Hosted, 1784 ed., p. 180. 79 Ballard, Doomsday, p. 207. 80 Walter of Henley, Royal Historical Society, p. 12. 81 Walter reckons the above food of the horse at 12s. 3d, and of the ox at 3s. 1d, but both are wrong. 82 Ibid p. 15. 83 Walter of Henley, Royal Historical Society, p. 19. 84 Walter of Henley, Royal Historical Society, p. 71. 85 Davenport, A Norfolk Manor, pages 29 et seq. See also Hall, Pipe Roll of the Bishopric of Winchester, pxxvi, which gives an average yield of wheat over a large area in 1298 to 9 at 4.3 bushels per acre. 86 Walter of Henley, Royal Historical Society, p. 77. 87 Thorold Rogers, Agriculture and Prices, I-397, Archaeologia, 18. 281-88 Walter of Henley, pages 69, 75. In Lancashire, at the end of the 13th century, mowing 601/2 acres cost 17s. 71/2d. Victoria County History, Lancashire, Agriculture, and 2 Compoti of the Lancashire and Cheshire Manors of Henry de Lacy, Cheetham Society. 89 Walter of Henley, p. 63. 90 Crondall, Records, Hampshire Record Society, I-65. 91 C. Thorold Rogers, Various Tables in Volume I of History of Agriculture and Prices. Compare these with the prices on the Berkeley estates from 1281 to 1307, omitting years of scarcity: wheat, 2s. 4d to 5s, oxen, 10s. To 12s, cows, 9s. To 10s, bacon hogs, 5s, fat sheep, 1s. 6d to 2s, and in the early part of Edward II's reign, wheat, 5s. 4d to 10s, oxen, 14s. To 24s. Other prices about the same Smith, Lives of the Berkeleys, I-160. 92 If it is true, as generally stated, that the medieval ox was 1/3 the size of his modern successor, it is apparent that he was a very dear animal. Cattle at this date suffered from the ravages of wolves. 93 Crondall, Records, Hampshire Record Society, I-64. 94 History of Agriculture and Prices, I-528. 95 Sebum, Transactions of Royal Historical Society, New Series, 17. 288, says that rent in the 14th century was commonly 4d, the usual average is stated at 6d. An acre. 96 Doomsday of S. Paul, Camden Society, PLI 97 History of Agriculture and Prices, I-26. 98 Pioneers of Agriculture, p. 13. 99 Ed Lamont, Royal Historical Society, p. 19. 100 Denton, England in the 15th century, p. 93. Chapter 3 The 14th century decline of agriculture. The Black Death Statute of Labourers. After the death of Edward I in 1307, the progress of English agriculture came to a standstill, and little advance was made till after the Battle of Bosworth in 1485. The weak government of Edward II, the long French War commenced by Edward III and lasting over 100 years, and the Wars of the Roses, all combined to impoverish the country. England, too, was repeatedly afflicted during the 14th and 15th centuries by pestilences, sometimes caused by famines, sometimes coming with no apparent cause, all probably aggravated, if not caused, by the insanitary habits of the people. The mention of plagues, indeed, at this time is so frequent that we may call them chronic. At this period corn and wool were the two main products of the farmer, corn to feed his household and laborers, and wool to put money in his pocket, a somewhat rare thing. English wool, which came to be called the flower and strength and revenue and blood of England, was famous in very early times, and was exported long before the conquest. In Edgar's reign the price was fixed by law, to prevent it getting into the hands of the foreigner too cheaply. A whey, or whey, was to be sold for 120d. 101 patriotic Englishmen asserted it was the best in the world, and Henry II, Edward III, and Edward IV are said to have improved the Spanish breed by presents of English sheep. Spanish wool, however, was considered the best from the earliest times until the Peninsular War, when the Saxon and Silesian wools deposed it from its pride of place. Smith, in his Memoirs of Wool 102, is of the opinion that England borrowed some parts of its breed from thence, as it certainly did the whole from one place or another. Spanish wool, too, was imported into England at an early date, the manufacture of it being carried on at Andover in 1262-103, yet until the 14th century it was not produced in sufficient quantities to compete seriously with English wool in the markets of the continent, and it appears to have been the long wools, such as those of the modern Leicester and Lincoln, from which England chiefly derived its fame as a wool-producing country. Our early exports went to Flanders, where weaving had been introduced a century before the conquest, and, in spite of the growth of the weaving industry in England, to that country the bulk of it continued to go, all through the Middle Ages, though in the 13th century a determined effort was made to divert a larger share of English wool to Italy. 104 During the 13th and 14th centuries the export of wool was frequently forbidden. 105 Sometimes for political objects, but also to gain the manufacture of cloth for England by keeping our wool from the foreigner, but these measures did not stop the export, they only hampered it and encouraged much smuggling. It commanded what seems to us an astonishing price, 4/3d. A pound in the 13th and 14th centuries is probably equal to nearly 4s. In our money. Its value, and the ease with which it could be packed and carried, made it an object of great importance to the farmer. In 1337-106 we have a schedule of the price of wool in the various counties of England, for in that year 30,000 sacks of the best wool was ordered to be bought in various districts by merchants for Edward III, to provide the sinews of war against France. The price for the best wool was to be fixed by the king, his council, and the merchants, the gross wool being bought by agreement between buyer and seller. Of the former the highest price fixed was for the wool of Hereford, then and for long afterwards famous for its excellent quality, 12 marks the sack of 364 pounds, and the lowest for that of the northern counties, 5 marks the sack. Somewhat more than a century afterwards we have another similar list of wool prices, when in 1454 the Commons petitioned the king that as the wools growing within this realm have hitherto been the great commodity, enriching, and welfare of this land, and how of late the price is greatly decayed so that the commons were not able to pay their rents to their lords, the king would fix certain prices under which wools should not be bought. The highest price fixed was for the wool of Hereford, in Leominster, £13 a sack, the lowest for that of Suffolk, £2 12s 107, the average being about £4 tens. The manorial accounts of the Knights Hospitallers, who then held land all over England, afford valuable information as to agriculture in 1338-108. From these we gather that the rent of arable land varied from 2d to 2s an acre, but the latter sum was very exceptional, and there are only 2 instances of it given, in Lincolnshire and Kent. Most of the tillage rented for less than an acre, more than half being at 6d or under, and the average about 6d. On the other hand, meadow land is seldom of less value than 2s an acre, and in Warwickshire, Oxfordshire, and Norfolk rose to 3s. This is one of the numerous proofs of the great value of meadow land at a time when hay was almost the sole winter food of stock. In some places it was 8 or 10 times as valuable as the arable 109. The pasture on the Hospitallers' estates was divided into several and common pasture, the former often reaching an acre and sometimes 2s, the latter rarely exceeding 4d. The most usual way, however, of stating the value of pasture was by reckoning the annual cost of feeding stock per head, cows being valued at 2s, oxen at 1s, a horse at a little less than an ox, a sheep at 1d. The reign of Edward III was a great era for wool growers, and the Hospitallers at Hampton in Middlesex had a flock of 2,000 sheep whose annual produce was 6 sacks of wool of 364 pounds each, worth £4 a sack, which would make the fleeces weigh a little more than 1 pound each. The profit of cows on one of their manors was reckoned at 2s per head, on another at 3s, and the profit of 100 sheep at 20s 110. The wages paid to the laborers for day work were 2d a day, and we must remember that when he was paid by the day his wages were rightly higher than when regularly employed, for day labor was irregular and casual. The tenants about the same date obtained the following prices: 111 for some of their stock £s.d. A good ox, alive, fat on corn 140, not on corn 160, a fat cow 120, a 2-year-old hog 34, a sheep and its fleece 18, a fat sheep, shorn 12, goose 03 hens, each 112 0220 eggs 01. In the middle of the 14th century occurred the famous Black Death, the worst infliction that has ever visited England. Its story is too well known for repetition, and it suffices to say that it was like the bubonic plague in the East of today. It raged in 1348 to 9, and killed from 1/3 to 1/2 of the people. 113. It is said to have effected more important economic results than any other event in English history. It is probable that the prices of labor were rising before this terrible calamity, the dreadful famine of 1315-6 followed by pestilence, when wheat went up to 20 sixs a quarter, and according to the contemporary chroniclers, in some cases much higher, destroyed a large number of the population, and other plagues had done their share to make labor scarce, but after the Black Death the advance was strongly marked. It also accelerated the breakup of the manorial system. A large number of the free laborers were swept away, and their labor lost to the lord of the manor. The services of the villeins were largely diminished from the same cause. Many of the tenants, both free and unfree, were dead, and the land thrown on the lord's hands. Flocks and herds were wandering about over the country because there was no one to tend them. In short, most manors were in a state of anarchy, and their lords on the verge of ruin. It is not to be wondered at, therefore, that they immediately adopted strong measures to save themselves and their property and, no doubt they thought, the whole country. Englishmen had by this time learned to turn to Parliament to remedy their ills, but as the plague was still raging a proclamation was issued of which the preamble states that wages had already gone up greatly. Many, seeing the necessity of masters and great scarcity of servants, will not serve unless they get excessive wages, and it is, therefore, hard to till the land. Every one under the age of 60, it was ordered, free or villain, who can work, and has no other means of livelihood, is not to refuse to work for any one who offers the accustomed wages. No laborer is to receive more wages than he did before the plague, and none are to give more wages under severe penalties. But besides regulating wages, the proclamation also insists on reasonable prices for food and the necessaries of life. It was a fair attempt not only to protect the landlords but the laborers also, by keeping both wages and prices at their former rate, so that its object was not tyrannous as has been stated 115. It was at once disregarded, a fate which met many of the proclamations and statutes of the Middle Ages, which often seem to have been regarded as mere pious aspirations. Accordingly, the statute of 1351, 25 EDW 3, Stat 2, C1, states that the servants had paid no regard to the ordinance regulating wages, but to their ease and singular covetise do withdraw themselves unless they have livery and wages to the double or treble of that they were wont to take. Accordingly, it was again laid down that they were to take liveries and wages as before the Black Death, and where wheat was wont to be given they shall take for the bushel 10d. Sixs 8d a quarter, 116 or wheat at the will of the giver. And that they be hired to serve by the whole year or by other usual terms, and not by the day, and that none pay in the time of sarkling, weeding, or haymaking but a penny a day, and a mower of meadows for the acre 5d, or by the day 5d, and reapers of corn in the first week of August 2d, and the second 3d, without meat or drink. And none were to take for the threshing of a quarter of wheat or rye more than 2d, and for the quarter of beans, peas, and oats more than 1d. These prices are certainly difficult to understand. Haymaking has usually been paid for at a rate above the ordinary, because of the longer hours, and here we find the price fixed at half the usual wages, while mowing is 5 times as much, and double the price paid for reaping, though they were normally about the same price. 117. It is interesting to learn from the statute that there was a considerable migration of laborers at this date for the harvest, from Stafford, Lancaster, Derby, Craven, the marches of Wales and Scotland, and other places. Such was the first attempt made to control the laborers' wages by the legislature, and like other legislation of the kind it failed in its object, though the attempt was honestly made, and if the rate of wages fixed was somewhat low, its inequity was far surpassed by the exorbitance of the laborers' demands. 118. It was an endeavor to set aside economic laws, and its futility was rendered more certain by the depreciation of the coinage in 1351, which led to an advance in prices, and compelled the laborers to persevere in their demands for higher wages. 119. Both wages and prices, except those of grain, continued to increase, and labor services were now largely commuted for money payments. 120. With the result that the monoreal system began to break up rapidly. Owing to the dearth of laborers for hire, and the loss of many of the services of their villeins, the lords found it very hard to farm their domain lands. It should be remembered, too, that an additional hardship from which they suffered at this time was that the quit rents paid to them in lieu of services by tenants who had already become free were, owing to the rise in prices, very much depreciated. Their chief remedy was to let their domain lands. The condition of the manor of Forncett in Norfolk well illustrates the changes that were now going on. There, in the period 1272 to 1307, there were many free tenants as well as villeins, and the holdings of the latter were small, usually only 5 acres. It is also to be noticed that in no year were all the labor services actually performed, some were always sold for money. Yet in the period named there was not much progress in the general commutation of services for money payments, and the same was the case in the manors, whose records between 1325 and 1350 Mr. Page examined for his End of Villenage in England 121. The reaping and binding of the entire grain crop of the domain at Forncett was done by the tenants exclusively, without the aid of any hired labour. 122. However, in the period 1307 to 1376 the manor underwent a great change. The economic position of the villeins, the administration of the domain, and the whole organization of the manor were revolutionized. Much of the tenants' land had reverted to the lord, partly by the deaths in the great pestilence, partly because tenants had left the manor. They had run away and left their burdensome holdings in order to get high wages as free laborers. This of course led to a diminution of labor rents, so the landlord let most of the domain for a term of years. 123. A process which went on all over England, and thus we have the origin of the modern tenant farmer. A fact of much importance in connection with the peasants' revolt, soon to take place, was that the average money rent of land per acre in Forncett in 1378 was 10d, while the labor rents for land, where they were still paid by villeins who had not commuted or run away, were, owing to the rise in the value of labor, worth 2 or 3 times this. We cannot wonder that the poor villeins were profoundly discontented. On this manor, as on others, some of the villeins, in spite of the many disadvantages under which they lay, managed to accumulate some little wealth. In 1378 and in 1410 one bond tenant had 2 messuages and 78 acres of land. In 1441 another died seized of 5 messuages and 52 acres. Some had a number of servants in their households, but the majority were very poor. There are several instances of bondmen fleeing from the manor, and the officers of the manor failed to catch them. This was common in other manors, and the withdrawal of villeins played a considerable part in the disappearance of serfdom and the break-up of the system. 124. The following table shows the gradual disappearance of villeins in the manor of Forncett. In 1400 the Servile families who had land numbered 16, 1508, 1525, 5, 1553, 1575. 0. There is no event of greater importance in the agrarian history of England, or which has led to more important consequences, than the dissolution of this community in the cultivation of the land, which had been in use so long, and the establishment of the complete independence and separation of one property from another. 125. As soon as the manorial system began to give way, and men to have a free hand, the substitution of large for small holdings set in with fresh vigor, for we have already seen that it had begun. It was one of the chief causes of the stagnation of agriculture in the Middle Ages that it lay under the heavy hand of feudalism, by which individualism was checked and hindered. Every one had his allotted position on the land, and it was hard to get out of it, though some exceptional men did so. As a rule there was no chance of striking out a new line for oneself. The villain was bound to the lord, and no lord would willingly surrender his services. There could be little improvement in farming when the custom of the manor and the collective ownership of the teams bound all to the same system of farming. 126. In fact, agriculture under feudalism suffered from many of the evils of socialism. But, though hard hit, the old system was to endure for many generations, and the modern triumvirate of landlord, tenant, and labourer was not completely established in England until the era of the first Reform Bill. Footnotes: 101 Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I. 130. A weigh in the Middle Ages was 182 pounds, or half a sack. 102 Second edition, I. 50 n. See also Burnley, History of Wool, p. 17. 103 Gross, Guild Merchant, 2. For it is from the Spanish Merino, crossed with Leicesters and South Downs, that the vast Australian flocks of today are descended. 104 Cunningham, OPCITI 628. 105 Ashley, Early History of English Woolen Industry, p. 34. 106 Calendar of Close Rolls, 1337-9, pages 148-9. 107 Rolls of Parliament, v. 275. 108 The Hospitallers in England, Camden Society. 109 Denton, England in the 15th century, p. 147. 110 Hospitallers in England, pxxvi. 111 Ibid pages 1, li 112 Poultry keeping was well nigh universal, judging by the number of rents paid in fowls and eggs. 113 1348 seems also to have been an excessively rainy year. The wet season was very disastrous to livestock, according to the accounts of the Manners of Christ Church, Canterbury. About this time, Historical Manuscripts Commission, 5th Report, 444, there died of the murrain on their estates 257 oxen, 511 cows, 4,585 sheep. Murrain was the name given to all diseases of stock in the Middle Ages, and is of constant occurrence in old records. 114 The cause of this as usual was incessant rain during the greater part of the summer. The chronicles of the time say that not only were the crops very short but those that did grow were diseased and yielded no nourishment. The murrain was so deadly to oxen and sheep that, according to Walsingham, dogs and ravens eating them dropped down dead. 115 C. Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 335. Also in an age when the idea of competitive price had not yet been evolved, and when regulation by authority was the custom, it was natural and right that the government in such a crisis should try to check the demands of both laborers and producers, which went far beyond what employers or consumers could pay. Putnam, Enforcement of the Statute of Laborers, 220. 116 The average price of wheat in 1351 was 10s. 21/2d, which went down to 7s. 2d next year, and 4s. 21/2d. The year after, but judging by the ineffectiveness of the statute to reduce wages, it probably had little effect in causing this fall. 117 See Appendix I 118 Putnam, OPCIT, 221. The statute for the first 10 years, however, kept wages from ascending as high as might have been the case. 119 Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, I 543, says that as the plague diminished the number of employers as well as laborers, the demand for labor could not have been much greater than before, and would have had little effect on the rate of if Edward III had not debased the coinage. But if the owners did decrease, the lands would only accumulate in fewer hands, and would still require cultivation. 120 page, End of Villenage, pages 59 ETSEQ 121 Ibid p. 44. 122 Transactions, Royal Historical Society, New Series, 14. 123 This had been done before, but was now much more frequent. Hasbach, OPCIT p. 17. 124 After the Black Death the flight of villains was extremely common. Page, OPCIT, p. 40. 125 Nass, Agricultural Community of the Middle Ages, p. 1. 126 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 137. Chapter 4 How the classes connected with the land lived in the Middle Ages. The castles of the great landowners have been so often described that there is no need to do this again. The popular idea of a baron of the Middle Ages is of a man who when he was not fighting was justing or hunting. Such were, no doubt, his chief recreations, so fond was he of hunting, indeed, that his own broad lands were not enough, and he was a frequent trespasser on those of others. The records of the time are full of cases which show that poaching was quite a fashionable amusement among the upper classes. But among the barons were many men who, like their successors today, did their duty as landlords. Of one of the lords of Berkeley in the 14th century, it was said he was sometime in husbandry at home, sometime at sport in the field, sometime in the camp, sometime in the court and council of state, with that promptness and celerity that his body might have been believed to be ubiquitary. Many of them were farmers on a very large scale, though they might not have so much time to devote to it as those excellent landlords the monks. Thomas Lord Berkeley, who held the Berkeley estates from 1326 to 1361, farmed the demesnes of a quantity of manors, as was the custom, and kept thereon great flocks of sheep, ranging from 300 to 1,500 on each manor. 127 The stock of the Bishop of Winchester, by an inquisition taken at his death in 1367, amounted to 127 draft horses, 1,556 head of black cattle, and 12,104 sheep and lambs. Almost every manor had one or two pigeon houses, and the number of pigeons reared is astonishing. From one manor Lord Berkeley obtained 2,151 pigeons in a single year. No one but the Lord was allowed to keep them, and they were one of the chief grievances of the villains, who saw their seed devoured by these pests without redress. Their dung, too, was one of the most valued manures. Lord Berkeley, like other landlords, went often in progress from one of his manors and farmhouses to another, making his stay at each of them for 1 or 2 nights, overseeing and directing the husbandry. The castle of the great noble consumed an enormous amount of food in the course of the year. From 2 manors on the Berkeley estate came to the standing house of the Lord in 12 months, 17,000 eggs, 1,008 pigeons, 91 capons, 192 hens, 288 ducks, 388 chickens, 194 pigs, 45 calves, 315 quarters of wheat, 304 quarters of oats, and from several other manors came the like or greater store, besides goats, sheep, oxen, butter, cheese, nuts, honey, and c-128 even the lavish hospitality of the lords. And the great number of their retainers, must have had some difficulty in disposing of these huge supplies. The examining of their bailiffs' accounts must have taken a considerable portion of the landlord's time, for those of each manor were kept most minutely, and set forth, among other items, in what sort he husbanded the domain farms, what sorts of cattle he kept in them, and what kinds of grain he yearly sowed according to the quality and condition of the ground, and how those kinds of grain each 2nd or 3rd year were exchanged or brought from one manor to another as the vale corn into an upland soil, and contrarily. And we are told incidentally he set with hand, not sowed his beans. He was also accustomed to move his livestock from one manor to another, as they needed it. The accounts also stated what day's works were due from each tenant according to the season of the year, and at the end of each year there was a careful valuation of live and dead stock. 129 The difference between the smaller gentry and the more important yeomen 130 who farmed their own land must have been very slight. No doubt both of them were very rough and ignorant men, who knew a great deal about the cultivation of their land and very little about anything else. We may be sure that the ordinary house of both was generally of wood, as there is no stone in many parts of England, and bricks were not reintroduced till the 14th century and spread slowly. Even in Elizabeth's reign, Harrison 131 tells us that the ancient houses of our gentry are yet for the most part of strong timber, and he even thinks that houses made of oak were luxurious, for in times past men had been contented with houses of willow, plum, and elm, but now nothing but oak was good enough, and he quaintly says that the men who lived in the willow houses were as tough as oak, and those who lived in the oak as soft as willow. There are very few mansions left of the time before Edward III, for being of timber they naturally decayed. In a lease, dated 1152, of a manor house belonging to S. Paul's Cathedral 132 is a description of a manor house which contained a hall 35 feet long, 30 feet broad, and 22 feet high, that is, 11 feet to the tie beam and 11 feet from that to the ridge board, showing that the roof was open and that there were no upper rooms. There was a chamber between the hall and the thalamus or inner room which was 12 feet long, 17 feet broad, and 17 feet high, the roof being open as in the hall, and the thalamus was 22 feet long, 16 feet broad, and 18 feet high. About the same date the manor house of Thorpe was larger, and contained a hall, a chamber, Trescentia, apparently part of the hall or chamber separated by a screen to form an ante-chamber, 2 private rooms, a kitchen, brewhouse, malt house, dairy, ox shed, and 3 small hen houses. The ordinary manor house of the Middle Ages contained 3 rooms at least, of mean aspect, the floor even of the hall, which was the principal eating and sleeping room, being of dirt, and when there was an upper room or solar added, which began to be done at the end of the 12th century 133, access to it was often obtained by an outside staircase. If the manor house belonged to the owner of many manors, it was sometimes inhabited by his bailiff. The barns on the Demesnes were often as important buildings as the manor houses, one at Wickham, belonging to the canons of S. Paul's 134 in the 12th century, was 55 feet long, 13 feet high from the floor to the principal beam, and 101/2 feet more to the ridge board. The breadth between the pillars was 191/2 feet, and on each side it had a wing or aisle 61/2 feet wide and 61/2 feet high. The amount of corn in the barn was often scored on the doorposts. 135 in the manor houses chimneys rarely existed, the fire being made in the middle of the hall. Even in the early 17th century in Cheshire there were no chimneys in the farmhouses, and there the oxen were kept under the same roof as the farmer and his family. 136 When chimneys did come in they were not much thought of. Now we have chimneys. Our tenderlings complain of rheums, catarrhs, and poses, colds, for the smoke not only hardened the timbers, but was said by Harrison to be an excellent medicine for man. Instead of glass there was much lattice, and that made either of wicker or fine rifts of oak in checkerwise, and horn was also used. Beds, of course, were a luxury. The owner of the manor, his guests and retainers flung themselves down on the hall floor after supper and all slept together, though sometimes rough mattresses were brought in. Furniture was rude and scanty. In 1150 the farm implements and household furniture on the manor of Waleton was valued and consisted of 4 carts, 3 baskets, a basket used in winnowing corn, a pair of millstones, 10 tubs, 4 barrels, 2 boilers of lead with stoves, 2 wooden bowls, 3 three-legged tables, 20 dishes or platters, 2 tablecloths worth 60, 6 metal bowls, half a load of the invaluable salt, 2 axes, a table with trestles, the usual form of table, and 5 beehives made of rushes. 137 These articles were handed down from one generation to another, and in a lease made 150 years afterwards of the same manner most of them reappear. The greater part of the furniture, until the 15th century, was most likely made by migratory workmen, who traveled from village to village, for except the rudest pieces it was beyond the village carpenter, and shops there were none. It is not to be expected that when the master lived in this manner the lot of the laborer was a very good one. His home was miserably poor, generally of wattle and dab, sometimes wholly of mud and clay, many with only one room for all purposes. A bill is still in existence for a house, if it can be called one, built in 1306 for 2 labourers by Queen's College, Oxford, which cost twenties in all, and was a mere hovel without floor, ceiling, or chimney. 138 Their wretched houses appear to have been built on the bare earth, and unfloored. Perhaps as time went on a rude upper story was added, the floor of which was made of rough poles or hurdles and was reached by a ladder. The furniture was miserably poor, a few pots and pans, cups and dishes, and some tools would exhaust the list. 139 The goods and chattels of a landless labourer in 1431 consisted of a dish, an adze, a brass pot, 2 plates, 2 augers, an axe, a 3-legged stool, and a barrel. 140 Englishmen of all classes were hopelessly dirty in their habits. Even till the 16th century they were noted above other countries for the profuseness of their diet and their unclean ways. Erasmus spoke of the floor of his house as inconceivably filthy. To save fuel, the labourer's family in the cold season all lay huddled in a heap on the floor, pleasantly and hot, as Barclay the poet tells us, and if he ever had a bed it was a bundle of fern or straw thrown down, with his cloak as a coverlet, though thus he was just as well off as his social superiors, for with them the loose cloak of the day was a common covering for the night. He was constantly exposed to disease, for sanitary precautions were ignored. At the entrance of his hovel was a huge heap of decaying refuse, poisoning air and water. Even in the 16th century a foreigner noticed that the peasants dwell in small huts and pile up their refuse out of doors in heaps so high that you cannot see their houses. 141 Diseased animals were constantly eaten, vegetables were few, and in the winter there was no fresh meat for anyone, except game and rabbits and, for the well-to-do, fish, but we may doubt if the peasant got any but salt fish. The consequence was that leprosy and kindred ailments were common, and we do not wonder that plagues were frequent and slew the people like flies. The peasants' food consisted largely of corn. In the bailiff's accounts of the manor of Woodstock in 1242, 6 servants at Handborough received 411/2 bushels of corn each, 2 ox herds at Coombe received the same, and 4 servants at Blaydon had 36 bushels each. In 1274 at Bosham, and in 1288 at Stoughton in Sussex, the allowance was the same. 142 The writer of the anonymous treatise on husbandry says that in his time, the 13th century, the average annual allowance of corn to a labourer was 36 bushels. 143 Fish, too, seem to have formed a large portion of his diet. All classes ate enormous quantities of fish, before the Reformation, in Lent and on fast days, and the labourer was constantly given salt herrings as part of his pay. In 1359, at Hosted, the villeins when working were allowed 2 herrings a day, some milk, a loaf, and some drink. 144 Eden 145 says his food consisted of a few fish, principally herrings, a loaf of bread, and some beer, but we must certainly add pork, which was his stand-by then as now. 146 In the 14th century, at all events, there were 3 kinds of bread in use: white bread, ration bread, and black bread, and it was no doubt the latter that the peasant ate. 147 Clothing was dear and cloth coarse, the most valuable personal property consisting of clothing and metal vessels. Shirts were the subject of charitable gifts. 148 by 37 EDW 3, C14, laborers were not to wear any manner of cloth but blanket and russet wool of 12D and girdles of linen. If they wore anything more extravagant it was forfeited to the king. To the laborer of modern times the life of his forefathers would have seemed unutterably dull. No books, no newspapers, no change of scene by cheap excursions, no village school, no politics. The very cultivation of the soil by the old three-course system was monotonous. But there were bright spots in his existence. The village church not only afforded him the consolations of religion but also entertainments and society. Religion in the Middle Ages was a part of the people's daily life, and its influence permeated even their amusements. Miracles and mystery plays, played in the churches and churchyards, were a common feature in village life, as were the church ales or parish meetings held 4 or 5 times a year, where cakes and beer were purchased from the church warden and consumed for the good of the parish. Indeed, there can be no doubt that there was much more sociability than today, in the country at least. Labor was lightened by the cooperation of the common fields. Common shepherds and herdsmen watched the sheep and cattle of the different tenants, a common mill ground the corn, a common oven baked the bread, a common smith worked at a common forge. His existence, moreover, was enlivened by a considerable number of sports. A statute at the end of the 14th century, 12 Rick. 2, c6, says he was fond of playing at tennis, football, quoits, dice, casting the stone, and other games, which this statute forbade him, and enacted that he should use his bow and arrows on Sundays and holidays instead of such idle sport. This is a foretaste of the modern sentiment that seeks to wean him from watching football matches and take to miniature rifle clubs. He was also, like some of his successors, fond of poaching, though he appears to have been rash enough to indulge in it by day. 13 Rick. 2, c13, says he was prone on holidays, when good Christian people be in church hearing divine service, to go hunting with greyhounds and other dogs, in the parks and warrens of the Lord and of others, and sometimes these hunts were turned into conferences and conspiracies, for to rise and disobey their allegiance, such as preceded the peasants' revolt of 1381, and accordingly no one who did not own lands worth 40s a year was to keep a dog to hunt, or ferrets other engines, the first game law on the English statute book. Footnotes, 127 Smith, Lives of the Berkeleys, I 302. No doubt the riches of the Berkeleys were considerably greater than those of many of the barons. 128 Lives of the Berkeleys, I 166. There is no reason to doubt Smith, as he rode with the original accounts before him. 129 Lives of the Berkeleys, I 156. 130 The yeoman is said to have made his appearance in the 15th century, but the small freeholders of the manor before that date were to all intents and purposes yeomen. No doubt, as trade grew in the 14th and 15th centuries, successful tradesmen bought small freeholds in the country and swelled the numbers of yeomen. 131 Harrison, Description of Britain, F. J. Furnival ed., p. 337. 132 Doomsday of S. Paul, Camden Society, p. 129. 133 Turner, Domestic Architecture, I 59. 134 Doomsday of S. Paul, p. 123. 135 Historical Manuscripts Commission Report, v. 444. 136 Ormerod, History of Cheshire, I 129. 137 Doomsday of S. Paul, p. Skye. 138 Denton, England in the 15th century. 139 Eden, State of the Poor, I 21. 140 C. Cullum, History of Hosted. 141 Harrison, Description of Britain, Appendix 2, Lscy. In some manors, however, there were careful regulations for public health. According to the Durham Halmote Rolls, published by the Surtees Society, village officials watched over the water supply, prevented the fouling of streams, bylaws were enacted as to the regulation of the common place for clothes washing, and the times for emptying and cleansing ponds and mill dams. 142 Ballard, Doomsday, Anti-Quarry Series, p. 209. 143 Walter of Henley, Royal Historical Society, p. 75. 144 Cullum, Hosted, 1784 ed., p. 182. 145 State of the Poor, I-15. 146 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, I-32. 147 C. Knights Hospitallers in England, Camden Society, Introduction. 148 Thorold Rogers, OPCITI 66. Chapter V. The break-up of the manor, spread of leases, the peasants' revolt, further attempts to regulate wages, a harvest home, beginning of the Corn Laws. Some Surrey manors, we have seen that the landlords' profits were seriously diminished by the Black Death, and they cast about them for new ways of increasing their incomes. Arable land had been until now largely in excess of pasture. The cultivation of corn was the chief object of agriculture, bread forming a much larger proportion of men's diet than now. This began to change. Much of the land was laid down to grass, and there was a steady increase in sheep farming. Thus commenced that revolution in farming which in the 16th century led Harrison to say that England was mainly a stock-raising country. The lords also let a considerable amount of their domain land on leases for years. Then began the times to alter, says Smith of the Lord Berkeley of the end of the 14th century, and he with them, and he began to tack other men's cattle on his pasture by the week, month, and quarter, and to sell his meadow grounds by the acre. And in the time of Henry IV still more and more was let, and in succeeding times. As for the day's works of the copyhold tenants, they also were turned into money. 149 such leases had been used long before this, but this is the date of their great increase. In the 13th century a lease of 2 acres of arable land in Nowton, Suffolk, let the land at 60 an acre per annum for a term of 6 years 150. It contains no clauses about cultivation. The landlord warrants the said 2 acres to the tenant, and the tenant agrees to give them up at the end of the term freely and peaceably. The deed was indented, sealed, and witnessed by several persons. The impoverished landlords also let much of their land on stock and land leases. The custom of stocking the tenant's land was a very ancient one. The lord had always found the oxen for the plough teams of the villeins. In the leases of the manors of S. Paul's in the 12th century the tenant for life received stock both live and dead, which when he entered was carefully enumerated in the lease, and at the end of the tenancy he had to leave behind the same quantity 151. It was a common practice also, before the Black Death, for the lord to let out cows and sheep at so much per head per annum 152. The stock and land lease therefore was no novelty. In 1410 there is a lease of the domain lands at Hosted by which the landlord kept the manor house and its appurtenances in his own hands, the tenant apparently having the farm buildings, which he was to keep in repair. He was to receive at the beginning of the term 20 cows and 1 bull, worth 9s. each, 4 stots, worth 10s. each, and 4 oxen, worth 13s. 4d each, which, or their value in money, were to be delivered up at the end of the term. The tenant was also to leave at the end of the lease as many acres well ploughed, sown, and manured as he found at the beginning. Otherwise the landlord was not to interfere with the cultivation. If the rent or any part thereof was in arrear for a fortnight after the 2 fixed days for payment, the landlord might dist rein, and if for a month, he might re-enter, and both parties bound themselves to forfeit the then huge sum of £100 upon the violation of any clause of the lease. 153 There is a lease 154 of a subsequent date, the 20th year of Henry VIII, but one which well illustrates the custom now so prevalent, granted by the prior of the monastery of Lathe in Somerset to William Pole of Coombe, Edith his wife, and Thomas his son, for their lives. With the land went 360 wethers. For the land they paid 16 quarters of best wheat, purely threshed and winnowed, 22 quarters of best barley, and were to carry 4 loads of wood and fatten 1 ox for the prior yearly, the ox to be fattened in stall with the best hay, the only way then known of fattening oxen. For the flock of wethers they paid £6 yearly. The tenants were bound to keep hedges, ditches, and gates in repair. Also they were bound by a writing obligatory in the sum of £100 to deliver up the wether flock whole and sound, not rotten, banned 155 nor otherwise diseased. The consequence of the spread of leases was that the portion of the domain lands which the lords farmed themselves dwindled greatly, or it was turned from arable into grass. Stock and land leases survived in some parts till the beginning of the 18th century, when it was still the custom for the landlord to stock the land and receive half the crop for rent. 156 According to the Doomsday of S. Paul, in the 13th century, a survey of 18 manors containing 24,000 acres showed 3/8 of the land in domain, the rest in the hands of the tenants. In 1359 the lord of the principal manor at Hosted held in his own hand 572 acres of arable land worth 4d to 6d an acre rent, and 50 acres of meadow worth 2s an acre. 157 He had also pasture for 24 cows, which was considered worth 30 six a year, and for 12 horses and 12 oxen worth 48 a year, with 40 acres of wood, estimated at once an acre. In 1387, however, the arable land had decreased to 320 acres, but the stock had increased, and now numbered 4 cart horses, 6 stots or smaller horses, 10 oxen, 1 bull, 26 cows, 6 heifers, 6 calves, 92 wethers, 20 hog rolls or 2-year-old sheep, 1 gander, 4 geese, 30 capons, 26 hens, and only 1 cock. The dairy of 26 cows was let out, according to the custom of the time, for £8 a year, and we are told that the oxen were fed on oats, and shod in the winter only. But if the position of the lords was severely affected by the great pestilence, that of the villains was also. The villain himself was becoming a copy holder. In the 13th century the nature of his holding had been written on the court roll, before long he was given a copy of the roll, and by the 15th century he was a copy holder. 158 There was, too, a new spirit abroad in this century of disorganization and reform, which stirred even the villains with a desire for better conditions of life. These men, thus rising to a more assured position and animated by new hopes, saw all round them hired laborers obtaining, in spite of the statute of laborers, double the amount of wages they had formerly received, while they were bound down to the same services as before. The advance in prices was further increased by the king's issuing in 1351 an entirely new coinage, of the same fineness but of less weight than the old, so that the demands of the laborers after the Black Death were largely justified by the depreciation in the currency. 159 There had also arisen at this time, owing to the increase in the wealth of the country, a new class of landlords who did not care for the old system. 160, and it is probably these men who are meant by the statute Iric 2, c6, which complains that the villains daily withdrew their services to their lords at the instigation of various counsellors and abettors, who made it appear by colour of certain exemplifications made out of the Book of Doomsday that they were discharged from their services, and moreover gathered themselves in great routs and agreed to aid each other in resisting their lords, so that justices were appointed to check this evil. But there were other counsellors and abettors of the peasants' revolt than the new landlords. One of its most interesting features to modern readers is its thorough organization. Traveling agents and agitators like John Ball were all over the country, money was subscribed and collected, and everything was ripe for the great rising of 1381, which was brought to a head by the bad grading of the poll tax of King Richard. It has been said that the chief grievance of the villains was that the lords of manors were attempting to reimpose commuted services, but judging by the petition to the king when he met them at Mile End, there can be no doubt that the chief grievance was the continuance of existing services. "We will," said they, "that ye make us free for ever, and that we be called no more bond, or so reputed." Also, as Walsingham says 161, they were careful to destroy the rolls and ancient records whereby their services were fixed, and to put to death persons learned in the law. As everyone knows, the revolt was a failure, and whether it ultimately helped much to extinguish serfdom is doubtful. It probably, like the pestilence, accelerated a movement which had been for some time in progress and was inevitable. There is ample evidence to prove that there was a very general continuance of predial services after the revolt, though they went on rapidly decreasing. One of the chief methods adopted by the villains to gain their freedom was desertion, and so common did this become that apparently the mere threat of desertion enabled the villain to obtain almost any concession from his lord, who was afraid lest his land should be utterly deserted. The result was that by the middle of the 15th century the abolition of labor services was approaching completion. 162 it lingered on, and Fitzherbert lamented in Elizabeth's reign the continuance of villanage as a disgrace to England, but it had then nearly disappeared, and was unheard of after the reign of James I. 163. 7 years after the Peasants' Revolt another attempt was made to regulate agricultural wages by the Statute 12 Ric. 2, c4, which stated that the hires of the said servants and laborers have not been put on certainty before this time, though we have seen that the Act of 1351 tried to settle wages. In the preamble it is said that the statute was enacted because laborers have refused for a long season to work without outrageous and excessive hire, and owing to the scarcity of laborers husbands could not pay their rents, a sentence which shows the general use of money rents. The wages were as follows, apparently with food Sd. a bailiff annually, and clothing once a year 134 a master hind, without clothing 100 a carter, 100 a shepherd, 100 an ox or cowherd 68 swineherd or female laborer, without clothing 60 a plow driver, without clothing 70. The farm servant's food would be worth considerably more than the actual cash he received. A quarter of wheat, barley, and rye mixed every 9 weeks was no unusual allowance, which at 4s. 4d would be worth about 25s. a year. He would also have his harvest allowance, though the statute above forbids any perquisites, worth about 3s, and sometimes it was accompanied by the gift of a pig, some beer, or some herrings. 164 His wife also, at a time when women did the same work as the men, could earn 1d. a day, and his boy perhaps 1/2d. If his wages were wholly paid in money, we may say that in the last half of the 14th century the ordinary laborer earned 3d. a day, so that as corn and pork, his chief food, had not risen at all, he was much better off than in the preceding 100 years. Cullum, in his invaluable history of Hosted, gives us a picture of harvesting on the domain lands in 1389 which shows an extraordinarily busy scene. There were 200 acres of all kinds of corn to be gathered in, and over 300 people took part, though apparently such a crowd was only collected for the 2 principal days of the harvest, and it must be remembered that the towns were emptied into the country at this important season. The number of people for one day comprised a carter, ploughman, head reaper, cook, baker, brewer, shepherd, dyer, dairymaid, 221 hired reapers, 44 pitchers, stackers, and reapers, not hired, evidently villains paying their rents by work, 22 other reapers, hired for goodwill, de amore, and 20 customary tenants. This small army of men consumed 22 bushels of wheat, 8 pennyworth of beer, and 41 bushels of malt, worth 18s. 91/2d, meat to the value of 9s. 111/2d, fish and herrings, 5s. 1d, cheese, butter, milk, and eggs, 8s. 31/2d, oatmeal, 5d. Salt, 3d, pepper and saffron, 10d, the latter apparently introduced into England in the time of Edward III, and much used for cooking and medicine, but it gradually went out of fashion, and by the end of the 18th century was only cultivated in 1 or 2 counties, notably Essex where saffron Walden recalls its use, candles, 6d, and 5 pairs of gloves 10d. 165. The presentation of gloves was a common custom in England, and these would be presented as a sign of good husbandry, as in the case of the rural bridegroom in the account of Queen Elizabeth's visit to Kenilworth, who wore gloves to show he was a good farmer. Tusser bids the farmer give gloves to his reapers. The custom was still observed at Hosted in 1784, and in Eden's time, 1797, the bursars of New College, Oxford, presented each of their tenants with 2 pairs, which the recipients displayed on the following Sunday at church by conspicuously hanging their hands over the pew to show their neighbors they had paid their rent. In this account of the Hosted harvest, the large number of hired men and the few customary tenants is noteworthy as a sign of the times, for before the Black Death the harvest work on the domain was the special work of the latter. In the 14th century the long series of Corn Laws was commenced, which was to agitate Englishmen for centuries, and after an apparently final settlement in 1846 to reappear in our day 166. It was the policy of Edward III to make food plentiful and cheap for the whole nation, without special regard to the agricultural interest, and by 34 EDW3, c. 20, the export of corn to any foreign part except Calais and Gascony, then British possessions, or to certain places which the king might permit, was forbidden. Richard II, however, reversed this policy in answer to the complaints of agriculturists whose rents were falling 167, and endeavored to encourage the farmer and especially the corn grower, for he saw the landlords turning their attention to sheep instead of corn, owing to the high price of labor. Accordingly, to give the corn growers a wider market, he allowed his subjects by the statute 17 Ric. 2, c. 7, to carry corn, on paying the duties due, to what parts they pleased, except to his enemies, subject however to an order of the council, and owing to the interference of the council the law probably became a dead letter. At all events we find it confirmed and amended by 4 Hen. 6, c. 5. The prohibition of export must have been a serious blow to those counties near the sea, for it was much easier to send corn by ship to foreign parts than over the bad roads of England to some distant market. 168 Indeed, judging by the great and frequent discrepancy of prices in different places at the same date, the dispatch of corn from one inland locality to another was not very frequent. Richard also attempted to stop the movement, which had even then set in, of the countrymen to the growing towns, forbidding by 12 Ric. 2, c. 5, those who had served in agriculture until 12 years of age to be apprenticed in the towns, but to abide in husbandry. One of the most unjust customs of the Middle Ages was that which bade the tenants of manors, except those who held the jus faldi, fold their sheep on the land of the Lord, thus losing both the manure and the valuable treading 169. However, sometimes, as in Surrey, the sheepfold was in a fixed place and the manure from it was from time to time taken out and spread on the land. 170 In the same district horses had been hitherto used for farm work, as it was considered worthy of note that oxen were beginning to be added to the horse teams. The milk of 2 good cows in 24 weeks was considered able to make a whey of cheese, and in addition half a gallon of butter a week, and the milk of 20 ewes was equal to that of 3 cows. On the manor of Flonkford, near Reigate, the domain land amounted to 56 acres of arable and 2 meadows, but there must have been the usual pasture in addition to keep the following head of stock: 13 cows, who in the winter were fed from the racks in the yard, 4 calves, bought at once each, 12 oxen for ploughing, whose food was oats and hay, a very large number for 56 acres of arable, and they were probably used on another manor, 1 stot, used for harrowing, a goat, and a sow. S.D. In 1382 the total receipts of this manor were 8191/2, the total expenses 705, profit £1141/2 == Among the receipts were for the Lord's plough, let to farmers. Perhaps this accounts for the large team of oxen kept, 68 14 bushels of apples, 12 5 loads of charcoal, 168 a cow, 100 among the payments for keeping plough in repair, and the wages of a blacksmith, 1 year by agreement, 68 making a new plough from the Lord's timber, 6 mowing 2 acres of meadow, 10 making and carrying hay of ditto, with help of Lord's servants, 4 threshing wheat, peas, and tares, per quarter, 4 oats, per quarter, 11 halves winnowing 3 quarters of corn, 1 cutting and binding wheat and oats, per acre, 6. On the manner of Dorking the harvest lasted 5 weeks as a rule, the 4 feet only of oxen used for ploughing, and of heifers used for harrowing, were shod. For washing and shearing sheep 10d. 100 was the price. Ploughing for winter corn cost 6d. an acre, and harrowing 1/2d. 301/2 acres of barley produced 411/2 quarters, 28 acres of oats produced 381/2 quarters, 13 cows were let for the season at 5s each. In the same reign, at Merstham, the domain lands of 1661/2 acres were let on lease with all the live and dead stock, which was valued at £22 3d, and the rent was £36 or about 4d an acre, an enormous price even including the stock. Footnotes: 149 Smith, Lives of the Berkeleys, 2. 5. There is no doubt the lease system was growing in the 13th century. About 1240 the writ quaerigicit infra terminum protected the person of a tenant for a term of years, who formerly had been regarded as having no more than a personal right enforceable by an action of covenant. Vinogradov, Villenage in England, p. 330, but leases for lives and not for years seem the rule at that date. 150 Cullum, Hosted, p. 175. 151 See Doomsday of S. Paul, Introduction. 152 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, I-25. 153 Cullum, Hosted, p. 195. 154 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I-586. 155 Banad, Afflicted with Sheep Rot. 156 Eden, State of the Poor, I-55. 157 Cullum, Hosted, p. 182. Another instance of the difference in value between arable and tillage. At the inquisition of the manor of Great Tay in Essex, 1326, the jury found that 500 acres of arable land was worth 6d. An acre rent, 20 acres of meadow 3s. An acre, and 10 acres of pasture 1s. An acre. Archaeology, 12. 3158 Medley, Constitutional History, p. 52. 159 Cunningham, OPCITI 328 and 335-6. 160 Doomsday of S. Paul, P. Lai. 161 History ANGL, Roll Series, I 455. The other political and social causes of the revolt do not concern us here. The attempt to minimize its agrarian importance is strange in the light of the words and acts above mentioned. 162 page, OPCITP 77. 163 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 402, 534, Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 17. 235 Fitzherbert probably referred more to villain status, which continued longer than villain tenure. 164 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, I 278, 288. 165 Harrison, Description of Britain, p. 233, says the produce of an acre of saffron was usually worth £20. 166 Exportation of corn is mentioned in 1181, when a fine was paid to the king for license to ship corn from Norfolk and Suffolk to Norway. Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, I 345. As early as the reign of Henry II, Henry of Huntingdon says, German silver came to buy our most precious wool, our milk, no doubt converted into butter and cheese, and our innumerable cattle. Roll Series, p. 5. In 1400, the Chronicle of London says the country was saved from dearth by the importation of rye from Prussia. 167 Hasbach, OPCIT. p. 32. 168 Lord Berkeley, about 1360, had a ship of his own for exporting wool and corn and bringing back foreign wine and wares. Smith, Lives of the Berkeleys, I 365. 169 Nass, Agricultural Community of the Middle Ages, p. 66. 170 Customs in some Surrey manors in the time of Richard II, Archaeology, 18. 281 Chapter 6 1400 to 1540 The so-called Golden Age of the Laborer. In a period of general distress, in this period the average prices of grain remained almost unchanged until the last 3 decades, when they began slowly and steadily to creep up, this advance being helped to some extent by defective harvests. In 1527, according to Holinshed, it rained from April 12 to June 3 every day or night, in May 30 hours without ceasing, and the floods did much damage to the corn. In 1528 incessant deluges of rain prevented the corn being sown in the spring, and grain had to be imported from Germany. The price of wheat was a trifle higher than in the period 1259 to 1400, barley, oats, and beans lower, rye higher. 171 Oxen and cows were dearer, horses about the same, sheep a little higher, pigs the same, poultry and eggs dearer, wool the same, cheese and butter dearer. The price of wheat was sometimes subject to astonishing fluctuations. In 1439 it varied from 8s to 20 sixs. 8d, in 1440 from 4s. 2d to 25s. The rent of land continued the same, arable averaging 6d. An acre 172, though this was partly due to the fact that rents, although now generally paid in money, were still fixed and customary, for the purchase value of land had now risen to 20 years instead of 12. 173 The art of farming hardly made any progress, and the produce of the land was consequently about the same or a little better than in the preceding period 174. At the end of the 14th century the ordinary wheat crop at Hosted was in favourable years about a quarter to the acre, but it was often not more than 6 bushels, and this was on domain land, usually better tilled than non-domain land. 175. As for the labourer, it is well known that Thorold Rogers calls the 15th century his golden age, and seeing that his day's wages, if he found himself, were now 4d. and prices were hardly any higher all round than when he earned half the money in the 13th century, there is much to support his view. As to whether he was better off than the modern labourer it is somewhat difficult to determine. As far as wages went he certainly was, for his 4d. a day was equal to about 4s. Now, it is true that on the innumerable holidays of the church he sometimes did not work 176, but no doubt he then busied himself on his bit of common. But so many factors enter into the question of the general material comfort of the laborer in different ages that it is almost impossible to come to a satisfactory conclusion. Denton paints a very gloomy picture of him at this time 177, so does Mr. Jessup, who says, the agricultural laborers of the 15th century were, compared with those of today, more wretched in their poverty, incomparably less prosperous in their prosperity, worse clad, worse fed, worse housed, worse taught, worse governed, they were sufferers from loathsome diseases, of which their descendants know nothing, the very beasts of the field were dwarfed and stunted, the disregard of to sell their corn at low prices to the detriment of the whole kingdom, a typical example of the political economy of the time, which considered the prosperity of agriculture indispensable to the welfare of the country, even if the consumer suffered. Accordingly, it was enacted that wheat could be exported without a license when it was under 6s. 8d a quarter, except to the king's enemies. On imports of corn there had been no restriction until 1463, when 3 EDW 4, C2 forbade the import of corn when under 6s. 8d a statute due partly to the fear that the increase of pasture was a danger to tillage land and the national food supply, and partly to the fact that the landed interest had become by now fully awake to the importance of protecting themselves by promoting the gains of the farmer. 178 It may be doubted, however, if much wheat was imported except in emergencies at this time, for many countries forbade export. These two statutes were practically unaltered till 1571 179, and by that of 1463 was initiated the policy which held the field for nearly 400 years. Thorold Rogers denounces the landlords for legislating with the object of keeping up rents, but, as Mr. Cunningham has pointed out, this ignores the fact that the land was the great fund of national wealth from which taxation was paid. If rents therefore rose it was a gain to the whole country, since the fund from which the revenue was drawn was increased 180 in spite of the high wages of agricultural laborers. The movement towards the towns noticed by Richard II continued. The statute 7 Hen. 4, c. 17, asserts that there is a great scarcity of laborers in husbandry and that gentlemen are much impoverished by the rate of wages, the cause of the scarcity lying in the fact that many people were becoming weavers. 181 and it therefore re-enacted 12 Ric. 2, c. 5, which ordained that no one who had been a servant in husbandry until 12 years old should be bound apprentice, and further enacted that no person with less than 20s a year in land should be able to apprentice his son. Like many other statutes of the time this seems to have been inoperative, for we find 23 Hen. 6, c. 12, 1444, enacting that if a servant in husbandry purposed leaving his master he was to give him warning, and was obliged either to engage with a new one or continue with the old. It also regulated the wages anew, those fixed showing a substantial increase since the statute of 1388. By the year a bailiff was to have £1 threes, 4d, and fives worth of clothes. A chief hind, carter, or shepherd, £1, and fours worth of clothes. A common servant in husbandry, 15s, and threes, 4d worth of clothes. A woman servant, 10s, and fours worth of clothes. All with meat and drink. By the day, in harvest, wages were to be a mower, with meat and drink, 4d, without, 6d. A reaper or carter, with meat and drink, 3d, without, 5d. A woman or laborer, with meat and drink, 2d, without, 4d. In the next reign the laborer's dress was again regulated for him, and he was forbidden to wear any cloth exceeding 2s. a yard in price, nor any close hosen, apparently tight long stockings, nor any hosen at all which cost more than 14d. 182 yeomen, and those below them were forbidden to wear any bolsters or stuff of wool, cotton wadding, or other stuff in their doublets, but only lining, and somewhat gratuitously it was ordered that no one under the degree of a gentleman should wear pikes to his shoes. In 1455 England's 30 Years' War, the War of the Roses, began, and agriculture received another setback. The view that the war was a mere faction fight between nobles and their retainers, while the rest of the country went about their business, is somewhat exaggerated. No doubt, the mass of Englishmen, as in the Civil War of the 17th century, preferred to sit still, as Clarendon said, but the business of many must have been very much upset. The various armies were compelled to obtain their supplies from the country, and with the lawless habits of the times plundered friend and foe alike, as Cavalier and Roundhead did afterwards, and many a farmer must have seen all his stock driven off and his grain seized to feed the combatants. For instance, it was said before the battle called Easter Day Field that all the tenants of Abbots Ripton in Huntingdonshire were copyholders of the Abbot of Ramsey, and the Northern Army lay there so long that they impoverished the country and the tenants had to give up their copyholds through poverty. 183 The loss of life, too, must have told heavily on a country already suffering from frequent pestilence. It is calculated that about 1/10 of the whole population of the country were killed in battle or died of wounds and disease during the war, and as these must have been nearly all men in the prime of life, it is difficult to understand how the effect on the labor market was not more marked. The enclosing of land for pasture farms, which we shall next have to consider, was probably in many cases an absolute necessity, for the number of men left to till the soil must have been seriously diminished. Footnotes, 171 See table at end of volume. The shrinkage of prices which occurred in the 15th century was due to the scarcity of precious metals. 172 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, 4. 128 The rent of arable land on Lord Derby's estate in Wirral in 1522 was a little under 6d. A statute acre, of meadow, about one's 6d. Cheshire sheaf, ser 3, 4. 23 173 Thorold Rogers, OPCIT 4. 3 174 Thorold Rogers, OPCIT 4. 39 175 Cullum, Hosted, p. 187. The amount of seed for the various crops was, wheat 2 bushels per acre, barley 4, oats 21 halves. 176 by 4 hen. 4. C14, laborers were to receive no hire for holy days, or on the eves of feasts for more than half a day, but the statute was largely disregarded. 177 See England in the 15th century, p. 105, the undrained neglected soil, the shallow stagnant waters which lay on the surface of the ground, the unhealthy homes of all classes, insufficient and unwholesome food, the abundance of stale fish eaten, and the scanty supply of vegetables predisposed rural and town population to disease. 178 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 448. 179 McCulloch, Commercial Dictionary, 1852, p. 412. In 1449 Parliament had decided that all foreign merchants importing corn should spend the money so obtained on English goods to prevent it leaving the country. Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, I 655. 180 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 191. 181 Much of the weaving, however, was done in rural districts. 182 C3 EDW4, C5, Rod. Parley 105, 22 EDW4, C1. 183 Cunningham, OPCITI 456. Chapter 7 Enclosure. We have now reached a time when the enclosure question was becoming of paramount importance. 184 and began to cause constant anxiety to legislators, while the writers of the day are full of it. Enclosure was of four kinds. 1. Enclosing the common arable fields for grazing, generally in large tracts. 2. Enclosing the same by dividing them into smaller fields, generally of arable. 3. Enclosing the common pasture, for grazing or tillage. 4. Enclosing the common meadows or mowing grounds. It is the first mainly, and to a less degree the third of these, which were so frequent a source of complaint in the 15th and 16th centuries, for the first, besides displacing the small holder, threw out of employment a large number of people who had hitherto gained their livelihood by the various work connected with tillage, and the third deprived a large number of their common rights. The first Enclosure Act was the Statute of Merton, passed in 1235, 20 Henry III, c. 4, which permitted lords of manors to add to their demesnes such parts of the waste pasture and woods as were beyond the needs of the tenants. There is evidence, however, that enclosure, probably of waste land, was going on before the statute, as the Charter of John, by which all Devonshire except Dartmoor and Exmoor was deforested, expressly forbids the making of hedges, a proof of enclosure. In those two forests 185 we may be sure that the needs of the tenants were by an arbitrary lord estimated at a very low figure. At the same time many proceeded in due legal form. Thomas, Lord Berkeley, about the period of the Act reduced great quantities of ground into enclosures by procuring many releases of common land from freeholders. 186 His successor, Lord Maurice, was not so observant of legality. He had a wood wherein many of his tenants and freeholders had right of pasture. He wished to make this into a park, and treated with them for that purpose, but things not going smoothly, he made the wood into a park without their leave, and then treated with his tenants, most of whom perforce fell in with his high-handed plan, those who did not fell after upon his son with suits, in their small comfort and less gains. 187 Sometimes the rich made the law aid their covetousness, as did Roger Mortimer the paramour of the She-Wolf of France. Some men had common of pasture in King's Norton Wood, Worcestershire, who, when Mortimer enclosed part of their common land with a dyke, filled the dyke up, for they were deprived of their inheritance. Thereupon Mortimer brought an action of trespass against them by means of jurors dwelling far from the said land, who were put on the panel by his steward, who was also sheriff of the county, and the commoners were convicted and cast in damages of £300, not daring to appear at the time for fear of assault, or even death. 188 Neither dared they say a word about the matter till Mortimer was dead, when it is satisfactory to learn that Edward III gave them all their money back save 20 marks. We are told that Lord Maurice Berkeley consolidated much of his domain lands, throwing together the scattered strips and exchanging those that lay far apart from the manor houses for those that lay near, trying evidently to get the home farms into a ring fence, as we should term it. 189. In this policy he was followed by his successor Thomas II, who during his ownership of the estate from 1281 to 1320, to the great profit of his tenants and himself, encouraged them to make exchanges, so as to make their lands lie in convenient parcels instead of scattered strips, by which he raised the rent of an acre from 4d. and 6d. to 1s. 6d. 190. There is a deed of enclosure made in the year 1250, preserved, by which the freemen of North Dykton appropriated and divided between them and so kept for ever in fee all that place called Cywineland, with the moor, and they were to have license to appropriate that place, which was common pasture, the boundaries of which are given, save, however, to the grantor William de Ros and his heirs common of pasture in a portion thereof named by bounds, with entry and exit for beasts. After the wheat is carried, the men of North Dykton were also to have all the wood called Ruhouthwick, and to do what they liked with it. 191. In return they gave the Lord 10 marks of silver and a concession as regards a certain wood. It has been noticed that the Black Death, besides causing many of the landlords to let their demesnes, also made them turn much tillage into grass to save labor, which had grown so dear. We have also seen that the statutes regulating wages were of little effect, and they went on rising, so that more land was laid down to grass. The landowners may be said to have given up ordinary farming and turned to sheep raising. English wool could always find a ready sale, although Spanish sheep farming had developed greatly, and the profitable trade of growing wool attracted the new capitalist class who had sprung up, so that they often invested their recently made fortunes in it, buying up many of the great estates that were scattered during the war. 192. The increase of sheep farming was assisted by the fact that the domestic system of the manufacture of wool, which supplanted the guild system, led, owing to its rapid and successful growth, to a constant and increasing demand for wool. At the same time, this development of the cloth industry helped to alleviate the evils it had itself caused by giving employment to many whom the agricultural changes wholly or partially deprived of work. It is important to remember, that where peasant proprietorship and small farming did maintain their ground, it was largely due to the domestic industries which supplemented the profits of agriculture. 193. Much of the land laid down to grass was domain land, but many of the common arable fields were enclosed and laid down. John Ross of Warwick about 1460 compares the country as he knew it with the picture presented by the 100 Rolls in Edward I's time, showing how many villages had been depopulated, and he mentions the inconvenience to travelers in having to get down frequently to open the gates of enclosed fields. 194. Enclosure was really a sure sign of agricultural progress. Nearly all the agricultural writers from Fitzherbert onwards are agreed that enclosed land produced much more than unenclosed. Fitzherbert, in the first quarter of the 16th century, said an acre of land rented for 6d. unenclosed was worth 8d. when enclosed. Gabriel Platz, in the 17th century, said an acre enclosed was worth 4 in common. In fact, the history of enclosures is part of the history of the Great Revolution in agriculture, by which the manorial system was converted into the modern system as we know it today of several ownership and the triumvirate of landlord, tenant, farmer, and laborer. No one could have objected to the enclosure of waste. It was that of the common arable fields and of the common pasture that excited the indignation of contemporaries. They saw many of the small holders displaced and the countryside depopulated. Many of the laborers were also thrown out of employment, for there was no need in enclosed fields of the swineherd and shepherd and oxherd who had tended the common flocks of the villagers in the old unfenced fields. but much of the opposition was founded on ignorance and hatred of change. England had been for ages mainly a corn-growing land, and, many thought, ought to remain so. As a matter of fact, what much of the arable land wanted was laying down to grass. It was worn out and needed a rest. The common field system was wasteful. The land, for instance, could never be properly plowed, for the long narrow strips could not be cross-plowed, and much of it must have suffered grievously from want of manure at a time when hardly any stock was kept in the winter to make manure. The beneficial effect of the rest is shown by the fact that at the end of the 16th century, when some of the land came to be broken up, the produce per acre of wheat had gone up largely 195 marling and liming the land, too, which had been the salvation of much of it for centuries, had gone out partly because of insecurity of tenure, partly because in the unsettled state of England men knew not if they could reap any benefit therefrom, and partly because, says Fitzherbert, men were lazier than their fathers. There can be no doubt that enclosures were often accompanied with great hardships and injustice. Dugdale, speaking of Stretton in Warwickshire 196, says that in Henry VII's time Thomas Twyford, having begun the depopulation thereof, decaying 4 messuages and 3 cottages whereunto 160 acres of arable land belonged, sold it to Henry Smith, which Henry, following that example, enclosed 640 acres of land more, whereby 12 messuages and 4 cottages fell to ruins, and 80 persons there inhabiting, being employed about tillage and husbandry, were constrained to depart thence and live miserably. By means whereof the church grew to such ruin that it was of no other use than for the shelter of cattle. A sad picture, and true of many districts, but much of the depopulation ascribed to enclosures was due to the devastation of the civil wars. In spite of these enclosures, which began to change the England of open fields into the country we know of hedgerows and winding roads, great part of the land was in a wild and uncultivated state of fen, heath, and wood, the latter sometimes growing right up to the walls of the towns. 197 An unbroken series of woods and fens stretched right across England from Lincoln to the Mersey, and northwards from the Mersey to the Solway and the Tweed. Warwickshire, Northamptonshire, and Leicestershire were largely covered by forests, and Sherwood Forest extended over nearly the whole of Notts. Cannock Chase was covered with oaks, and in the forest of Needwood in Camden's time the neighbouring gentry eagerly pursued the cheerful sport of hunting. The great forest of Andreadsweald, though much diminished, still covered a large part of Sussex, and the Chiltern district in Bucks and Oxfordshire was thick with woods which hid many a robber. The Great Fen in the east covered 300,000 acres of land in 6 counties, in spite of various efforts to reclaim the land, and was to remain in a state of marsh and shallow water till the 17th century. North and west of the Great Fen was Hatfield Chase, 180,000 acres mostly swamp and bog, with here and there a strip of cultivated land, much of which had been tilled and neglected. A great part too of Yorkshire was swamp, heath, and forest, and of Lancashire marshes and mosses, some of which were not drained till recent times. The best corn-growing counties were those lying immediately to the north of London, stretching from Suffolk to Gloucestershire, and including the southern portions of Staffordshire and Leicestershire. Essex was a great cheese county. Hants, Cambridgeshire, Northamptonshire, and Bedfordshire were famous for malt, and Leicestershire for peas and beans. The population of England in 1485 was probably from 2 to 2.5 millions. At the time of Doomsday it was under 2 millions, and from that date increased perhaps to nearly 4 millions at the time of the Black Death in 1348-9, which swept away from 1/3 to 1/2 of the people, and repeated wars and pestilences seem to have kept it from increasing until Tudor times. Of the whole population no fewer than 11/12 were employed in agriculture. 198 It was sought to remedy enclosure and depopulation by legislation, and the Statute of 4 Hen. 7, c. 19, was passed, which stated in its preamble that where in some towns, meaning townships or villages, 200 persons used to be occupied and lived by their lawful labors, now there are occupied only 2 or 3 herdsmen, so that the residue fall into idleness, and husbandry is greatly decayed, churches destroyed, the bodies there buried not prayed for, the parsons and curates wronged, and the defense of this land enfeebled and impaired, the latter point being wisely deemed one of the most serious defects in the new system of farming. Indeed, the encouragement of tillage was largely prompted by the desire to see the people fed on good home-grown corn and made strong and healthy by rural labor for the defense of England. It therefore enacted that houses which within 3 years before had been let for farms with 20 acres of tillage land should be kept in that condition, under a penalty of forfeiting half the profits to the king or the lord of the fee. Soon after Henry VIII ascended the throne came another statute, 6 Hen. 8, c. 5, that all townships, villages, and decayed and turned from husbandry and tillage into pasture, shall by the owner be rebuilt and the land made meet for tillage within 1 year, and this was repeated and made perpetual by a law of the next year 199. But legislation was in vain. The price of wool was now beginning to advance so that the attraction of sheep farming was irresistible, and laws, which asked landowners and farmers to turn from what was profitable to what was not, were little likely to be observed, especially as the administration of these laws was in the hands of those whose interest it was that they should not be observed. Their ill success, however, did not deter the Parliament from fresh efforts. 25 Hen. 8, c. 13, sets forth the condition of affairs in its preamble, as many persons have accumulated into few, great multitude of farms and great plenty of cattle, especially sheep, putting such land as they can get into pasture, and enhanced the old rents and raised the prices of corn, cattle, wool, and poultry almost double, by reason whereof a merveillous multitude and nombre of the people of this realm be not able to provide drink and clothes necessary for themselves, but be so discouraged with misery and poverty that they fall daily to theft and robbery or pitifully die for hunger and cold. So greedy and covetous were some of these accumulators that they had as many as 24,000 sheep, and a good sheep, that was used to be sold for 2 seconds. 4d or 3s. At the most, was now from 4s to 6s, and a stone of clothing wool, that in some shires was accustomed to be sold for 18d or 20d, is now 3s. 4d to 4s, and in others, where it was 2s. 4d to 3s. It is now 4s. 8d to 5s. It was therefore enacted that no man, with some exceptions, was to keep more than 2,000 sheep at one time in any part of the realm, though lambs under 1 year were not to count. The frequency of these laws proves their inefficacy, and the conduct of Henry VIII was the chief cause of it, for while Parliament was complaining of the decrease of tillage he gave huge tracts of land taken from the monasteries to greedy courtiers, who evicted the tenants and lived on the profits of sheep farming. 200 For the dissolution of the monasteries was now taking place. 201 And the best landowners in England, some of whom farmed their own land long after most of the lay landlords had given it up or turned it into grass, and whose lands are said to have fetched a higher rent than any others, were robbed and ruined. Including the dissolution of the monasteries and the confiscation of the chantry lands in 1549 by Edward VI, about 1/15 of the land of England changed hands at this time. The transfer of the abbey lands to Henry's favourites was very prejudicial to farming. It was a source of serious dislocation of agricultural industry, marked by all the inconvenience, injustice, and loss that attends a violent transfer of property. It is probable also that many of the monastic lands were let on stock and land leases, and the stock was confiscated, with inevitable ruin to the tenant as well as the landlord. 202 And not only was a serious injury wrought to agriculture by the spoliation of a large number of landlords generally noted for their generosity and good farming, but with the religious houses disappeared a large number of consumers of country produce, the amount of which may be gathered from the following list of stores of the great Abbey of Fountains at the dissolution: 2,356 horned cattle, 1,326 sheep, 86 horses, 79 swine, and large quantities of wheat, oats, rye, and malt, with 392 loads of hay. 203 It must indeed have seemed to many as if the poor farmer was never to have any rest. No sooner were the long wars over and pestilences in some sense diminished, than the evils of enclosure and the dissolution of the monasteries came upon him. Many ills were popularly ascribed to the fall of the monasteries. In an old ballad in Percy's Relics, one of the characters says, in western dialect, "Chill tell the what, good fellow, before the friars went hence, a bushel of the best wheat was sold for 14 pence, and 40 eggs a penny that were both good and new." Note: if any further proof were needed of the constant attention given by Parliament to agricultural matters, it would be furnished by the Acts for the destruction of vermin. 204 Our forefathers had no doubt that rooks did more harm than good, yearly destroying a wonderful and marvellous great quantity of corn and grain, and destroying the covertures of thatched housery, burns, reeks, stackas, and other such like, so that all persons were to do their best to kill them, on pain of a brevis amerciament. Footnotes: 184 Much the same tendencies were at work in other countries, especially in Germany. 185 Slater, English Peasantry and Enclosure, 248. 186 Smith, Lives of the Berkeleys, I. 113. 187 Calpat. Rolls, 1331, p. 127. 188 Lives of the Berkeleys, I. 141. 189 Ibid, I. 141. 190 Lives of the Berkeleys, I. 160. 191 Historical Manuscripts Commission, 6th Report, p. 359. 192 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I. 379. 193 Ashley, English Woolen Industry, pages 80-1. Broadly speaking, there are 4 stages in the development of industry: the family system, the guild system, the domestic system, and the factory system. 194 History Regangl, p. 120. 195 Gisborne, Agricultural Essays, pages 186-9. 196 Antiquities of Warwickshire 2nd ed., p. 51. 197 Denton, England in the 15th century, p. 135. 198 C. Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I. 331, Denton, England in the 15th century, p. 127. 199 7 Hen. 8, c. 200 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I. 489. 201 Dissolution of small monasteries, 1536, of greater, 1539-40. 202 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, 4. 129 203 Dugdale, Monast Icon, v. 291. 204 24 Hen. 8, c10, 8 Elise. c15, 14 Elise. c11, 39 Elise. c18. Chapter 8 Fitzherbert. The regulation of hours and wages. The farming of this period is portrayed for us by Fitzherbert, the first agricultural writer of any merit since Walter of Henley in the 13th century. He was one of the justices of common pleas, and had been a farmer for 40 years before he wrote his books on husbandry, and on surveying in 1523, so that he knew what he was writing about. There is nothing touching husbandry contained in this book, but I have had experience thereof and proved the same. In spite of the increase of grazing in his time, he says the plough is the most necessary instrument that an husbandman can occupy, and describes those used in various counties. In Kent, for instance, they have some go with wheels as they do in many other places, but the plough of his time is apparently the same as that of Walter of Henley, and altered little till the 17th century. The rudeness of it may be judged from the fact that in some places it only cost 10d. or ones, though in other parts they were as much as 6s. or even 8s. He says 205 it was too costly for a farmer to buy all his implements, wherefore it is necessary for him to learn to make them, as he had done in the Middle Ages before the era of ready-made implements, when he always bought the materials and put them together at home. On the vexed question of whether to use horses or oxen for ploughing, he says it depends on the locality. For instance, oxen will plough in tough clay and upon hilly ground, whereas horses will stand still, but horses go faster than oxen on even ground and light ground, and are quick for carriages, but they be far more costly to keep in winter. According to him, oxen had no shoes as horses had. 206 Here is his description of a harrow. It is made of 6 final pieces of timber called harrow bules, made either of ash or oak. They be 2 yards long, and as much as the small of a man's leg. In every bule are 5 sharp pieces of iron called harrowdens, set somewhat aslope forward. This harrow, drawn by oxen, was good to break the big clods, and then the horse harrow came after to break the smaller clods. It differed slightly from the former, some having wooden tines. For weeding corn the chief instrument is a pair of tongs made of wood, and in dry weather ye must have a weeding hook with a socket set upon a staff a yard long. 207 He recommends that grass be mown early, for the younger and greener the grass is the softer and sweeter it will be when it is hay, and the seeds will be in it instead of fallen out as when left late, advice which many slovenly farmers need today. He does not approve of the custom of reaping rye and wheat high up and mowing them after, but advises that they be cut clean. Barley and oats, however, should be commonly mown. Both wheat and rye were to be sown at Michaelmas, and were cast upon the fallow and ploughed under, 2 London bushels of wheat and rye being the necessary amount of seed per acre. In spite of his praise of the plough, he allows that the sheep is the most profitablest cattle that a man can have, and he gives a list of their diseases, among the things that rot them being a grass called spearwort, another called penny grass, while marshy ground, mildewed grass, and grass growing upon fallow and therefore full of weeds were all conducive to rot. The chief cause, however, is mildew, the sign of whose presence is the honeydew on the oak leaves. In buying cattle to feed, the purchaser is to see that the hair stare not, and that the beast lacks no teeth, has a broad rib, a thick hide, and be loose-skinned, for if it stick hard to his ribs he will not feed. 208, it should be handled to see if it be soft on the forecrop, behind the shoulder, on the hindermost rib upon the huck bone, and at the neck by the tail. Among other diseases of cattle he mentions the gout, commonly in the hinder feet, but he never knew a man who could find a remedy. He was a great advocate of enclosures, for it was much better to have several closes and pastures to put his cattle in, which should be well quickset, ditched, and hedged, so as to divide those of different ages, as this was more profitable than to have his cattle go before the herdsman, in the common field. It will be seen from the above that Fitzherbert made no idle boast in saying he wrote of what he knew, and much of his advice is applicable today, though the time is past for the farmer's wife to winnow all manner of corns, to make malty, to shear corn, and in time of net to help her husband to fyll the muck wain or dounge cart, drive the plough, load high, corn, and such other, though she may go or ride to the market to sell butter, cheese, milk, eggs, check-ins, hennes, and geese. 209 It appears that the horses of England at this time had considerably deteriorated, for the statute 27 hen. 8, c6, mentions the great decay of the breed, the cause it is stated being that in most places of this realm little horses and naggies of small stature and velebi suffered to depasture and also to covour maries and failis of very small stature, therefore owners and farmers of deer parks shall keep in every such park 2 brood mares of 13 handfuls, hands, at least. Another statute, 32 hen. 8, c13, strove to remedy this evil by enacting that no entire horse under 15 hands was to feed on any forest, chase, waste, or common land. This statute was a useful one, so also was 21 hen. 8, c8, which forbade for 3 years the killing of calves between January 1st and May 1st, under a penalty of sixs. 8d, because so many had been killed by covetous persons that the cattle of the country were dwindling in number. Others, however, were merely meddlesome, and directed against that unpopular man the dealer. For instance, owners refusing to sell cattle at assessed prices were to answer first in the Star Chamber, 25 hen. 8, c1, and by 3 and 4 edw6, c19, no cattle were to be bought but in open fair or market, and not to be resold then alive, though a man might buy cattle anywhere for his own use. No person, again, was to resell cattle within 5 weeks after he bought them, 5 edw6, c14, and a common drover had by the same act to have a license from 3 justices before he could buy and sell cattle. We may be sure that these laws were more honored in the breach than in the observance, as they deserved to be. Hops were said to have been introduced from the Low Countries about the middle of Henry VIII's reign, but there can be no doubt that this is a mistake. It has been mentioned that they flourished in the gardens of Edward I, and a distinguished authority 210 says the hop may with probability be reckoned a native of Britain, but it was first used as a salad or vegetable for the table, the young sprouts having the flavor of asparagus and coming earlier. Haste, the historian of Kent, states 211 that a petition was presented to Parliament against the hop plant in 1428 wherein it was called a wicked weed. Harrison says, hops in time past were plentiful in this land, afterwards their maintenance did cease, and now, Sir 1580, being revived where are any better to be found. 212 Even then growers had to face foreign competition, as the customs accounts prove that considerable quantities were imported into England. In 1482 a CWT was sold for 8 seconds. And 1 CWT £21 for 19 seconds. 6d, an early example of that fluctuation in price which has long characterized them. 213 Their average price about this time seems to have been 14s. 1/2d. A CWT. During the Tudor period the number of day laborers increased, largely owing to the enclosures having deprived the smallholder and commoner of their land and rights. But judging by the statutes those paid yearly and boarded in the farmhouse were still most numerous. In 1495 the hours of laborers were first regulated by law. The statute 2 hen. 7, c22, says that 23 hen. 6, c12 214 was insufficiently observed, and besides increasing wages slightly set forth the following hours for work on the farm. The laborer was to be at his work from the middle of March to the middle of September before 5 a.m., and have half an hour for breakfast and an hour and a half for dinner and sleep, when sleep was allowed, that is from the middle of May to the middle of August, when sleep was not allowed, an hour for dinner and half an hour for his non-meat or lunch, and he was to work till between 7 and 8 p.m. During the rest of the year he was to work from daylight to dark. The attempt to regulate hours, which seemed fair and reasonable, no doubt met with better success than that to regulate wages, 4-6 Hen. 8, C3, 1514, says the previous statutes had been very much disregarded, and sets down the rates once more. A bailiff's yearly wages, with diet, were to be not more than £1 six, 8d, and 5s. For clothes. A chief hind, carter, or chief shepherd, with diet, not more than £1, and 5s. For clothes. A common servant or laborer, with diet, not more than 16s. 8d, and 4s. For clothes. A woman servant, with diet, not more than 10s, and 4s. For clothes. By the day, except in harvest, a common laborer from Easter to Michaelmas was to have 2d. With food and drink, 4d. Without, and from Michaelmas to Easter 11/2d. With food and drink, and 3d. Without. In harvest a mower, with food, 4d. A day, without, 6d. A reaper, with food, 3d. A day, without, 5d. A carter, with food, 3d, without, 5d. Other laborers, with food, 21/2d, without, 41/2d. Women, with food, 21/2d, without, 41/2d. Footnotes, 205 Book of Husbandry, ed. 1568, FOL 5. The surveyor of Fitzherbert's day combined some of the duties of the modern bailiff and land agent. He bought and sold for his employer, valued his property, and supervised the rents. 206 Book of Husbandry, ed. 1568, FOL 6. 207 Ibid FOL 15. 208 Book of Husbandry, ed. 1568, FOL XXIX. 209 Fitzherbert adds pigs and all manner of corns, so altogether the farmer's wife seems to have done as much as the farmer. 210 Sir Jas. Smith, English Flora, 4. 241 211 History of Kent, ed. 1778, I 123. 212 Description of Britain, Furnival ed., p. 325. 213 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, 3. 254 214 see above. Chapter 9 1540 to 1600 Progress at last hop growing progress of enclosure Harrison's description The period we have now reached was one of steady growth in the value of land and its products. In 1543 Henry VIII, who had given away or squandered, in addition to the great treasure left him by his thrifty father, all the wealth obtained from the dissolution of the monasteries, debased the coinage in order to get more money into his insatiable hands, and prices went up in consequence. But there were other causes. The influx of precious metals from newly discovered America into Europe had commenced to make itself felt, and the population of the country began to grow steadily. Also, it must not be forgotten that the seasons, which in the early part of the century had been normal, were for the next 60 years frequently rainy and bad. It is unnecessary to say that this must have largely helped to raise the price of corn. The average price of wheat from 1540 to 1583 was 13s. 101/2d. A quarter, from 1583 to 1702, 39s. 01/2d. Corn was still subject to extraordinary fluctuations. In 1557, Holinshed says before harvest wheat was 53s. 4d a quarter, malt 44s. After harvest wheat was 5s, malt 6s. 8d, the former prices being due to a terrible drought in England. Oxen in the period 1583 to 1703 were worth 75s. Instead of under £1 in the period 1400 to 1540. Wool was from 9d to 1s. A pound instead of about 31/2d, and all other farm products increased with these 215 hops were from 1540 to 1582 about 20 sixs. 8d a cwt, and from 1583 to 1700, 82s. 91/2d. In 1574 Reynolds Scott published the first English treatise on hops 216 in which he says, "One man may well keep 2,000 hills, upon every hill well ordered you shall have 3 pounds of hops at the least, 100 pounds of these hops are commonly worth 20 sixs. 8d, 1 acre of ground and the third part of one man's labor with small cost beside, shall yield unto him that ordereth the same well, 40 marks yearly and that forever," an optimistic estimate that many growers today would like to see realized. In the preparation of a hop garden, says the same writer, if your ground be gross, it should be first sown with hemp or beans which make the ground mellow, destroyeth weeds, and leaveth the same in good season for this purpose. 217 At the end of March, repair to some good garden to compound with the owner for choice roots, which in some places will cost 5d. an hundredth. And now you must choose the biggest roots you can find, such as are 3 or 4 inches about, and let every root be 9 or 10 inches long, and contain 3 joints. Holes were then to be dug at least 8 feet apart, 1 foot square, and 1 foot deep, and in each 2 or 3 roots planted and well hilled up. Tusser, however, recommended them much closer, 5 foot from another. Each hillock should stand, as straight as a levelled line with the hand. Let every hillock be 4 foot wide. 3 poles to a hillock, I pa not how long, shall yield the more profit. Set deeply and strong. 3 or 4 poles were to be set to each hill 15 or 16 feet long, unless the ground was very rich, the poles 9 or 10 inches in circumference at the butt, so as to last longer and stand the wind well. After they were put up, the ground round the poles was to be well rammed. Rushes or grass were used for tying the hops. During the growth of the hops, not more than 2 or 3 bines were to be allowed to each pole, and after the first year the hills were to be gradually raised from the alleys between the rows until, according to the illustrations in Scott's book, they were 3 or 4 feet high. The greater you make your highlies the more hops you shall have upon your poles. When the time for picking came, the bines when cut were carried to a floor prepared for the purpose, apparently of hardened earth, where they were stripped into baskets, and Scott thought that it is not hurtful greatly though the smaller leaves be mingled with the hops. In wet weather the hops were to be stripped in the house. The fire for drying hops was of wood, and some dried their hops in the sun, both processes to us appearing very risky, as the first would be too quick, and the latter next to impossible in September in England. They were sometimes packed in barrels, as Tusser tells us, some close them up dry in a hogshead or vat, yet canvas, or sondage, coarse cloth, is better than that. By this time England had largely changed from a corn-growing to a stock-raising country. Harrison, writing in the middle of Queen Elizabeth's reign, says, "The soil of Britain is more inclined to feeding and grazing than profitable for tillage and bearing of corn, and such store is there of cattle in every place that the fourth part of the land is scarcely manured for the provision of grain. but this statement seems exaggerated. We know that by Harrison's time enclosures had affected but a small area, and the greater part of the cultivated land was in open arable fields. The yield of corn was now much greater than in the Middle Ages. Rye or wheat well tilled and dressed now produced 15 to 20 bushels to the acre instead of 6 or 8, barley 36 bushels, oats 4 or 5 quarters 218, though in the north, which was still greatly behind the rest of England, crops were smaller. No doubt this was partly due to the much abused enclosures. The industrious farmer could now do what he liked with his own, without hindrance from his lazy or unskillful neighbor. Tusser's preference for the several field is very decided. Comparing it with the champion or common field, he says, "The country enclosed I praise, the tother delighteth me not. Their swineherd that keepeth the hog, their neatherd with cur and his horn, their shepherd with whistle and dog be fenced to the meadowy and corn, their horse being tied on a balk is ready with thief for to walk, where all things in common doth rest, corn field with the pasture and mead, though common yet do for the best, yet what doth it stand yet instead? More plenty of mutton and beef, corn, butter and cheese of the best, more wealth anywhere, to be brief, more people, more handsome and pressed, need. Where find yet? Go search any coast, than there where enclosure is most. More work for the labouring man as well in the town as the fielde. For commons these commoners cree enclosing they may not abide, yet some be not able to be a cow with her calf by her side. Nor lie, intend, not to live by their worka, but thievishly loiter and lurk. What footpaths are made and how broad annoyance too much to be borne, with horse and with cattle what road is made thorough ere man's come. But the rich graziers boasted that they did not grow corn because they could buy it cheaper in the market, and they are said to have traded on the necessity of the poor farmer to sell at Michaelmas in order to pay his rent, and when they had got the corn into their hands they raised the price. The corn dealers of the time were looked upon with dislike by every one. Many of the dearths then so frequent, and nearly always caused by bad seasons, were ascribed to engrossers' buying of corn and withholding it for sale. By a statute of 1552 the freedom of internal corn trade was entirely suppressed, and no one could carry corn from one part of England to another without a license, and any one who bought corn to sell it again was liable to 2 months' imprisonment and forfeited his corn. Although we shall see that this policy was reversed in the next century, the feeling against corn dealers survived for many years and was loudly expressed during the Napoleonic War. Indeed, we may doubt if it is extinct today. Many of the fruits and garden produce, which had been neglected since the first Edward, had by now come into use again, not only among the poor commons, I mean of melons, pompions, gourds, cucumbers, radishes, skirets, probably a sort of carrot, parsnips, carrots, cabbages, navus, turnip radishes, turnips 219 and all kinds of salad herbs, but also at the tables of delicate merchants, gentlemen, and the nobility. 220 also we have most delicate apples, plums, pears, walnuts, filberts, and those of sundry sorts, planted within 40 years past, in comparison of which most of the old trees are nothing worth. So have we no less store of strange fruit, as abricots, almonds, peaches, figs, corneters, probably cornels, in noblemen's orchards. I have seen capers, oranges, and lemons, and heard of wild olives growing here, besides other strange trees. 221 As a proof of the growth of grass in proportion to tillage between the 14th and 16th centuries, Eden gives several examples, 222 of which the following are significant: arable. Grass. Acres. Acres 1339. 18 Messuages in Norfolk had 160 1354. A Norfolk Manor 359 1395. 2 Meswiges in Warwickshire 461,560. 2 Meswiges in Warwickshire 600, 660, 1567. A Norfolk estate 200, 400, 1569. Manners 6060. Our sheep are very excellent for sweetness of flesh, and our wools are preferred before those of Milesia and other places. 223. So thought Harrison and many English landowners and farmers too, so that legislation was powerless to stop the spread of sheep farming. In 1517 a commission of inquiry instigated by Wolsey held inquisition on enclosures and the decay of tillage, and it seems to have been the only honest effort to stop the evil. It was to inquire what decays, conversions, and park enclosures had been made since 1489, but the result even of this attempt was small. In 1535 a fresh statute, 27 Hen. 8, c. 22, stated that the act limiting the number of sheep to be kept had only been observed on lands held of the king, whereon many houses had been rebuilt and much pasture reconvert to tillage, but on lands holden of other lords this was not the case, therefore the king was to have the moiety of the profits of such lands as had been converted from tillage to pasture since 4 Hen. 7 until a proper house was built and the land returned to tillage, but the act only applied to 14 counties therein enumerated. The enclosing for sheep runs still went on, however, often with ruthless selfishness. Houses and townships were levelled, says Sir Thomas More, and nothing left standing except the church, which was turned into a sheep house. The towns go down, the land decays, of cornfields plain lays, great men make nowadays a sheepcot of the church, said a contemporary ballad. Latimer wrote, where there were a great many householders and inhabitants there is now but a shepherd and his dog. I am sorry to report it, says Harrison 224, but most sorrowful of all to understand that men of great port and countenance are so far from suffering their farmers to have any gain at all that they themselves become graziers, butchers, tanners, sheep masters, and woodmen, thereby to enrich themselves. The act against pulling down farmhouses was evaded by repairing one room for the use of a shepherd. A single furrow was driven across a field to prove it was still under the plough. To avoid holding illegal numbers of sheep, flocks were held in the names of sons and servants. 225 The country swarmed with heaps of miserable paupers, sturdy and valiant beggars, and thieves who, though hanged 20 at a time on a single gallows, still infested all the countryside, their numbers being swollen by the dissolution of the monasteries and the breaking up of the bands of retainers kept by the great nobles. Rents also were rising rapidly. Latimer's account of his father's farm is too well known to be again quoted. His opinions were shared by all the writers of the day. Sir William Forrest, about 1540, says that landlords now demand fourfold rents, so that the farmer has to raise his prices in proportion, and beef and mutton were so dear that a poor man could not buy a morsel. How join they lordship to lordship, manor to manor, firm to firm? How do the Rych men, and especially such as be shepmongers, oppress the king's people by devouring their common pastures with the shep, so that the poor are not able to keep a cow, but are like to starve? And yet when was beef ever so dear, or mutton? Wool now it's a stone. Now, says another, later in the century, I can never get a horse showed under 10d. or 12d, when I have also seen the common price was 6d. And cannot your neighbor remember that within these 30 years I could buy the best piggy or goose that I could lay my hand on for 4d, which now costeth 12d, a good capon for 3d, or 4d, a hen for 2d, which now costeth me double and triple. 226 Parliament, of course, tried to regulate the price of food. An Act of 1532, 24 Hen. 8, c. 3, ordained that beef and pork should be 1/2d. a pound, and mutton and veal 5/8d. lb. The decrease in the number of cows also received its attention. 2 and 3 Philip and Mary, c. 3, states that forasmuch of late years a great number of persons have fed in their pastures sheep and cattle with no regard to breeding, so that there was great scarcity of stock, therefore for every 60 sheep kept 1 milk cow shall be kept, and for every 120 sheep 1 calf shall be bred, and for every 10 head of horned cattle shall be kept 1 milk cow, and for every 2 cows so kept 1 calf shall be bred. The act was to last 7 years, but 13 Ls. C-25 made it perpetual. In 1549 came the rising of Robert Kett in Norfolk, the last attempt of the English labourer to obtain redress of his wrongs by force of arms, though Kett himself belonged to the landlord class and took the side of the people probably by accident. The petition of grievances drawn up by his followers aimed at diminishing the power of lords of manors as regards enclosures, the keeping of dovecots, and other feudal wrongs. "We pray," said the insurgents, "that all bondmen may be made free, for God made all free with his precious blood shedding." The rebellion came to nothing, and some of the abuses at which it was aimed were dying a natural death, though enclosure often acted hardly on the poor man. The manorial system went on steadily decaying, and by this time the domain lands had much diminished in area on most manors. Many parcels had been sold to the new landlord class, who had made their fortunes in the towns and, like most Englishmen, desired to become country gentlemen. Much of the domain had been sold in small lots to well-off tradesmen, and as the villeins had become copyholders a large part of the land was owned or occupied by yeomen or tenant farmers, who cultivated from 20 to 150 acres. Many of the laborers also owned or rented cottages with 4 or 5 acres attached to them. Such was the rural society at the end of the Tudor period. The progress of enclosures helped to destroy this, for the laborers gradually ceased to own or occupy land, farms increased in size, the ownership of land came to be more and more the privilege of the rich, and people flocked in increasing numbers to the towns. 227a in 5 Norfolk manors in Elizabeth's time only from 1/7 to 1/10 was in domain, and little of what was left was farmed by the lord, but let to farmers on leases. 227b on some manors the domain land lay in compact blocks near the manor house, on others it was in scattered strips of various size, in others it lay in blocks and strips. The following particulars of a manor in Norfolk give a good picture of an estate in 1586-8, the tenants on it, their rank, and the size of their holdings. Horstead with Stanning Hall, 2,746 acres. The tenants with messuages in the village were acres. 1 J. Topliff, Gentleman 282. F. Woodhouse, Esquire 273. R. Ward, Gentleman 265-4. H. Shreve 185. A. Pigling, Widow 126. W. Rose's heirs 110-7. G. Bairdez 68. A. Thetford, Gentleman 69. T. Pigling 60-10. R. Pigling 60-11. J. Rose 40-12. R. Lincoln 40-13. W. Jekyll 2014. W. Bulwer 2015. E. Newerby, Gentleman 1516. T. Barnard 1217. E. Sparky 10. There were also 12 tenants without houses, holding from 1 to 20 acres, the domain was 230 acres, there were 2 glebs containing 84 acres, and town lands of 7 acres. The waste amounted to 350 acres, which by 1599 had all disappeared. On this manner the houses were not collected together in a village as usual in most parts of England, but scattered about the estate. In 2 other manors the amount of waste remaining at this period was very small, but in 3 others little had been approved and much consequently remained, most of the improvements, where made, seem to have been of long standing, and all the enclosures made were for tillage, not for grass as we should expect. The 350 acres of waste that remained at Horstead in 1586-8 was enclosed in 1599 by agreement between the lords of the manor and the tenants on the following terms: 1. Lords to take 80 acres in severalty. 2. Lords to reserve all rights to treasure trove, minerals, waifs, and c. with right of entry to take the same. 3. All rights of pasture, shack, and foldage were to be extinguished on all lands in the village. 4. The tenants were to pay an annual quit rent of £7 14s. 5d. For their shares of the common. Before a man enclosed he consolidated his holding by exchange, so as to bring it into a compact parcel instead of scattered strips, a very lengthy process. Then he ploughed up the bounds between the strips, after which he changed the direction of the ploughing the land crossways, a very necessary change, as it had all been ploughed lengthways for centuries, and lastly he erected his fences. The bounds of the strips, however, were sometimes left to show which were freehold and which copyhold. On the other hand, there were exceptions to the curtailment of the domain. On an Oxfordshire manor of the 16th century the greater part of the 64-yard lands of which it consisted had by then passed from the possession of the peasants to the private use of the lord of the manor. 228 to each yard land belonged a house and farmyard, 24 to 283/4 acres of arable land, a share in the commonable meadows which for each occupier came to some 8 acres, also the right to turn out 8 oxen or cows, or 6 horses and 40 sheep onto the common pasture. Probably, as in other manors in ancient times, each occupier had a right to as much firewood as was necessary, and timber for building purposes and fences. The arable land lay in numerous small plots of half an acre each and less, mingled together in a state of great confusion, and was farmed on the 4-field system: wheat, beans, oats, fallow, though 200 years before the 3-field system had been most common in the district. Many of the common arable fields evidently often contained, in those days of poor cultivation and inefficient drainage, patches of boggy and poor land which were left uncultivated. 229 In the rolls of the manor of Scotter in Lincolnshire, in the early part of the 16th century, no one was to allow his horses to depastour in the arable fields unless they were tethered on these bad spots to prevent them wandering into the growing corn. 230 Many of the other regulations of this manor throw a flood of light on the farming of the day. In 1557 it was ordered that no man should drive his cattle unyoked through the cornfield under a penalty of 3s. 4d Every man shall keep a sufficient fence against his neighbor under the same penalty. No man shall make a footpath over the cornfield, the penalty for so doing being 4d. Every one shall both ring and yoke their swine before Ellen's day, probably May 3rd, under a penalty of six. 8d The custom of yoking swine to prevent them breaking fences being common until recent times. It was the custom in some manors to sow peas in a plot especially set apart for the poor. Another rule was that no one should bake or brew by night for fear of burning down the flimsy houses and buildings. The penalty for ploughing up the box which divided the strips, or mark, furrows as they were called in Lincolnshire, was 2d, a very light one for so serious an offence. In 1565 a penalty of 10s was imposed on Thomas Dawson for breaking his hemp, i.e. separating the fibre from the bark in his large open chimney on winter nights, a habit which the manor court severely punished owing to the risk of fire, for hemp refuse is very inflammable. In 1578 it was laid down that every one was to sow the outside portion of their arable lands, and not leave it waste for weeds to the damage of his neighbors, and that those who were too poor to keep sheep should not gather wool before 8 o'clock in the morning. in reference to the custom of allowing the poor to pick refuse wool found on bushes and thorns, and this rule was to prevent them tearing wool from the sheep at night under that pretext. No man was to keep any beasts apart from the herdsman, for if the herdsman did not know the animals he could not tell them from strays. Every one was to sweep their chimney 4 times a year, for fear of sparks falling on the thatch. No man was to suffer the nests of crows or magpies in his ground, but pull them down before May Day. In the meadows, before each man began to mow his grass, he was to mark the exact limits of his own land with wad sticks or tall rods, so that there could be no mistake as to boundaries. The health of the community and of the livestock also received attention. In 1583 one Pattinson was fined once for allowing a scabbed horse to go on the common. Dead cattle were to be buried the day after death, and all unwholesome meat was to be buried. Harrison praises the farmer of his day highly. The soil is even now in these our days grown to be much more fruitful. The cause is that our countrymen are grown more skilful and careful through recompense of gain. He was also doing well by means of his skill and care, and in spite of the raising of rents by the much abused landlords, for in former times for all their frugality they were scarcely able to live and pay their rents on rent day without selling a cow or a horse. Such also used to be their poverty, that if a farmer went to the alehouse, a thing greatly used in those days, and there, in a bravery to show what store he had, did cast down his purse and therein a noble or 6 shillings in silver unto them, it was very likely that all the rest could not lay down so much against it. And in Henry's time, though rents of £4 had increased to £40, £50, or £100, yet the farmer generally had at the end of his term saved 6 or 7 years' rent, besides a fair garnish of pewter on his cupboard, and odd vessels, also 3 or 4 feather beds, saumonnier coverlids and carpets of tapestry, a silver salt, a bowl for wine, and a dozen of spoons to furnish up the suit. His food consisted principally of beef, and such food as the butcher selleth, mutton, veal, lamb, pork, besides souse, brawn, bacon, fruit pies, cheese, butter, and eggs. 231 in feasting, the husbandman or farmer exceeded, especially at bridals, purifications of women, and such other meetings, where it is incredible to tell what meat is consumed and spent. But, besides these, there were many poorer farmers who lived at home with hard and pinching diet. Wheaten bread was at this time a luxury confined to the gentility. The farmer's loaf, according to Tusser, was sometimes wheat, sometimes rye, sometimes maslin, a mixture of wheat and rye, though the poorer farmer on unenclosed land ate bread made of beans. The poor ate bread of rye or barley, and in time of dearth of beans, peas, and oats, and sometimes acorns. 232 according to Tusser, the laborer was allowed roast meat twice a week. Good ploughman Luke weekly of custom and right, for roast meat on Sundays, and Thursdays at night, and Latimer calls bacon the necessary meat of the laborer, and it seems to have been his great stand-by then as now. The bread and bacon were supplemented largely by milk and porridge. 233 The statute, 24 hen. 8, c3, says that all food, and especially beef, mutton, pork, and veal, which is the common feeding of mean and poor persons, was too dear for them to buy, and fixed the price of beef and pork at 1/2d. a pound, and of mutton and veal at 5/8d. a pound, but the statute, like others of the kind, was of little avail, and the price of beef was in the middle of the 16th century about 1d. a pound or 8d. in our money. As the average price of wheat at the same date was 14s. a quarter, or about 112s. In our money, fresh meat was comparatively much cheaper, and it is no wonder that even the farmer could not afford wheaten bread regularly. Morrison, writing in Elizabeth's reign, says Englishmen eat barley and rye brown bread, and prefer it to white as abiding longer in the stomach and not so soon digested. 234 A tithe dispute at North Luffenham in Rutlandshire throws considerable light on the financial position of the various classes interested in the land about 1576. At the trial several witnesses were examined, who all made statements as to the amount of their worldly wealth, and it is a noteworthy fact that even the humblest had saved something, perhaps because there was no poor law or state pension fund to discourage thrift. 235 Thomas Blackburn, a husbandman, who had served his master as chief baillie of his husbandry, had at the end of a long life saved £40. Another, William Walker, 80 years of age, during 40 years of service to Mr. John Y. Marquis had put by £10. Robert Sculdthorpe, who had at one time been a farmer, was worth £26 six. 8d, but the size of his farm is unfortunately not told us. Roland Y. Marquis, a gentleman farmer, who had farmed for 40 years at North Luffenham, was little better off than Thomas Blackburn, the baillie, for he estimated his capital at £50. £50, however, must not be taken as representing the average wealth of a gentleman, though a few £100 was then considered a considerable fortune. In 1577 Thomas Corney, a prosperous landlord at Bassingthorpe, Lincolnshire, had a house with a hall, 3 parlours, 7 chambers, a high garret, maid's garret, 5 chambers for yeoman hinds, shepherd, and 2 kitchens, 2 larders, milk house, brew house, buttery, and cellar, and it was furnished with tables, carpets, cushions, pictures, beds, curtains, chairs, chests, and numerous kitchen and other utensils, besides a quantity of plate, which was then looked upon not only as a useful luxury but as a safe form of investment. The small squire was not nearly so well off as this. In 1527 the house of John Asford who was of that degree, contained a hall, parlour, small parlour, low parlour, a chamber over the parlour, gallery chamber, buttery, and kitchen, and furniture was scanty, but the plate cupboard was well filled. 236 A prosperous yeoman was often comparatively better off than the small squire. Richard Cust, of Pinchbeck in the same county, though his house was small, consisting only of a hall, parlour with chamber over, kitchen with chamber over, brewhouse, milne-house, mill-house, and milk-house, was richer in furniture, possessing a folding table, 4 chairs, 6 cushions, 27 pieces of pewter, 10 candlesticks, 4 basins, 1 laver, 6 beds, and other articles. 237 Footnotes, 215 See table at end, and Thorold Rogers's prices in Volume V of his great work. 216 A Perfide Platform of a Hopper Garden, in Arte of Gardening, by R. Scott, 1574. 217 Tusser recommends that the hopyard be dug. Thomas Tusser was born in Essex, about 1525, and died in 1580. He led a roving life, which included a good deal of farming, but the statement that he died poor appears to be inaccurate. Much of his advice is not very valuable. 218 Harrison, Description of Britain, p. 110. 219 Usually grown in gardens, until the middle of the 17th century. Tusser also mentions them. 220 Description of Britain, 2. 324, Furnival ed. 221 Harrison, Description of Britain, 2. 329 222 State of the Poor, I 48-9. Blomfields Norfolk, 4. 569, I 51, I 649. Dugdale, Warwickshire, p. 557. 223 Description of Britain, 3. 5 224 Description of Britain, ed. Furnivall, 2. 243 225 Froude, History of England, v3. 226 A compendious or brief examination of certain ordinary complaints, quoted by Eden, State of the Poor, 1. 119 227 A Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 19. 103 227 B Ibid 11. 74 Square 228 Nass, Agricultural Community of the Middle Ages, p. 9. Archaeologia, XXXIII. 270 229 In the still surviving open fields at Laxton, mentioned above, there are certain unploughed portions called sicks, or grassy patches, never cultivated. Slater, OPCITP 9. 230 Archaeologia, Sylvie. 374 231 Description of Britain, 2. 150 232 In the reign of Mary, the plain poor people did make very much of acorns. Cullum, Hosted, p. 181. 233 Eden, State of the Poor, I 116. 234 Itinerary, 3. 140 235 Rutland Magazine, I 64. 236 Victoria County History, Lincolnshire, 2. 331 237 See Records of CUST Family, I 56. Chapter X 1540 to 1600 Livestock Flax Saffron the potato. The assessment of wages The cattle and sheep of this period have generally been described as poor animals, and no doubt they would seem small to us. To Jacob Rathgib, a traveller, writing in 1592, they seemed worthy of praise. England has beautiful oxen and cows, with very large horns, low and heavy and for the most part black. There is abundance of sheep and wethers, which graze by themselves winter and summer without shepherds. The heaviest wethers, according to him, weighed 60 pounds and had at the most 6 pounds of wool, a much heavier fleece than is generally ascribed to them. Others had 4 or 5 pounds. Horses were abundant, and, though low and small, were very fleet, the riding horses being geldings and generally excellent. Immense numbers of swine were in the country, larger than in any other. 6 years later another traveller, Hentzner, noticed that the soil abounded with cattle, and the inhabitants were more inclined to feeding than ploughing. He saw, too, a Berkshire harvest home. As we were returning to our inn, at Windsor, we happened to meet some country people celebrating their harvest home. Their last load of corn they crown with flowers, having besides an image richly dressed by which perhaps they would signify Ceres. This they keep moving about, while men and women, men and maidservants, riding through the streets in the cart, shout as loud as they can till they arrive at the barn. Harrison 238 tells us, no doubt with patriotic bias, that our oxen are such as the like are not to be found in any country of Europe, both for greatness of body and sweetness of flesh, their horns a yard between the tips. Cows had doubled in price in his time, from 20 sixs. 8d to 53s. 4d Our horses are high, but not of such huge greatness as in other places, yet remarkable for the easiness of their pace, and 5 or 6 cart horses will draw 30 cwt a long journey, and a pack horse will carry 4 cwt without any hurt, a statement which is one more proof of the poorness of the roads. The chief horse fairs were at Ripon, Newport Pond, Wolfpit, and Harborough, where horse dealers were as great rogues as ever. Pigeons were still the curse of the farmer, and their coats were called dens of thieves. By the end of the 16th century, certainly by the first quarter of the 17th, the villain, who in the Middle Ages had formed the bulk of the population, had disappeared 239. It is probable that even at the beginning of the Tudor period the great majority of the bondmen had become free, and that the serf then only formed 1% of the population, and many of those had left the country and become artisans in the towns, for personal serfdom had outlasted domain farming, though even there the heavy hand of the Lord was upon them and enforced the ancient customs. In the 16th century flax was apparently grown upon most farms, the statutes 34 hen. 8, c4, and 5 ls, c5, obliging every person occupying 60 acres of tillage to have a quarter of an acre in flax or hemp, and Morrison says the husbandmen wore garments of coarse cloth made at home, so did their wives, and in general their linen was coarse and made at home. 240 good flax and good hemp to have of her own in mighty a good housewife will see it be sown, sings Tusser. The statute of Henry VIII enjoined the sowing of flax and hemp because of the great increase of idle people in the realm, to which the numerous imports, especially linen cloth, contributed. Saffron also was much grown, that at Saffron Walden in Essex was said to be the best in the world, the profit from it being reckoned at £13 an acre. Its virtues were innumerable, if we may believe the contemporary writers. It flavored dishes, helped digestion, was good for short wind, killed moths, helped deafness, dissolved gravel, and, lastly, drunk in wine doth haste on drunken essay. The most important novelty of this century was the potato, which the colonists, sent out in 1586 by Sir Walter Raleigh, brought from Virginia to Ireland, though it had been introduced into Europe by the Spaniards before this. According to Gerard, the old English botanist, it was, on its first introduction from America, only cultivated in the gardens of the nobility and gentry as a curious exotic, and in 1606 it occurs among the vegetables considered necessary for a nobleman's household. 241 It is curious to find Gerard comparing it to what he calls the common potato, in reality the sweet potato brought to England by Drake and Hawkins earlier in the century. In James I's reign the root was considered a great delicacy, and was sold to the Queen's household at 2s. a pound, an enormous price. Like most agricultural novelties it spread very slowly, but about the middle of the 17th century began to be planted out in the fields in small patches in Lancashire, whence it spread all over the kingdom and to France. 242 At this date it was looked upon as a very second-rate article of food, if we may judge by the Spectator, number 232, which alludes to it as the diet of beggars. About 1690, Houghton says, now they begin to spread all the kingdom over, and recommends them boiled or roasted and eaten with butter and sugar. 243 Eden notes its increasing popularity during the 18th century, and by his time, the end of that century, in many parts it was the staple article of food for the poor. In Somerset the children mainly subsisted on it, and in Devon it was made into bread. Its cultivation on a large scale in the field did not, however, spread all over England till the Napoleonic War, and the ignorance and prejudice against it lasted for long. Even Cobbett called it the lazy root, and whole potatoes were used for seed regardless of the number of eyes. In 1563 was passed the famous Act, 5 ls, c4, which Thorold Rogers has asserted to be the commencement of a conspiracy for cheating the English workman of his wages, to tie him to the soil, to deprive him of hope, and to degrade him into irremediable poverty. 244 The violence of this language is a prima facie reason for doubting the correctness of his assertion, which on examination is found to be grossly exaggerated. Under Richard II the justices were authorized to fix the rate of wages, provided they did not exceed the maximum fixed by Parliament. The Elizabethan statute abolished the maximum and left the justices to fix reasonable rates. So far from being an attempt to keep wages down, it seems to have been an honest effort to regulate them according to prices 245, whereas most previous statutes had merely reduced wages. The preamble of the Act states this clearly enough, saying that the existing laws with regard to the hiring and wages of servants were insufficient, chiefly because the wages are in divers places too small and not answerable to this time respecting the advancement of prices in all things that belong to the said servants and laborers. The said laws cannot conveniently without the great grief and burden of the poor laborer and hired man be put in due execution. But as several of these acts were still beneficial, it was proposed to consolidate them into one statute in order to banish idleness, advance husbandry, and give the laborer decent wages. It was enacted therefore that all persons between the ages of 12 years and 60, not being otherwise occupied, nor being a gentleman born, nor having lands of the yearly value of 40s, nor goods to the value of £10, should be compellable to serve in husbandry with any person that keepeth husbandry by the year, and the hours of work were re-enacted. The rates of wages of artificers, husbandmen, &c., were to be ascertained yearly by the justices and the sheriff, if he conveniently may, at quarter sessions, calling unto them such discreet and grave persons as they shall think meet, and conferring together respecting the plenty or scarcity of the time and other circumstances necessary to be considered, and the wages fixed were to be certified into chancery. Then proclamations of the wages thus determined were to be made in the cities and market towns. Every person who gave higher wages than those established by the proclamation was to be imprisoned for 10 days and fined £5, every receiver to be imprisoned 21 days. The importance still attached to the harvest season is shown by the section that all artificers and others were compellable to work in harvest or be put in the stocks 2 days and a night. For the better advancement of husbandry and tillage, every householder farming 60 acres of tillage or more might receive an apprentice in husbandry, but no tradesman or merchant might take an apprentice save his own son, unless his parents had freehold of the annual value of 40s, and no person was to use any art, mystery or manual occupation now in use unless he had served 7 years' apprenticeship to it. There can be no doubt that the clauses last quoted confined a large portion of the population to agricultural work, but as we know that the people were deserting the country and flocking to the towns, this must have seemed to the framers of the law very desirable. This method of fixing wages was in force until 1814, and its repeal then was entirely contrary to the opinion of the artisan class, but it may be doubted if the magistrates extensively used the powers given them by the Act, and wages seem to have been settled generally by competition. Several instances remain, however, of wages drawn up under this Act. Almost immediately after it was passed, in June 1564, the Rutland magistrates met under the Act, and stated that the prices of linen, woolen, leather, corn, and other victuals were great, so they drew up the following list of wages: 246 a bailiff in husbandry, having charge of 2 plough lands, at least should have by the year 40s, and 8s. For his livery. A chief servant in husbandry, which can arra, plough, sow, mow, thresh, make a rick, thatch, and hedge, and can kill and dress a hog, sheep, and calf, by the year 40s, and sixs. For his livery. A common servant in husbandry, which can mow, sow, thresh, and load a cart, and cannot expertly make a rick, hedge, and thatch, and cannot kill and dress a hog, sheep, or calf, by the year 33s. 4d, and 5s. For his livery. A mean servant in husbandry, which can drive the plough, pitch the cart, and thresh, and cannot expertly sow, mow, thresh, and load a cart, nor make a rick, nor thatch, by the year 24s, and 5s. For his livery. The chief shepherd is only to receive 20s and 5s for his livery, but this must be an error, as in the statutes 6 hen, 8, c3, and 23 hen. 6, c12, he was placed next the bailiff as we should expect. These wages were evidently with diet, and show a considerable advance on those fixed by 6 hen. 8, c3 247 by the day the ordinary laborer was to have 6d. In winter, 7d. In summer, and 8d. To 10d. In harvest time, finding himself a mower with meat earned 5d, without meat 10d. A day, a man reaper with meat 4d, without 8d, a woman reaper 3d, and 6d. As the price of corn and meat was 3 times what it had been in the 15th century, and the laborer's wages, taking into consideration his harvest pay, not quite double, the Rutland magistrates hardly observed the spirit of the act. Rutland, moreover, judging by the assessments of the time, was a county where agriculture was very flourishing, and 30 years after we find in Yorkshire that the winter wages of the labourer were 4d. And the summer 5d. A day, that is, he had little more wages than in the 15th century, with provisions risen threefold. At Chester at the same date his day's wages were to be 4d. All the year round 248 in 1610 the Rutland magistrates at Oakham 249 decreed that an ordinary labourer was to have 6d. a day in winter and 7d. in summer, the same wages as in 1564, yet wheat in that year averaged 32s. 7d a quarter. A bailiff by the year was now advanced to 52s, a manservant of the best sort, equal no doubt to the chief servant in husbandry, to 50s, a common servant to 40s, and a mean servant to 29s, but all without livery. At Chelmsford, in 1651, there was a very different rate fixed, the ordinary labourer getting from 1s to 1s. 2d a day, but this seems to have been exceptional, as at Warwick in 1684 he was only to have 8d, and as late as 1725 in Lancashire 9d. to 10d. a day 250 in 1682, by the Bury St. Edmunds assessment, a common labourer got 10d. a day in winter and 1s. in summer, and a reaper in harvest 1s. 8d by the year a bailiff was paid £6, a carter £5, and a common servant £3 10s, of course with food 251. These figures clearly prove that the wages fixed by the magistrates were often terribly inadequate, though it must be said in their defence that the great rise in prices probably struck them as abnormal and not likely to last. It should be remembered, too, that besides his wages the labourer and his family had often by industries such as weaving to fall back upon, and in most parts of England still a piece of common land to help him. Footnotes, 238 Description of Britain, 3. 239 Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 17. 235 240 Morrison, Itinerary, ed. 1617, 3. 179 241 Archaeology 13. 371 242 In 1650 it was much cultivated about London. 243 Collections on Husbandry and Trade, 2. 468 244 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, p. 398. 245 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, 2. 38 The Statute of Labourers of 1351 made the same effort, cp 43. 246 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, 4. 120, and work and wages, p. 389. 247 see above. 248 Thorold Rogers, Work and Wages, pages 390 to 1. 249 Archaeologia, 11. 250 Thorold Rogers, 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, p. 396. 251 Cullum, Hosted, p. 215. It is strange to find food reckoned so highly. If the common laborer at Hosted received his food, he was only paid 5d a day in winter, and 6d in summer. If one man's food was reckoned at half his wages, how far did the other half go in feeding and clothing his family? Chapter 11 1600 to 1700 Clover and turnips great rise in prices. More enclosure. A farming calendar. The 17th century was one of considerable progress in English agriculture. The decay of common field farming was enabling individual enterprise to have its way. The population was rapidly growing. By 1688 the returns of the hearth tax prove that the northern counties were nearly as thickly populated as the southern, and prices during the first half were continually rising, though after that they remained almost stationary, since the effect of the influx of precious metals from the New World was exhausted. In the first half of the century John Smith ascribes the advance of rents to the Castilian voyages opening the New World, whereby such floods of treasure have flowed into Europe that the rates of Christendom are raised near 20-fold. But the greatest agricultural event of the century was the introduction of clover and the encouragement of turnips as grown in Holland, by Sir Richard Weston, about 1645. No doubt the turnip was already well known in England. Tusser and Fitzherbert both mention it, apparently as a garden root only, but Gerard in his Herbal, 1597, says it grew in fields and divers vineyards or hop gardens in most places of England, which certainly points to an effort having been made generally to use it as a field crop whenever an enclosed space gave it some protection from the depredations of the common herds. However, its cultivation must have declined, as long after this it was regarded as a novelty as a field crop in most parts of England. 252 In Holland it had been used in the field universally, and this use with that of great, as it was called, or broad clover, Weston pressed on the English farmer. But their progress was woefully slow. At Hosted in Suffolk clover and turnips were first sown about 1700, and the eastern portion of England was far ahead of the north and west. As late as 1772 Arthur Young wrote that sainfoin, cabbages, potatoes, and carrots are not common crops in England. I do not imagine above half or at most 2/3 of the nation cultivate clover. 253 Yet their introduction must have been of the greatest benefit to the farmer and the public. His stock of hay was increased, he could utilize his fallows, and keep a much larger head of stock through the winter, who would give him a greater quantity of manure. Everyone where turnips were grown could now have fresh meat during the winter. The slow progress of these great blessings is perhaps the strongest testimony in our history of the innate conservatism of the farmer. The green crop was for long considered to be suited only to the garden, and as our forefathers were prejudiced against the spade it was difficult to get such crops cultivated even there, but it should also be remembered that no crop was possible in the common fields which did not come to maturity before Lammas, unless some special agreement was made as to it. 254 Clover, Sir Richard Weston said, thrives best when sown on the worst and barrenest ground, which was to be pared and burnt, and unslaked lime added to the ashes. Then it was to be well ploughed and harrowed, and about 10 pounds of seed sown per acre in the end of March or in April. It will stand 5 years, and then when ploughed up will yield 3 or 4 years running rich crops of wheat, and then a crop of oats, after which you may sow clover again. In the 17th century the practice of liming and marling, which had been largely discontinued since the 14th century, was revived. Westcott, in his view of Devon in 1630, calls liming, and c. a new invention, and there was also a great improvement in implements. Patents were taken out for draining machines in 1628, for new manures in 1633-6, plows 1623-7 and 1634, mechanical sowing 1634-9. Only 6 were taken out, however, between 1640 and 1760 that concerned agriculture. 255 The Civil War checked the improvement, for though the great mass of the people had nothing to do with either party, the country was of necessity in a very unsettled state, and both sides plundered indiscriminately. Yet in some parts, as in Devonshire, so many of the able men served in the two armies, that few but old men, women, and children were left to manage the farms, and even they were afraid to grow more than enough to supply themselves since both armies seized the crops. 256 These bad effects lasted for some time afterwards. Chappell, a Devonshire land agent of the 18th century, says he had talked with people who remembered the state of husbandry in the last 10 or 12 years of the reign of Charles II, when in many parts of Devonshire an acre or two of wheat was esteemed a rarity. That the rate of progress in the century was not more rapid is attributed by Blyth to several causes. 257:1. Want of leases, by which tenants were deprived of security. 2. Discouragement to flood, irrigate, land, from the risk of lawsuits with neighbors. 3. Intermixture of different properties in common fields. 4. Unlimited pasturage on commons, by which they were overstocked. 5. The want of a law compelling all men to kill moles. 6. The excessive number of water mills, to the great destruction of much gallant land. The average price of wheat during the 17th century was 41s. a quarter, of barley 22s, and oats 14s. 81/2d. Oxen averaged about 5 pounds apiece, cows much less, about 3 pounds, and there was not much change in their value during the century. Sheep were about 10s. 6d, and a cart horse in the first half of the century from 5 pounds to 10 pounds, in the second half from 8 pounds to 15 pounds. Beef rose from 2d. a pound in the early part of the century to 3d. At the close of it, wool remained stationary at from 9d. to 1s. per pound. 258 A proclamation of 1633 fixed the following prices for London poulterers and victuallers: SD best turkey cock 4 duck 8 best hen 10 3 eggs 1 pound best fresh butter in winter 6 1 pound best fresh butter in summer 5 1 pound best salt butter 41 halves best fat goose 20 crammed capon 26 pullet 16 chicken 6 According to the many down manor rolls the Wootton church wardens in 1600 paid from 8s to 11s. 4 calves, 4s. 4d for a fat lamb, 8s. For a sheep, 6s. 8d for a barren ewe, 6d. For a couple of chickens, 1s. 6d for 500 faggots 259 After the Restoration in 1660 another period of prosperity set in 260 and altogether the century was a prosperous one for farmers and manufacturers. The newly established Royal Society materially helped agriculture. Since His Majesty's most happy restoration the whole land hath been fermented and stirred up by the profitable hints it hath received from the Royal Society, by which means parks have been disparked, commons enclosed, woods turned into arable, and pasture lands improved by clover, foine, turnips, coal seed, and many other good husbandries, so that the food of cattle is increased as fast, if not faster, than the consumption, and by these means the rent of the kingdom is far greater than ever it was. 261 The century was distinguished also for the curious number of cycles of good and bad seasons. 1646 to 50 were years of prolonged dearth, wheat reaching an enormous price, and 1661 to 2 were famine years, while the end of the century was long famous for its barren years. With the prices of produce, rents rose enormously. Very early in the century 262 rents of arable land had increased ninefold, since the 15th century, and by 1688 Davenant and King estimated the average rent of arable land in England at 5.60 per acre and of permanent grass at 8d. Perhaps this is too high an estimate, as on the Belvoir estate of 17,837 acres in 1692 the rental all round was 3s.91/4d. an acre for land above the average in quality, though it must be remembered that the Earls and Dukes of Rutland were indulgent landlords. The history of Hawsted affords a valuable index of the increase of rents at this period. 263 In 1500 the average rent was 1s.4d an acre. In 1572, 39 acres of arable, meadow, and pasture were let for 2s.3d an acre, the landlord, it is interesting to notice, reserving the right of hawking, netting rabbits, hunting, and fowling, and about the same date other lands on the estate were let at 1s.3d and 1s.6d an acre, so that there had not generally been much advance since 1500, which is what we should expect, as the great rise took place at the end of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th centuries. In 1589, therefore, it is not surprising to find that 40 acres of meadow and pasture let at 5s. an acre, and in 1611 some buildings and 155 acres of park at 11s. an acre. In 1616, 366 acres of arable and pasture and 39 acres of meadow were valued at 12s. an acre for letting, and the Hall farm of 175 acres, 81 acres meadow, at 10s, and Great Piper's farm of 138 acres, 8 meadow, at 7s, while meadow and pasture near the mansion was valued at 21s. an acre. In 1658 the rent of the Hall farm had advanced from 10s. an acre to about 13s, though in 1682 it went down to 11s. 264 According to the survey of the Manor of Manydown in Hampshire in 1650, meadow land was worth 20s. an acre, pasture 8s. to 10s, arable from 2s. to 10s, the latter showing a great variation in quality. 265 In 1723 Briarswood Farm at Hawsted, which had been let in 1620 for £15, was let at £29 5s. These rents are considerably higher than the estimate of Davenant and King, but it must be remembered that they were for land in the parts of England, where farming was at its best, and they, in accounting for the whole country, had to take into consideration a vast amount of land in the north and west which was worth very little. In the Rawlinson collection 266 in the Bodleian Library is a rental of Lord Kingston's estate in North Nottinghamshire in 1689, the rents averaging 10s. an acre, but this was an exceptionally good estate, much of the property being meadow and pasture. The farmhouses also were above the average, while in 2 of the parishes the tenants had rights of common, and in 2 others the tenancies were tithe-free. There was very little arable land on the estate, 3 small holdings letting for 6s. 8d an acre, and some of the pasture land was let at 14s, 15s. 6d, and even 18s. an acre. The largest farm, Sondby Hall, of 607 acres, nearly all meadow and pasture, was 9s. 10d an acre. The cottages were fortunate in having pieces of land attached to them. In Sondby, Richard Fidal rented a cottage and 2 acres of arable land for £1.13. 4d, Widow Johnson a cottage and yard for 13 seconds. 4d, William Daubney a cottage with 61/2 acres of arable and 51/2 acres of pasture for £7.18. 6d a farm in Screwby, consisting of a messuage, cottage, and 113 acres of arable, meadow, and pasture, only let at £23. As to the freehold value of land, in 1621, according to Deuse, it was worth from 16 to 20 years purchase, yet, in 1688, Sir Josiah Child said that lands now sell at 20 years purchase, which 50 or 60 years before sold at 8 or 10, and he also states, the same farms or lands to be now sold would yield treble and in some cases 6 times the money they were sold for 50 years ago. 267 Davenant puts land at 12 years purchase in 1600, at 18 years in 1688. 268. In 1729 the price of land was said to be 27 years purchase. 269 The legislation against laying down tillage to grass was continued until the end of the 16th century. The Statute 39 Ls. C1, repealed for hen. 7, C19, and all other acts against pulling down houses, and provided that a house of husbandry should be a house that hath or hath had 20 acres of arable land. All such houses which had been destroyed during the last 7 years were to be rebuilt, and if destroyed more than 7 years only 1/2 was to be rebuilt, but to each of them at least 40 acres of land were to be attached. The next statute, 39 Ls. C2, sets forth once more the advantages of tillage, viz. The increase and multiplying of people for service in the wars, and in time of peace the employment of a greater number of people, the keeping of people from poverty, the dispersal of the wealth of the kingdom in many hands, and the standing of this realm upon itself without depending upon foreign countries. 270, and therefore enacts that lands converted from tillage to pasture shall be restored to tillage within 3 years, and lands then in tillage should be so continued, but this was only to extend to 23 counties, and omitted most of those in the southwest. At the beginning of the 17th century a reaction set in, the price of corn had risen immensely and continued to do so, the price of wool remained stationary, and tillage was as profitable as grass. In 1620 Coke speaks of the man who only kept a shepherd and a dog as one who never prospered. In 1624 several of the tillage laws were repealed. 271 As an example of the unenclosed fields, at the end of the 16th century, we may take the common fields at Daventry, which were 3 in number, containing respectively 368, 383, and 524 acres, divided into furlongs, a term which had now a very wide signification, each of which was subdivided into lands nearly always half an acre in extent, several of these lands when adjoining being often held now by the same owner. 1 furlong may be taken as an example. It was 37 acres 1 rood in extent, and contained 96 lands, owned by 17 people. The meadows were divided still more minutely, some of the smaller portions being only 1/4 of an acre each. The largest meadow contained 50 acres, divided among 53 people. In the manor, besides the arable and meadow, there were 300 acres of common pasture, a park, and a small wood. There were 41 freeholders and many leasehold tenants, the average freehold being 34 acres, the average leasehold only half an acre, small holdings being the usual feature of the unenclosed township. In the 17th century the price of wool ceased to operate as a cause of enclosure, but in many parts the change to pasture continued, owing to the rise in price of cattle and of wages. The same reason, too, for laying down land to grass that had been so powerful in the preceding centuries still existed. The common arable fields needed rest from continual cropping and poor manuring, while good crops of corn could be grown from the virgin soil of the newly enclosed waste. The preamble of the Durham Decrees clearly states this: the land is wasted and worn with continual ploughing, and thereby made bare, barren, and very unfruitful. 272 We may, therefore, take Coke's words as inapplicable to many districts. In the 17th century there were several methods of enclosing. Sometimes the lord of the manor enclosed and left the land of the tenants still in common, or a tenant enclosed piece by piece, or enclosures were made by Act of Parliament, the earliest of which for common fields was passed in the time of James I, a method at this period very seldom used, or there was an agreement between lord and tenants often authorized by the courts of chancery or exchequer. Besides enclosure, another process was going on, the consolidation of farms by the amalgamation of small holdings into larger ones. Farmhouses, as we see them today, began to appear on the holdings thus consolidated, instead of being grouped together in villages. A writer in 1604 says, "We may see many of their houses built alone like ravens' nests, no birds building near them, so unwonted was the sight of isolated dwellings in most places at the time." However, in 1630 Charles I went back to the policy of his forefathers and issued letters to certain of the Midland counties ordering all enclosures of the last 2 years to be removed, and commissions were issued to inquire into the matter in 1632, 1635, and 1636 273. The chief evil feared from enclosures being depopulation, and enclosers were prosecuted in the Court of Star Chamber. The assertion that enclosures ceased during the 17th century has been proved inaccurate by modern research, and there is no doubt that they went on continuously. In 1607, in the Midlands, the enclosing of land produced serious armed resistance, probably because the Midland counties were then the great corn-growing district of England, and the change to pasture and the consolidation of farms displaced a larger population there than elsewhere. Between 1628 and 1630 enclosures in Leicestershire, for instance, were very numerous, no less than 10,000 acres being enclosed in that time, most of which was converted to pasture. The attempt of the government to check the movement, initiated by Charles I, seems to have had considerable effect, but died away with the Civil War, and though other attempts were made under the Commonwealth they came to nothing, and from this time enclosures went on unchecked by the government 274 and were soon to have its active support. Yet there was a vast amount still in common field. The whole of the cultivated land of England in 1685 was stated by King and Davenant to amount to not much more than half the total area, and of this cultivated portion 3/5 was still farmed on the old common field system. Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, Rutland, Huntingdonshire, and Bedfordshire were comparatively unenclosed 275. From the books and maps of the day it is clear that many routes which now pass through an endless succession of orchards, cornfields, hayfields, and beanfields then ran through nothing but heath, swamp, and warren. In the drawings of an English landscape made in that age for the Grand Duke Cosmo scarce a hedgerow is to be seen. At Enfield, hardly out of sight of the smoke of the capital, was a region of 25 miles in circumference which contained only 3 houses and scarcely any enclosed fields. 276. The enclosure of these areas was to be mainly the work of the latter half of the 18th and the first quarter of the 19th centuries. The amount of enclosure in the 15th, 16th, and the first half of the 17th centuries was, according to the latest research, much, and perhaps very naturally, exaggerated by contemporaries. Between 1455 to 1607 the enclosures in 24 counties are said to have amounted to some 500,000 acres, or 2.76 of their total area 277, but the evidence for this is by no means conclusive. However, there seems no reason to doubt that the enclosure of this period was but a faint beginning of that great outburst of it that marked the agrarian revolution of the middle of the 18th century, and that it was mainly confined to the Midland counties. Mr. Johnson, in his recent Ford lectures, has stated that the enclosure of the 16th and 17th centuries was not accompanied by very much direct eviction of freeholders or bona fide copy holders of inheritance, yet the small holder suffered in many ways, e.g. by the lord disproving the hereditary character of the copyhold, or by changing copyholds of inheritance into copyholds for lives or leases for lives or years. He and his successors could then refuse to renew at the termination of lives or years except on payment of a practically prohibitory fine. In short, though there was not much violation of legal right, there was much injustice, and enclosure, though its effects were exaggerated at this period, certainly tended to displace the small landholder. It does not appear, however, that the moderate-sized proprietors were seriously affected. Many of the larger freeholders and copyholders on manors enclosed on their own account, and perhaps increased at the expense of the very large and the very small. Indeed, the decrease of small landowners was chiefly due to political and social causes. The old self-sufficing, agricultural economy of England, which we have seen beginning to break up in the 14th century, was becoming thoroughly disintegrated. The capitalist class was increasing, the successful merchant and lawyer were acquiring land and becoming squires, there was an intense land hunger. Simon Diga, Wilting of Staffordshire in 1669, says that in the previous 60 years half the lands had changed owners, not so much as of old they were wont to do, by marriage, but by purchase, and he notices how many lawyers and tradesmen have supplanted the gentry. 278. In fact, there was a much freer disposal of lands from the end of the 15th century, when the famous Talterham's case enabled entailed estates to be barred, until the Restoration, than there has been before or since. For these 200 years the courts of law and Parliament resisted every effort to re-establish the system of entails, the owners of land constantly multiplied, and this tendency must have counteracted the displacement of the small holder by enclosure. Sir Thomas Smith, writing towards the end of the 16th century, says that it was the yeomen who bought the lands of unthrifty gentlemen, and Morrison tells us that the buyers, excepting lawyers, are for the most part citizens and vulgar men. 279. It became one of the boasts of England that she had a large number of yeomen farming their own land. During the Civil War, however, it became important to landowners to protect their properties in the interest of children and descendants from forfeiture for treason. The judges lent their aid, and the system of strict family settlements was devised, under which the great bulk of the estates in England are now held. This system favored the accumulation of lands in a few hands and the aggregation of great estates, and was largely responsible for the disappearance of the small freeholder. In reviewing the progress of agriculture in the 17th century, the drainage of the fen country of Lincolnshire and the adjoining counties must not be forgotten. It had been for centuries the scene of drainage operations on a more or less extended scale, few of which, however, met with success, but in the 17th century the growing value of land caused a serious revival of these efforts. Attempts made under Elizabeth and James I had only succeeded in rescuing a certain amount of land for pasture. 280. But in the reign of Charles I the scheme of Cornelius Vermwyden was more successful. His system, however, was defective, and in the reign of Charles II the Bedford level was in a lamentable state and in danger of reverting to its primitive condition. Many of the works too were destroyed by the stilt walkers, and in 1793 Maxwell states that out of 44,000 acres of fen land in Huntingdonshire only 8,000 or 10,000 were productive. 281, and in 1794 Stone tells us that the commons round the Isle of Ackholm were chiefly covered with water. 282 Still to Vermwyden and his contemporaries must be assigned the credit of the first comprehensive scheme for rescuing these fertile lands from the waters that covered them. At the commencement of this important century an old calendar of 1606 283 clearly sets forth the farming work of the year. January and February are the best months for ploughing for peas, beans, and oats, and to have peas soon in the year following sow them in the wane of the moon at St. Andrew's tide before Christmas, which may be compared to Tusser's advice for February, go plough in the stubble, for now is the season for sowing of fitches of beans and of peasen. Clean grounds of all such rubbish as briars, brambles, blackthorns, and shrubs, then more often choking the ground than now, which are to be faggoted as good fuel for baking and brewing. Do not plough in rainy weather, for it impoverisheth the earth. March and April. Take up colts from grass to be broken. Sow beans, peas, and oats. In these months are all grounds where cattle went in the last winter to be firthed, apparently managed, and cleared and the molehills scattered, that the fresh spring of grass may grow better. All hedges and ditches to be made betwixt severals, evidently enclosures as distinguished from common fields. From March 25 to May 1 summer pastures are to be spared, that they may have time to get head before summer cattle be put in. In the meantime such cattle are to be bestowed in meadows till May Day, and after that date such meadows are to be cleansed and spared until the crops of hay be taken off. From now till midsummer sell fat cattle and sheep, and with the money buy lean cattle and sheep. Sow barley. May and June. Sort all cattle for their summer pasture on May Day, viz. Draft oxen by themselves, milch cows by themselves, weaning calves, yearlings, 2-year-olds, 3 and 4-year-olds, every sort by themselves, which being divided in pasture fitting for them will make larger and fairer cattle. Separate the horses in the same way. Wash sheep and shear 4 or 5 days after, which done the wool is to be well wound and weighed, and safely laid up in some place where there is not too much air or it will lose weight, nor where it is damp or it will increase too much in weight. Cleanse winter corn from thistles and weeds. July and August. First of all comes haymaking. In August wean lambs, and put them in good pasture, and in winter put them in fresh pasture until spring, and then put them with the holding sheep. In these months is corn to be shorn or mown down. The writer, it is to be noticed, has no preference for either method, and after the corn is carried put draft horses and oxen into the avarish, corn stubble, to ease other pastures, and after them put hogs in. Gather crabs in woods and hedgerows for making verjuice. September and October. Have all ploughs and harrows neat and fit for sowing of wheat, rye, messling, wheat and rye mixed, and vetches 284 pick hops. Buy store cattle, both steers and heifers, of 3 or 4 years old, which being well wintered at grass, or on straw at the barn doors, will be the sooner fed the summer following, and they will sooner feed after straw than grass. From October to May are calves to be reared, because then they be more hardly bred and become the stronger cattle. Feed brawns, bacons, lards, and porkets on mast if there is any, if not on corn. In these months cleanse pounds or pools, this season being the driest, an extraordinary assertion, unless the climate has changed, seeing that according to the monthly averages from 1841 to 1906, taken at the Royal Observatory, Greenwich, October is the wettest month in the year 285. November and December. Sort all kinds of sheep until Lady Day, viz. Wethers by themselves, and weaning lambs by themselves, and do not put rams to the ewes before Luke's tide, October 18th, for those lambs fall about March 25th, and if they fall before then the scarcity of grass and the cold will so nip and chill them that they will die or be weaklings. It is good at this time to take draught cattle and horses from grass into the house before any great storms begin. Thrash corn now after it hath had a good sweat in the mow, and so dried again, and give the straw to the draught oxen and cattle at the standacks or at the barn doors for sparing of hay, advice which Tusser also gives. Serve rye straw out first, then wheat straw and peas, then oat straw and barley, then hay if ye please. Footnotes, 252 RASE Journal, 1896, pages 77 square, and Gerard, Herbal, ed. 1633, p. 232. 253 About 1684, John Werledge wrote to Houghton that sheep fat on clover were not such delicate meat as the heath croppers, and that sheep fatten very well on turnips. Houghton, Collection for Improvement of Husbandry, 4. 142 This is said to be the first notice of turnips being given to sheep. 254 RASE Journal, 1896, p. 77. One of the proofs of the rarity of vegetables among the poorer classes of England, especially in the Middle Ages, is the fact that rents paid in kind never included them. 255 RASE Journal, 1892, p. 19. 256 Chappell, Review of Riston's Survey of Devon, 1785, p. 17 and Victoria County History, Devonshire, Agriculture. 257 Blyth was a great advocate of enclosure. Live the commoners do indeed, he says, very many in a mean, low condition, with hunger and ease. Better do these in Bridewell. What they get they spend. And can they make even at the year's rent? 258 Reimer, Federa, Arig ed. 19. 512 259 Many Down Manor Rolls, Hampshire Record Society, p. 172. 260 Thorold Rogers, Work and Wages, p. 459. 261 Houghton, Collections, N.C., 2. 448 262 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, VP 7. CFP 139 Infra. 263 Cullum, Hosted, pages 196 et sec. In the Hosted leases, at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th centuries, it is noteworthy that there were, at a time of repeated complaints against laying down land to pasture, clauses against breaking up pasture land. 264 In 1677 there were complaints of a fall in rents. 265 Many Down Manor Rolls, Hampshire Record Society, pages 178 ETSEQ 266 Rawl. A 170, number 101. 267 Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, 2. 483 268 Ibid 2. 630 269 Ibid 3. 147 The rental of the lands in England in 1600 was estimated by Davenant at £6 million, in 1688 at £14 million, and in 1726 by Phillips at £20 million. Ibid 3. 133 In 1850, Caird estimated it at £37,412,000. 270 With what horror would those legislators have contemplated England's position today, when a temporary loss of the command of the sea would probably ruin the country. 271 JAC 1, C 28. 272 Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 19. 116 273 Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 19. 127 274 Ibid 130. 275 See article in Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 19. 276 Macaulay, History of England, ch. 3. 277 Quarterly Journal of Economics, 17. 587 Considering that the legislature of the 16th century was against enclosure and depopulation, it is hard to understand 31 Lees, c. 7, which forbade cottages to be erected unless 4 acres of land were attached thereto, in order to avoid the great inconvenience caused by the building of great numbers and multitude of cottages, which are daily more and more increased in many parties of this realm. How was it that cottages had increased so much in rural districts, which are of course alluded to, in spite of enclosure? 278 Harwood, Erdiswick. 279 Hasbrook, OPCITP 44. 280 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, I 187. 281 General View of Hunts, P 8. 282 General View of Lincoln, p. 29. 283 Farming Calendar, from an original Ms., printed in Archaeologia, 13. 373 ETSEQ 284 Cf. Tusser, October for wheat sowing calleth as fast, and when wheat upon edish, stubble, ye mind to bestow let that be the first of the wheat ye do sow, and who sow it in rain, he shall reap it with tears. 285 The writer of the diary probably meant this work should be done in September. Chapter 12 The Great Agricultural Writers of the 17th Century Fruit Growing. A 17th century orchard. The 17th century is distinguished by a number of agricultural writers whose works, as they afford the best account of the farming of the time, we may be pardoned for freely quoting. The best known of them were, Sir John Norton, Gervas Markham, Sir Richard Weston, Blythe, Hartlib, Sir Hugh Platt, John Evelyn, John Worlage, and Houghton. Sir John Norton printed his Surveyor's Dialogue in 1608, which is in the form of a conversation between a farmer and a surveyor, the former at the outset telling the latter that men of his profession were then very unpopular because you pry into men's titles and estates, and oftentimes you are the cause that men lose their land, and customs are altered, broken, and sometimes perverted by your means. And above all, you look into the values of men's lands, wherefore the lords of manors do reckon their tenants to a higher rent, and therefore not only I but many poor tenants have good cause to speak against the profession. 286 The surveyor attributes the increase in prices to farmers outbidding one another for farms, for the rents of farms and prices grow together, a statement which seems to have been quite true and disposes of the assertion that the landlords raised the rents unfairly, for they were quite entitled to what rent they could get in the open market, the farmers being presumably wise enough not to offer rents which would preclude a profit. He further blames the farmer of his day for being discontented with his lot. In former times farmers and their wives were content with mean diet and base attire and held their children to some austere government, without haunting alehouses, taverns, dice, and cards. Now the husbandman will be equal to the yeoman to the gentleman to the squire, and there is at this day 30 times as much vainly spent in a family of like multitude and quality as was in former ages. A complaint that has been common in all ages. Contrary to what is the practice today, and apparently to common sense, the surveyor recommends that open drains be made as narrow above as at the bottom, at the most not more than 1.5 feet broad. 287 hops, he says, were then grown in Suffolk, Essex, and Surrey, in your loose and spongy grounds, trench head. Currant roots were raised in Suffolk and Essex, and beginning to increase in all parts of the realm 288, but if he alludes to their cultivation in the open field, the statement must be taken with considerable qualification, as they were not so grown generally until the end of the 18th century or the beginning of the next. Kent was then, as now, the great fruit county of England. Above all others I think the Kentishmen be most apt and industrious in planting orchards with pippins and cherries, especially near the Thames about Feversham and Sittingbourne. But Devon and Hereford were also famous. Westcott about 1630 says the Devonshire men had of late much enlarged their orchards, and are very curious in planting and grafting all kinds of fruit 289, and John Bale in 1656 tells us Hereford is reputed the orchard of England 290, while Hartlib says there were many orchards in Worcestershire and Gloucestershire 291. He calls Tandiana near Taunton the paradise of England, where the husbandry was excellent, the land fruitful by nature and improved by the art and industry of the farmers. They take extraordinary pains in soiling, ploughing, and dressing their lands, and after the plough there goeth some 3 or 4 with mattocks to break the clods and to draw up the earth out of the furrows that the lands may lie round, and that the water annoy not the seed, the water evidently often lying long in the furrows between the great high ridges, and to that end they most carefully cut gutters and trenches in all places. And for the better enriching of their ploughing lands they cut up, cast, and carry in the unploughed headlands and places of no use. Their hearts, hands, eyes, and all their powers concur in one to force the earth to yield her utmost fruit, and the crops of wheat that rewarded this industry were sometimes 8 and 10 quarters to an acre. A short pamphlet called The Fruiter Secrets, published in London in 1604, imparts some interesting and curious information about fruit growing 292. There were then 4 sorts of cherries in England, Flemish 293, English, Gascoigne, and black, and the preserving of them from birds, always a burden on the grower, the author says can be done by a gun or a sling, the worst enemies being jays and bullfinches, who ate stones and all. Stone fruit should be gathered in dry weather, and after the dew is off, for if gathered wet it loses color and becomes mildewed. If nettles newly gathered are laid at the bottom of the basket and on the top of the fruit, they will hasten the ripening of fruit picked unripe, and make it keep its color. Those English farmers who still shake their apples from the trees to fall and be bruised on the ground had better listen to the careful directions for placing the ladder on the trees where it will do no damage, as to the use of the gathering hook so that the branches can be brought within easy reach of the picker on his ladder, the wearing of a gathering apron, and the emptying of it gently into the baskets. Green fern has the same effect on pears packed for carriage as nettles on stone fruit, while apples should be packed in wheat, or better still in rye straw. For long journeys the American system of packing in barrels is anticipated, the apples being carefully put in by hand, and the barrels lined at both ends with straw, but not at the sides to avoid heating, while holes should be bored at either end to prevent heat. Pippins, John apples, pearmains, and other keepers need not be turned until the week before Christmas, and again at the end of March, when they must be turned oftener, but never touch fruit during a frost or a thaw, or in rainy weather, or it will turn black. Hartlib, a few years after, reckoned no less than 500 sorts of apples in England, though doubtless many of these were identical, since the same apple often has 2 or 3 names in one parish. The best for the table were the Genetings, Harvey apple, Golden Pippin, Summer and Winter Pearmains, John apple, and C. For cider the Red Streak, the great favorite, Genet Moyle, Elliot, Stocking apple, and C. He was told that in Herefordshire a tenant bought the farm he rented with the fruit crop of 1 year, £10 to £15 having been given per acre for cherries and more for apples and pears. Pears for the table were the Windsor, Bergamet, Boone Christians, Greenfield, and others, and for perry, which John Bale, a well-known writer of the day, considered a weak drink, fit for our hinds and generally refused by our gentry as breeding wind in the stomach, the horse pear, bossberry, coke, and C294. There were many kinds of plums, among them the mistle plum, damascene, violet, and premorden. 4 kinds of grafting were practiced, in the cleft, and in the bark, the 2 most usual ways, shoulder or whip grafting, and grafting by approach. 295. The last, where the stock you intend to graft on and the tree from which you take your graft stand so near together that they may be joined, then take the sprig you intend to graft and pare away about 3 inches in length of the rind and wood near unto the very pith, and cut also the stock on which you intend to graft the same after the same manner that they may evenly join each other, and so bind them and cover them with clay or wax. Inoculation was also practiced, when the sap is at the fullest in the summer, the buds you intend to inoculate being not too young but sufficiently grown. For transplanting the middle of October is recommended, and the wise advice added, plant not too deep, and in clay plant as near the surface as possible, for the roots will seek their way downward but rarely upward, and in transplanting you may prune the branches as well as the roots of apples and pears, but not of plums. The best distance apart in an orchard for apples and pears was considered to be from 20 to 30 feet, the further apart the more they benefit from the sun and air, a piece of advice which many a subsequent planter has neglected. For cherries and plums 15 to 20 feet was thought right. Werlich's directions for pruning are minute and careful, and should be well hammered into many slovenly farmers today. Cider making was performed much as it is in old-fashioned farms today, by mashing the apples in a trough by means of a millstone set edgeways, and then pressing the juice out through hair mats. The juice, says Hartlib, having been let stand a day or 2 and the black scum that ariseth in that time taken off, they tun it, and in the barrels it continueth to work some days longer, just as beer used to do. 296. Another method was to put the fruit in a clean vessel or trough, and bruise or crush it with beetles, then put the crushed fruit in a bag of haircloth and press it. 297. After the cider was in the barrels there was placed in them a linen bag containing cloves, mace, cinnamon, ginger, and lemon peel, which was said to make the cider taste as pleasantly as Rhenish wine. Werlich gives us what is perhaps the first mention of a poultry farm, and strangely enough it seems to have paid. I have been credibly informed that a good farm hath been wholly stocked with poultry, spending the whole crop upon them and keeping several to attend them, and that it hath redounded to a very considerable improvement. 298. Incubators of a very rude sort were used, 3 or 4 dozen eggs being placed in a lamp furnace made of a few boards, and hatched by the heat of a lamp or candle. It must strike the reader that the accusation levelled against the English farmer, of having made little progress in his art from the Middle Ages to the commencement of the reign of George III, is hardly warranted. Their knowledge and skill in their business were evidently such as to make considerable progress inevitable, and then as now they were in some cases assisted by their landlords, as in Herefordshire, where Lord Scudamore, after the assassination of his friend the Duke of Buckingham, devoted his energies to the culture of fruit, and with other public-spirited gentlemen turned that county into one entire orchard, besides improving the pastures and woods. 299, though Hartlib laments that gentlemen try so few experiments for the advancement of agriculture, and that both landowners and farmers, instead of communicating their knowledge to each other, kept it jealously to themselves. 300. The chief hindrance to landlord and tenant was that the heavy hand of ancient custom lay upon them, with its antiquated communistic system of farming, which still in the greater part of the land of England utterly prevented good husbandry and stifled individual effort. It was one of these Herefordshire gentlemen, Roland Vaughan, who in 1610 wrote what is probably the first account of irrigation in England, though the art was mentioned by Fitzherbert and must have been known in Devon and Hampshire long before his time. Indeed, it is another instance of the then isolation of country districts that he speaks as if he had made a new discovery. He tells us that having sojourned 2 years in his father's house, wearied in doing nothing and fearing his fortunes had been overthrown, he cast about what was best to be done to retrieve his reputation. And one day he saw from a molehill on the side of a brook on his property a little stream of water issuing down the working of the mole, which made the ground pleasing green, and from this he was led on to what he calls the drowning of his lands. This was so successful that he improved the value of his estate from £40 to £300 a year, and his neighbours, who of course had first scoffed at him, came to learn from him. Not many years after drowning was said to have become one of the most universal and advantageous improvements in England. 301 Vaughan says that he had counted as many as 300 persons gleaning in one field after harvest, and that in the mountains near eggs were 20 a penny, and a good bullock 20 six. 3d, but this was a backward region. 302 Between 1617 and 1621 the price of wheat fell from 43s. 3d to 21s. a quarter, and immediately affected the payment of rent. 303 Mr. John Chamberlain, in February, 1620, wrote to Sir Dudley Carleton, "We are here in a strange state to complain of plenty, but so it is that corn beareth so low a price that farmers are very backward to pay their rents and in many places plead disability, for remedy whereof the council have written letters into every shire to provide a granary with a stock to buy corn and keep it for a dear year." Sir Symonds d'Ewes notes in his diary that at this time, 1621, the rates of all sorts of corn were so extremely low as it made the very prices of land fall from 20 years' purchase to 16 or 17. For the best wheat was sold for 2 seconds. 8d and 2s. 6d the bushel, the ordinary at 2s. Barley and rye at 1s. 4d and 1s. 3d the bushel, and the worser of those grains at a meaner rate, the poorer sort that would have been glad but a few years before of coarse rye bread, did now usually traverse the markets to find out the finer wheats as if nothing else would please their palates. Instead of being glad that they were for once having a small share of the good things of this world, he rejoices that their unthankfulness and daintiness was soon punished by high prices and dearness of all sorts of grain. 304 The year 1630 was the commencement of a series of dear seasons, when for 9 consecutive years the price of wheat did not fall below 40s. a quarter and actually touched 80 six. The restraints laid on corn dealers had, since the principles of commerce were being better understood, been modified in 1624, but the high prices revived the old hatred against them, and we find Sir John Wingfield writing from Rutland that he has taken order that engrossers of corn shall be carefully seen unto, and that there is no badger, corn dealer, licensed to carry corn out of this country, nor any starch made of any kind of grain. He adds that he had refrained the maltsters from excessive making of malt, and had suppressed 20 alehouses. 305 However, the senseless policy of preventing trade in corn received a severe blow from the Statute 15 Car. 2, c7, which enacted that when corn was under 48s, persons were to be allowed to buy and store corn and sell the same again without penalty, provided they did not sell it in the same market within 3 months of buying it, a statute which Adam Smith said contributed more to the progress of agriculture than any previous law in the statute book. Gervas Markham, who was born about 1568 and died in 1637, gives us a description of the day's work of the English farmer. He is to rise at 4 in the morning, feed his cattle and clean his stable. While they are feeding he is to get his harness ready, which will take him 2 hours. Then he is to have his breakfast, for which half an hour is allowed. Getting the harness on his horses or cattle, he is to start by 7 to his work and keep at it till between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. Then he shall bring his team home, clean them and give them their food, dine himself, and at 4 go back to his cattle and give them more fodder, and getting into his barn make ready their food for next day, not forgetting to see them again before going to his own supper at 6. After supper he is to mend shoes by the fireside for himself and his family, or beat and knock hemp and flax, or pitch and stamp apples or crabs for cider or verjuice, or else grind malt, pick candle rushes, or do some husbandry office within doors till it befall 8 o'clock. Then he shall take his lantern, visit his cattle once more, and go with all his household to rest. The farm roller of this time, according to Markham, was made of a round piece of wood 30 inches in circumference, 6 feet long, having at each end a strong pin of iron to which shafts were made fast. 306 He mentions wooden and iron harrows, but this refers only to the tines, the wooden ones being made of ash. From an illustration of a harrow which he gives, it appears it was much like Fitzherbert's and many used today, a wooden frame, with the teeth set perhaps more closely than ours, the single harrow 4 feet square drawn by 1 horse, the double harrow 7 feet square by 2 oxen at least. Wheat, he says, when the land is dug 15 inches deep, and the seed dibbled in, will produce 12 times as much as when plowed, but he admits the intricacy and trouble of this method. 307 As to the question of mowing or reaping corn, he is of opinion that though it is a custom in many countries of this kingdom not to shear the wheat but to mow it, in my conceit it is not so good, for it both maketh the wheat foul and full of weed. Barley, however, should be mown close to the ground, though many reap it. Oats too were to be mown. His directions for planting an orchard 308 are interesting, both as showing the kinds of fruit then grown, the number of different sorts planted together, and the growth of the olive in England. 309 The orchard, he says, should be a square, divided into 4 quarters by alleys, and in the first quarter should be apples of all sorts, in the second pears and wardens of all sorts, in the third quinces and chestnuts, in the fourth medlars and services. A wall is the best fence, and on the north wall, against which the sun reflects, you shall plant the abricot, ferdicchio, peach, and damaski plum, against the east side the white muscadine grape, the pescad plum, and the imperial plum, against the west, the grafted cherries and the olive tree, and against the south side the almond and the fig tree. As if this extraordinary mixture were not enough, round about the skirts of the alleys were to be planted plums, damsons, cherries, filberts, and nuts of all sorts, and the horse clog and bulli, the 2 latter being inferior wild plums. Plums were to be 5 feet apart, apples and other large fruit 12 feet. Young trees should be watered morning and evening in dry summers, and old ones should have the earth dug away from the upper part of the roots from November to March, then the earth, mixed with dung or soap ashes, replaced. Moss was carefully to be scraped off the trees with the back of an old knife, and, to prevent it, the trees manured with swine's dung. Minute distinctions are given as to pruning and washing the trees with strong brine of water and salt, either with a garden pump placed in a tub or with squirts which have many holes, the forerunner of modern spraying. Cider was then mostly made in the west, as in Devonshire and Cornwall, and perry in Worcestershire and Gloucestershire, but he leaves out Herefordshire, where it was certainly made at this time. 310 A curious help to fattening beasts, says Markham, is a lean horse or 2 kept with them, for the beasts delight to feed with them. Fattening cattle were to have first bite at the pastures, then draft cattle, and then sheep. After midsummer, when there is an extraordinary sweetness in the grass, suffer the cattle to eat the grass closer till Lammas, August 1st. Though some do not hold with him, he thinks reading and writing not unprofitable to a husbandman, but not much material to his bailiff, for there is more trust in an honest score chalked on a trencher than in a common written scrawl. Landowners derived a good income from their woods and coppices. An acre of underwood of 21 years' growth, was at this time worth from £20 to £30, of 12 years' growth, £5 to £6, but on many of the best lands it was only cut every 30 years. 311 in 1742 to 3 oak timber was worth from 15d to 18d per cubic foot and ash about 10d. During the Napoleonic War oak sold for 4 seconds. 6d a foot. In Blythe's Improver Improved we have one of the first accounts of covered drains. The draining trench was to be made deep enough to go the bottom of the cold spewing moist water that feeds the flags and the rushes. As for the width, use thine own liberty, but be sure make it as straight as possible. The bottom was to be filled in with faggots or stones to a depth of 15 inches, a method in some parts retained till comparatively modern times, with the top turf laid upon them grass downward, and the drain filled in with the earth dug out of it. A country gentleman at this date could keep up a good establishment on an income which today would compel him to live economically in a cottage. From the accounts of Mr. Master, a landowner near Chislehurst, it appears that a man with an income of £300 or £400 a year could live in some luxury, keep a stud of horses, and a considerable number of servants. 312 Some of them had no scruples about adding to their incomes by turning corn dealers, even selling such small quantities as pecks of peas, bushels of rye, and half pecks of oatmeal. From the accounts of one of them, Henry Best 313 of Elmswell, we learn many valuable details concerning farming in Yorkshire about 1641. It was the custom to put the ram to the ewes about October 18, but Best did so about Michaelmas, and generally used one ram to 30 or 40 ewes, and he considered it necessary that the ewes should be 2 shear. Good handsome ewes, he says, could have been bought at Kilham Fair for 3 seconds. 6d each, a price far below the average of the time. As for wages, mowers of grass had 10d a day, and found their own food and their scythes, which cost them about 2s. 3d each. Haymakers got 4d a day, and had to meet themselves and find their own forks and rakes. Shearers or reapers were paid from 8d to 10d, and found their own sickles, binders and stackers, 8d, mowers of haver, or oats, 10d, a good mower cutting 4 acres a day. In 1641 he sold oats for 14 seconds. A quarter, best barley for 22s, rye 27s. 6d, wheat 30s. 314 The roads were dreadful, and produce nearly all sent to market on pack horses. We seldom send fewer than 8 horse loads to the market at a time, and with them 2 men, for one man cannot guide the pokes, sacks, of above 4 horses. When we send oats to the market we sack them up in 3-bushel pokes and lay 6 bushels on a horse. When we send wheat, rye or masaldine, rye and wheat, and barley to market we put it into met pokes, 2-bushel sacks, sometimes into half-quarter sacks, and these we lay on horses that are short-coupled and well-backed. When the servants got to market they were charged a halfpenny a horse for stabling and hay, but if they dined at the inn they paid nothing for their horses, and their dinners cost them 4d a head. Butter was sold by the pound, or the cake of 2 pounds, and in the beginning of Lent was 5d a pound, by April 20, 3d, in the middle of May, 21/2d. When William Pinder took 50 acres of land of my Lord Hay he paid a fine of £60 and a rent of £40, but this must have been an extremely choice piece of land, for arable land rented apparently at less than 3s an acre. 315 The rent of a cottage was usually 10s a year, though they have not so much as a yard or any backside belonging to them. There is more evidence, if such were needed, of the beneficial effect of enclosure, which was said to treble the value of pasture. Good meadow land fetched a great price. The meadow Sykes is about 5 acres of grounda, and was letten in the year 1628 at £6 per annum, and in 1635 at £6 13. 4d. The requirements of a foreman on a farm were that he could sow, mow, stack peas, go well with 4 horses, and be accustomed to marketing, and for this when hired by the year he received 5 marks, and perhaps half a crown as earnest money. The next man got 50s, the next 40 sixs. 6d, the fourth 35s. Christopher Pearson had the first year he dwelt here £3 5s. 0d wages per annum and 5s. To a God's penny, earnest money. Next year he had £4 wages, and he was both a good seedsman, before the invention of drills a very valuable qualification, and did so all our seed both the years. When you are about to hire a servant you are to call them aside and talk privately with them concerning their wage, and if the servants stand in the churchyard they usually call them aside and walk to the backside of the church and there treat of their wage. I heard a servant asked what he could do, who made this answer: I can sow, I can mow, and I can stack and I can dough my master too when my master turns his back. If we are to judge by the food provided for the thatchers, who were little better than ordinary labourers, the Yorkshire farm hand fared well on plenty of simple food, his 3 meals a day consisting of butter, milk, cheese, and either eggs, pies, or bacon, sometimes porridge instead of milk. Probably, however, few country gentlemen were such industrious farmers as Best. Many of them passed their days mostly in hunting and fowling and their evenings in drinking, though we know too that there were exceptions who did not care for this rude existence. Deer hunting, and we must add deer poaching, was the great sport of the wealthy, but the smaller gentry had to be content with simpler forms of the chase. For fox hunting each squire had his own little pack, and hunted only over his own estate and those of his friends. He had also the otter, the badger, and the hare to amuse him. Fowling was conducted, as in the Middle Ages, by hawk or net, for the shotgun had not yet come into use, and was forbidden by an old law 316. The partridge and pheasant, as now, were the chief game birds. After the Restoration the country gentlemen seem to have been infected by the dissipation of the court, and farming was left to the tenant farmer and yeoman. Our gentry, says Pepys, have grown ignorant of everything in good husbandry. The middle of the 17th century was the golden age of the yeoman who owned and farmed his land, even at the end of the Stuart period, when their decline had already begun. Gregory King estimated their numbers at 160,000 families, or about 1/7 of the population. The class included all those between the man who owned freehold land worth 40s a year and the wealthier yeoman who was hardly distinguishable from the small gentleman. Owning their own land they were a sturdy and independent class, and they took a jolly pride in voting as in fighting on the opposite side of the neighbouring squire. The yeomanry, wrote Fuller, is an estate of people almost peculiar to England. He wears russet clothes but makes golden payment, having tin in his buttons and silver in his pocket he seldom goes abroad, and his credit stretches farther than his travel. The tenant farmers were nearly as numerous, King estimating them at 150,000 families. Economically they were about on a level with the yeomen. Their social standing, however, was considerably inferior. The greatest improvement of the 17th century, the introduction from Holland of turnips and clover, was overestimated by its author, Sir Richard Weston, for he tells his sons that by sowing flax, turnips, and clover they might in 5 years improve 500 acres of poor land South American Samoa to bring in £7,000 a year 317 to bring about this desirable consummation. He provides his sons with accounts as to the cost, one of which shows the cost of growing an acre of flax and the profit thereon, though this gentleman's estimates are clearly optimistic. Dr. Pound SD Devonshiring, i.e. paring and burning 100 lime 0120 ploughing and harrowing 063 bushels of seed 200 weeding 010 pulling and binding 0100 grossing the seed from the flax 060 watering, drying, swinging, and beating 4,100 950 pounds equals Cr pound S.D 900 pounds of flax 4,950 balance profit 30,150 pounds turnips were to come after flax, and were to be given to the cows as they did in Flanders, that is, wash them clean, put them in a trough where they were to be stamped together with a spitter or small spade, and the turnips were to be followed by clover. All these, says Weston, were already grown in England, but there is as much difference between what grow it here and there as is between the same thing which grow it in a garden and that which grow it wild in the fields. Werlich soon after recommended that clover be sown on barley or oats about the end of March or in April, and harrowed in, or by itself, and says, with optimism equal to Weston's, 1 acre of clover will feed you as many cows as 6 acres of ordinary grass and make the milk richer. 318 It has been noticed that the price of wool altered little during the century, and from the private accounts of Sir Abel Barker 319 of Hambleton, in the county of Rutland, we learn that in 1642 he sold his wool to his loving friend Mr. William Gladstone for £1 a tod, though by 1648 it had gone up to 29s, a good price for those days. During the Civil War some of Barker's horses were carried off for the service of the state, and he values them at £8 apiece, a fair price then. Some years later, for mowing 44 acres of grass he sets down in his account £2 7s. 0d, for making the same £2 3s. 0d, and stacking it 3s. Simon Hartlib, a Dutchman by birth and a friend of John Milton, published his Legacy in 1651, containing both rash statements and useful information. We certainly cannot believe him when he states that pasture employs more hands than tillage. His estimate of a good crop of wheat was from 12 to 16 bushels per acre, and he speaks strongly of the great fluctuations in prices, for he had known barley sell at Northampton at 60 a bushel, and within 12 months at 5s, and wheat in London in 1 year varied from 3s. 60 to 15s a bushel. The enormous number of dovecots was still a great nuisance, and the pigeons were reckoned to eat 6 million quarters of grain annually. Hartlib recommends his countrymen to sow a seed commonly called Saint Foine, which in England is as much as to say holy hay, as they do in France, especially on barren lands, advice which some of them followed, and in Wilts, soon after, Saint Foin is said to have so improved poor land that from a noble, six 8d, per acre, the rent had increased to 30s 320. They were also to use another sort of fodder which they call la lucerne at Paris for dry and barren grounds. So wasteful were they of labour in some parts that in Kent were to be seen 12 horses and oxen drawing 1 plough 321. The use of the spade was long looked askance at by English husbandmen. Old men in Surrey had told Hartlib that they knew the first gardeners that came into those parts to plant cabbages and cauliflowers, and to sow turnips, carrots, and parsnips, and that they gave £8 an acre for their land. The latter statement must be an exaggeration, as it is equivalent to a rent of about £40 in our money, but we may give some credence to him when he says that the owner was anxious lest the spade should spoil his ground, so ignorant were we of gardening in those days. Though it was not the case in Elizabeth's time, by now the licorice, saffron, cherries, apples, pears, hops, and cabbages of England were the best in the world, but many things were deficient. For instance, many onions came from Flanders and Spain, madder from Zealand, and roses from France. 322 It is a great deficiency in England that we have not more orchards planted. It is true that in Kent, and about London, and in Gloucestershire, Herefordshire, and Worcestershire 323 there are many gallant orchards, but in other country places they are very rare and thin. I know in Kent some advance their ground from 5s per acre to £5 by this means, and 30 acres of cherries near Sittingbourne had realised £1,000 in 1 year. His recipe for making old fruit trees bear well savours of a time when old women were still burnt as witches. First split his root, then apply a compost of pigeon's dung, lees of wine, or stale wine, and a little brimstone. The tithes of wine in Gloucestershire were in divers parishes considerably great, and wine was then made in Kent and Surrey, notably by Sir Peter Ricard, who made 6 or 8 hogsheads yearly. 324 There is no doubt that the vine has been grown in the open in England from very early times until comparatively recent ones. The Britons were taught to plant it by the Romans in AD 280. 325 In Domesday there are 38 examples of vineyards, chiefly in the south-central counties. Neckham, who wrote in the 12th century, says the vineyard was an important adjunct to the medieval mansion. 326 William of Malmesbury praised the vines and wine of Gloucestershire, and says that the vine was either allowed to trail on the ground, or trained to small stakes fixed to each plant. Indeed, the mention of them in medieval chronicles is frequent. 2 bushels of green grapes in 1332 fetched 7s. 327 Richard II planted vines in great plenty, according to Stowe, within the upper park of Windsor, and sold some part to his people. The wine made in England was sweetened with honey, and probably flavoured and coloured with blackberries. 328 At the dissolution of the monasteries there was a vineyard at Barking Nunnery. We might have a reasonable good wine growing in many places of this realm, says Barnaby Googe, about 1577, as doubtless we had immediately after the conquest, tyll, partly by slothfulness, partly by civil discord long continued, it was left, and so with time lost. There is besides Nottingham an ancient house called Kilewell, in which remaineth yet as an ancient monument in a great window of glass, the whole order of planting, pruning, stamping, and pressing of vines. Upon many cliffs and hills are yet to be seen the roots and old remains of vines. Plot, in his Natural History of Staffordshire 329 says the vine has been improved by Sir Henry Littleton at Over, Upper, Arley, which is situate low and warm, so that he has made wine there undistinguishable from the best French by the most judicious palates, but this I suppose was done only in some over-hot summer, and Dr. Bathurst made very good claret at Oxon in 1685, a very mean year for the purpose. In 1720 the famous vineyard at Bath of 6 acres, planted with the white muscadine and the black Chester grape, produced 66 hogsheads of wine worth £10 a hogshead, but in unfavourable years grew very little. 330 Mr. Peter Collinson, writing from Middlesex in 1747, says, the vineyards turned to good profit, much wine being made this year in England, and again in 1748, my vineyards are very ripe, a considerable quantity of wine will this year be made in England. 331 However, the attempt made to grow vines on the Undercliff at Ventnor at the end of the 18th century by Sir Richard Worsley ended in dismal failure, and it is probable that the English climate in its normal years seldom produced good grapes out of doors, whatever it may have done in exceptionally hot ones, unless we assume that it has changed considerably, for which there is little ground. Hartlib was no friend of commons. They made the poor idle and trained them for the gallows or beggary, and there were fewest poor where there were fewest commons. 332 As in Kent, a statement re-echoed by many observant writers. He also recommends enclosures, because they gave warmth and consequent fertility to the soil. He tells us that an effort had been made by James I to encourage the growth of mulberry trees and the breeding of silkworms, the Lords Lieutenant of the different counties being urged to see to it, but it had little effect. 333 The number of different sorts of wheat was by this time considerable. Hartlib gives the white, red, bearded, which is not subject to mildews as others, some sorts with 2 rows, others with 4 and 6, some with 1 ear on a stalk, others with 2, the red stalk wheat of bucks, winter wheat and summer wheat. There were also 20 varieties of peas that he knew, and the white, black, naked, Scotch, and Poland oats. Markham adds the whole straw wheat, the great brown pollard, the white pollard, the organ, the flaxen, and the chilter wheat. There was a sad lack of enterprise in the breeding of stock now and for many generations before. Indeed, it may be doubted if this important branch of farming, except perhaps in the case of sheep, was much attended to until the time of Bakewell and the Collings. In Elizabeth's time a Frenchman had twit England with having only 3,000 or 4,000 horses worth anything, which was one of the reasons that induced the Spaniards to invade us. 334 We are negligent, too, in our kine, that we advance not the best species. The size of cattle at this date, however, seems to have been greater than is often stated. The report of the Select Committee on the Cultivation of Waste Lands in 1795, states that the average weight, dressed, of cattle at Smithfield in 1710 was only 370 pound 335, yet the Household Book of Prince Henry at the commencement of the 17th century says that an ox should weigh 600 pounds the 4/4, and cost about 9 pounds 10s, a sheep about 45 pounds, so that the latter were apparently relatively smaller than the oxen. In 1603 oxen were sold at Tastock in Suffolk weighing 1,000 pounds apiece, dead weight 336 according to the records of Winchester College. The oxen sold there in the middle of the century averaged, dressed, about 575 pounds. In 1677, 35 oxen sold there averaged 730 pounds. Some kine, it was said at the end of the century, have grown to be very bulky, and a great many are sold for 10 pounds or 12 pounds apiece. There was lately sold near Bury a beast for 30 pounds, and 'twas fatted with cabbage leaves. An ox near Ripon weighed, dressed, 131/4 cwt 337. They were, of course, chiefly valued as beasts of draught, and no doubt the one Evelyn saw in 1649, bred in Kent, 17 foot in length, and much higher than I could reach, was a powerful animal for this purpose. The young ones were taught to draw by yoking 2 of them, together with 2 old ones before and 2 behind, with a man on each side the young ones, to keep them in order and speak them fair, for if much beaten they seldom did well. For the first 2 or 3 days they were worked only 3 or 4 hours a day, but soon they worked as long as the older ones, that is from 6 to 11, then a bait of hay and rest till 1, with work again till 5, at least in Lancashire. They were kept in the yoke till 9 or 10 years old, then turned on to the best grass in May, and sold to the butcher. 338 Footnotes, 286 Surveyor's Dialogue, ed. 1608, p. 2. 287 Surveyor's Dialogue, p. 188. 288 Ibid p. 207. 289 Victoria County History, Devon, Agriculture. 290 Herefordshire Orchards, a Pattern for All England, ed. 1724. 291 C. Infra, p. 136. 292 These extracts are from the original edition in the Bodleian Library. 293 The Flanders cherry excels, says Worlage, Systagr, p. 97. 294 Bradley, in 1726, gives a long list of pears all with French names, hardly any of which are now known in England. 295 Worlage, Systema Agriculturae, p. 107. 296 Annotation upon the Legacy of Husbandry, 1651, p. 105. 297 Markham, I 174, ed. 1635. 298 Systema Agriculturae, p. 152. 299 Evelyn, Pomona, ed. 1664, p. 2. 300 Complete Husbandman, ed. 1659, p. 75. 301 Most Approved and Long Experienced Waterworks. London, 1610. 302 C. Worlage, Systema Agriculturae, ed. 1669, p. 155. 303 Tooke, History of Prices, I 23. 304 Life of Sir S. D. Hughes, I 180. 305 Calendar of State Papers, Domestic, 1629-31, p. 414. 306 Whole Art of Husbandry, ed. 1635, I 50. 307 Ibid I 100. 308 Ibid I 121. 309 An Astonishing Statement, C. F. Denton, England in the 15th Century, p. 56, Neckham, De Natura Rerum, cap. Clxi and above, p. 93. 310 Whole Art of Husbandry, ed. 1635, I 173. 311 Whole Art of Husbandry, ed. 1635, 2. 144 and Ms. Accounts of Mr. Chevalier of Aspall Hall, Suffolk. 312 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, v. 28. 313 Farming and Account Books of Henry Best of Elmswell, 1641, Surtees Society, XXXIII. 157 314 Ibid p. 99. 315 Farming and Account Books of Henry Best of Elmswell, 1641. Surtees Society, XXXIII. 124 Many districts in the north of England were still much behind the rest of the country. 316 Trevelyan, England under the Stuarts, 8 Sq. Though, as we have seen, p. 157, the writer of the Fruiter Secrets recommends the gun for scaring birds in 1604. 317 The Husbandry of Brabant and Flanders, ed. 1652, p. 18. 318 Systema Agriculturae, p. 26. 319 Ms. Accounts of Sir Abel Barker, in the possession of G. W. P. Conant, Esq. 320 Worlage, Systema Agriculturae, p. 28. 321 Complete Husbandman, 1659, p. 5. 322 Ibid p. 9. 323 cf Supra, p. 136. 324 Complete Husbandman, 1659, p. 23. 325 Archaeologia, I 324, 3. 53 326 De Natura Rerum, Rolls Ser, LXI. 327 Denton, England in the 15th century, 57 and 328 Ibid 329 ed 1686, p. 380. 330 R. Bradley, A General Treatise of Husbandry, ed. 1726, 2. 52 331 Tuke, History of Prices I 44. Brandy was made in the 18th century from grapes grown in the Beaulieu vineyards in Hampshire, and a bottle of it long kept at the Abbey. Hampshire Notes and Queries, 6. 62 There are 2 vineyards today, of 23/4 and 4 acres respectively, on the estates of the Marquis of Bute in Glamorganshire, but a vintage is only obtained once in 4 or 5 years from them, and they are not profitable. 332 Complete Husbandman, 1659, p. 42. 333 Complete Husbandman, 1659, p. 57. 334 Ibid p. 73. 335 In this apparently repeating Davenant's statement. See McCulloch, Commercial Dictionary, 1852, p. 271. 336 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, v. 332. 337 Houghton, Collections for Improvement of Husbandry, I 294. 338 Ibid, Collections for Husbandry and Trade, ed. 1728, 4. 336 Chapter 13 The Evils of Common Fields Hops Implements Manures Gregory King Corn Laws. From what has been said in the preceding pages, it will be gathered that a vast amount of compassion has been wasted on the enclosure of commons, for it is abundantly evident from contemporary writers that there were a large number of people dragging out a miserable existence on them, by living on the produce of a cow or 2, or some sheep and a few poultry, with what game they could sometimes catch, and refusing regular work. Dymock, Hartlib's contemporary, questions whether commons do not rather make poor by causing idleness than maintain them, and he also asks how it is that there are fewest poor where there are fewest commons. In the common fields, too, there was continual strife and contention caused by the infinite number of trespasses that they were subject to. 339 The absence of hedges, too, in these great open fields was bad for the crops, for there was nothing to mitigate drying and scorching winds, while in the open waste and meadows the livestock must have sadly needed shelter and shade, losing more flesh in one hot day than they gained in 3 cool days. Worledge, a Hampshire man, joins in the chorus of praise of enclosures, for they brought employment to the poor, and maintained treble the number of inhabitants that the open fields did, and he gives further proof of the enclosure of land in the 17th century, when he mentions the great quantities of land that have within our memories lain open, and in common of little value, yet when enclosed have proved excellent good land. Why then was this most obvious improvement not more generally effected? Because there was a great impediment to it in the numerous interests and diversity of titles and claims to almost every common field and piece of waste land in England, whereby one or more envious or ignorant persons could thwart the will of the majority. 340 Another hindrance, he says, was that many roads passed over the commons and wastes, which a statute was needed to stop. In the 17th century hop growing was not nearly so common in England as in the preceding, when Harrison had said, in his description of Britain, there are few farmers or occupiers in the country which have not gardens and hops growing of their own, and those far better than do come from Flanders. There seems, indeed, to have been a prejudice against the hop. Wurlage 341 says it was esteemed an unwholesome herb for the use it was usually put to, which may also be supplied with several other wholesome and better herbs. John Evelyn was very much against them, probably because he was such an advocate of cider. It is little more than an age, he says, since hops transmuted our wholesome ale into beer, which doubtless much altered our constitutions. That one ingredient, by some not unworthily suspected, preserving drink indeed, and so by custom made agreeable, yet repaying the pleasure with tormenting diseases, and a shorter life, may deservedly abate our fondness for it, especially if with this be considered likewise the casualties in planting it, as seldom succeeding more than once in 3 years. 342 The City of London petitioned against hops as spoiling the taste of drink. Yet its cultivation is said to have advanced the price of land to £40, £50, and sometimes £100 an acre, the latter an almost incredible price if we consider the value of money then. There were not enough planted to serve the kingdom, and Flemish hops had to be imported, though not nearly so good as English. A great deal of dishonesty, moreover, was shown by the foreign importers, so that in 1603 a statute, 1 Jac. I. c. 18, was passed against the false packing of foreign hops, by which it appears that the sacks were filled up with leaves, stalks, powder, sand, straw, wood, and even soil, for increasing the weight, by which English growers it is said lost £20,000 a year. Such hops were to be forfeited, and brewers using them were to forfeit their value. The chief cause of their decrease was that few farmers would take the trouble and care required to grow them, in spite of the often excellent prices, which at Winchester at this date averaged from 50s to 80s. A CWT, sometimes, however, reaching over 200s, as in 1665 and 1687, though then as now they were subject to great fluctuations, and in 1691 were only 31s. Many, too, were discouraged by the fact they are the most of any plant that grows subject to the various mutations of the air, mildews sometimes totally destroying them, no doubt an allusion to the aphis blight. Hop yards were often protected at this early date by hedges of tall trees, usually ash or poplar, the elm being disapproved of as contracting mildews. Markham 343 says that Hertfordshire then contained as good hops as he had seen anywhere, and there the custom was 250 hills to every rood, and every hill will bear 21 halves, worth on an average 4 nobles a cwt. A noble equals SIXS8D, hills were to be 6 feet apart at least, poles 16 to 18 feet long and 9 or 10 inches in circumference at the butt, of ash, oak, beech, alder, maple, or willow. Some planted the hills in plain squares checkerwise, which is the best way if you intend to plow with horses between the hills. Others plant them in form of a quincunx, which is better for the hop, and will do very well where your ground is but small that you may overcome it with either the breast plow or spade. The manure recommended by Wurlage was good mold, or dung, and earth mixed. The hills were like molehills 3 feet high, and sometimes were large enough to have as many as 20 poles, so that some hop yards must have looked very different then from what they do now, even when poles are retained, but from 2 to 5 poles per hill was the more usual number. Cultivation was much the same as in Reynolds Scott's time, and picking was still done on a floor prepared by levelling the hills, watering, treading, and sweeping the ground, round which the pickers sat and picked into baskets, but the hop crib was also used. It was considered better not to let the hops get too ripe, as the growers were aware of the value of a fresh, green-looking sample, and Werlage advises the careful exclusion of leaves and stalks, though Markham does not agree with him. Kills were of two sorts, the English kiln made of wood, lath, and clay, the French of brick, lime, and sand, not so liable to burn as the former and therefore better. 344 One method of drying was finely to bed the kiln with wheat straw laid on the hair cloth, the hops being spread 8 inches thick over this, and then you shall keep a fire a little more fervent than for the drying of a kiln full of malt, the fire not to be of wood, for that made the hops smoky and tasted the beer, but of straw. Werlage, strangely, recommended the bed of the kiln to be covered with tin, as much better than hair cloth, for then any sort of fuel would do as well as charcoal, since the smoke did not pass through the hops. Besides Hertfordshire, Northamptonshire, Oxfordshire, Leicestershire, and Rutlandshire, Lincolnshire and Cambridgeshire were recommended by Markham for hop growing, the great hop counties of today being passed over by him. The growth of hemp and flax had by this time considerably decayed, owing to the want of encouragement to trade in these commodities, the lack of experience in growing them, and the tithes which in some years amounted to more than the profits. 345 An acre of good flax was worth from £7 to £12, but if wrought up fit to sell in the market from £15 to £20. Woad was considered a very rich commodity, but according to Blyth it robbed the land if long continued upon it, although if moderately used it prepared land for corn, drawing a different juice from what the corn requires. It more than doubled the rent of land, and had been sold at from £6 to £20 a ton, the produce of an acre. John Lawrence, who wrote in the first quarter of the 18th century, says woad was in his time cultivated by companies of people, men, women, and children, who hired the land, built huts, and grew and prepared the crop for the dyer's use, then moved on to another place. 346 There were proofs that man's inventive genius was at work among farm implements. Werlage mentions 347 An engine for setting corn, invented by Gabriel Platt, made of two boards bored with wide holes 4 inches apart, set in a frame, with a funnel to each hole. It was fitted with iron pins 5 inches long to play up and down, and dibble holes into which the corn was to go from the funnels. This machine was so intricate and clumsy that Werlage found no use for it. However, he recommends another instrument which certainly seems to anticipate Tull's drill, though Tull is said to have stated when Bradley showed him a cut of it that it was only a proposal and it never got farther than the cut. 348 It consisted of a frame of small square pieces of timber 2 inches thick, the breadth of the frame 2 feet, the height 18 inches, length 4 feet, placed on 4 good-sized wheels. In the middle of the frame a coulter was fixed to make a furrow for the corn, which fell through a wooden pipe behind, that dropped the corn out of a hopper containing about a bushel, the fall of the corn from the hopper being regulated by a wooden wheel in its neck. The same frame might contain 2 coulters, pipes, and hoppers, and the instrument could be worked with 1 horse and 1 man. It was considered a great advance on sowing broadcast, and by the use of it you may also cover your grain with any rich compost you shall prepare for that purpose, either with pigeon dung, dry or granulated, or any other saline or luxurial, alkaline, or of potash, substance, which may drop after the corn from another hopper behind the one that drops the corn, or from a separate drill. The corn thus sown in rows was found easier to weed and hoe, so that it is clear that this advantage was well understood before Tull's time. There was a great diversity of ploughs at this date, almost every county having some variation. 349 The principal sorts were the double-wheel plough, useful upon hard land, usually drawn with horses or oxen 2 abreast, the wheels 18 inches to 20 inches high. The one-wheel plough, which could be used on almost any sort of land, it was very light and nimble, so that it could be drawn by 1 horse and held by 1 man, and thus ploughed an acre a day. Then there was a plain plough without either wheel or foot, very easy to work and fit for any lands, a double plough worked by 4 horses and 2 men, of 2 kinds, one ploughing a double furrow, the other a double depth. There were also ploughs with a harrow attached, others constructed to plough, sow, and harrow, but not of much value, and a turfing plough for burning sod. Carts and wagons were of many sorts, according to the locality, the greater wheels of the wagon being usually 18 feet in circumference, the lesser 9 feet. A useful implement was the trenching plough used on grassland to cut out the sides of trenches or drains, with a long handle and beam and with a coulter or knife fixed in it and sometimes a wheel or wheels. The following is a list of other implements then considered necessary for a farm. For the field: harrows, mole, spear, beetles, forks, mole traps, rollers, sickles, weed hooks, cradle, scythe, reap hooks, pitchfork, seed lip, 350 sleds, rakes for the barn and stable, flails, panels, pillions, pails, winnowing, fan, pack, saddles, minnicomb, sieves, cart lines, goads, sacks, ladders, yokes, bins, corn measures, wanties, 351 curry combs, brooms, suffingles, sisingles, whips, skeps, baskets, screens for corn, harness for the meadows and pastures, scythes, pitchforks, cutting spade for hay, rakes, fetters, and clogshore slocks, besides many tools. A considerable variety of manures were in use: chalk, lime, marl, fuller's earth, clay, sand, seaweed, riverweed, oyster shells, fish, dung, ashes, soot, salt, rags, hair, malt dust, bones, horns, and the bark of trees. Of the oyster shells, Werlich says, "I am credibly informed that an ingenious gentleman living near the seaside laid on his lands great quantities, which made his neighbors laugh at him, as usually they do at anything besides their own clownish road or custom of ignorance, and after a year or two's exposure to the weather they exceedingly enriched his land for many years after." The bones then used were marrow bones and fish bones, or whatever hath any oiliness or fatness in it, but the bones of horses and other animals were also used, burnt before being applied to the land, crushing not being thought of till many years after. In 1688 Gregory King 352, who was much more accurate than most statisticians of his time, gave the following estimate of the land of England and Wales: acres per acre. Arable 9,000,000 worth to rent 5s. 6d pasture and meadow 12,000,008. 8d woods and coppices 3,000,005. Forests and parks 3,000,003. 8d barren land 10,000,001. Houses, gardens, churches, and c 1,000,000 water and roads 1,000,000 total 39,000,000,000. He valued the livestock of England and Wales at £181/4 millions, and estimated the produce of the arable land in England at million bushels. Value per bushel: wheat 14 threes, 60 rye 10 twos, 60 barley 27 twos, 0d oats 16 ones, 60 peas 7 twos, 60 beans 4 twos, 60 vetches 1 twos. 60 The same statistician drew up a scheme of the income and expenditure of the several families in England in 1688, the population being 51/2 millions 353, no of families in class income: 160 temporal lords pound 3,20,800 baronets 88,600 knights 65,003,000 esquires 45,011,000 gentlemen 28,002,000 eminent merchants 40,008,000 lesser merchants 19,810,000 lawyers 15,402,000 eminent clergy 7,208,000 lesser clergy 5,000 yeomen /40,000 freeholders of the better sort 9,100 /120,000 freeholders of the lesser sort 5,500 120,000 tenant farmers 42,150,000 shopkeepers and tradesmen 4,560,000 artisans 3,800 364,000 laboring people and outservants 1,500 400,000 cottagers and paupers 6,100 He calculated that the freeholder of the better sort saved on an average £8.15 a year per family of 7, and the lesser sort £2.15 a year with a family of 51 halves. The tenant farmer with a family of 5, only saved 25s a year, while laboring families who, he said, averaged 31 halves, certainly an underestimate, lost annually 7s, and cottagers and paupers with families of 31 fourths, also an underestimate, lost 16s. 3d a year. It will thus be seen that the tenant farmers, laborers, and cottagers, the bulk of those who worked on the land, were very badly off. The tenant farmer saved considerably less than the artisan. It will also be noticed that the rural population of England was about 3/4 of the whole 354. The winter of 1683-4 was marked by one of the severest frosts that have ever visited England. Ice on the Thames is said to have been 11 inches thick. By January 9 there were streets of booths on it, and by the 24th, the frost continuing more and more severe, all sorts of shops and trades flourished on the river, even to a printing press, where the people and ladies took a fancy to have their names printed and the day and year set down when printed on the Thames. Coaches plied, there was bull baiting, horse and coach races, puppet plays and interludes, tippling and other lewd places, a regular carnival on the water. 355 altogether. The frost which began at Christmas lasted 91 days and did much damage on land. Many of the trees were split as if struck by lightning, and men and cattle perished in some parts. Poultry and other birds and many plants and vegetables also perished. Wheat, however, was little affected, as the average price was under 40s a quarter. In 1692 a series of very bad seasons commenced, lasting, with a break in 1694, until 1698, always known as the ill or barren seasons, and the cause was the usual one in England, excessive cold and wet. In 1693 wheat was over 60s a quarter, and in Kent turnips were made into bread for the poor. 356 The difference in the price of farm produce in various localities was striking, and an eloquent testimony to the wretched means of communication. At Newark, for instance, in 1692 to 3 wheat was from 30 sixs to 40s a quarter, while at Brentford it touched 76s. Next year in the same two places it was 32s and 80 sixs, respectively. In 1695 to 6 hay at Newark was 13s. 4d a ton. At Northampton it was from 35s to 40s. In 1662 was passed the famous Statute of Parochial Settlement, 14 Car. 2, c12, which forged cruel fetters for the poor, and is said to have caused the iron of slavery to enter into the soul of the English laborer. 357 The Act states, that the reason for passing it was the continual increase of the poor throughout the kingdom, which had become exceeding burdensome owing to the defects in the law. Poor people, moreover, wandered from one parish to another in order to settle where there is the best stock, the largest commons or wastes to build cottages, and the most woods for them to burn and destroy. 358 It was therefore determined to stop these wanderings, and most effectually was it done. 2 Justices were empowered to remove any person who settled in any tenement under the yearly value of £10 within 40 days to the place where he was last legally settled, unless he gave sufficient security for the discharge of the parish in case he became a pauper. It is true that certain relaxations were subsequently made. The Act of 1691, 3 W&M, c2, allowed derivative settlements on payment of taxes for 1 year, serving an annual office, hiring for a year, and apprenticeship, while the Act of 1696, 8 and 9 WM3, c30, allowed the grant of a certificate of settlement, under which safeguard the holder could migrate to a district where his labor was required, the new parish being assured he would not become chargeable to it, and therefore not troubling to remove him till there was actual need, but the statute acted as an effectual check on migration and prevented the laborer carrying his work where it was wanted. 359 It became the object of parishes to have as few cottages and therefore as few poor as possible. In close parishes, i.e. where all the land belonged to one owner, as distinguished from open ones where it belonged to several, all the cottages were often pulled down so that laborers coming to work in it had to travel long distances in all weathers. We shall see further relaxation in the law in 1795, but it was not until modern times that this abominable system was destroyed. The agricultural laborer's difficulty in building a house was aggravated by the Statute 31 Ls. c7, before noticed, which in order to restrain the building of cottages enacted that none, except in towns and certain other places, were to be built unless 4 acres of land were attached to them, under a penalty of £10, and 40s a month for continuing to maintain it. This act was not repealed until the reign of George III. However, it seems to have been frequently winked at. In Shropshire, for instance, the fine often was only nominal. In the 17th century orders authorizing the building of cottages on the waste were freely given by the Court of Quarter Sessions, and orders were also made by the court for the erection of cottages elsewhere. 360 At the restoration of Charles II the corn laws had practically been unaltered since 1571. 361 When it had been enacted that corn might be exported from certain ports in certain ships at all times when proclamation was not made to the contrary, on a payment of 12d. a quarter on wheat and 8d. a quarter on other grain. Now both export and import were subjected to heavy duties, but these caused such high prices in corn that they were reduced in 1663, yet high duties were again imposed in 1673, which continued until the Revolution. Then, owing to good crops and low prices, which brought distress on the landed interest, a new policy was introduced. Export duties were abolished and the other extreme resorted to, viz. a bounty on export of 5s in the quarter as long as the home price did not exceed 48s. At the same time import duties remained high, and this system lasted till 1773. Never had the corn growers of England been so thoroughly protected, yet, owing to causes over which the legislators had no control, namely bountiful seasons, the prices of wheat for the next 70 years was from 15 to 20% cheaper than in the previous 40. Modern economists have described this system as one of the worst instances of a class using their legislative power to subsidize themselves at the expense of the community. As a matter of fact, it was the firm conviction of the statesmen and economists of the time, that husbandry, being the main industry and prop of England, and the foundation on which the whole political power of the country was based, should receive every encouragement. At all events, in many ways the policy was successful. 362 It encouraged investment in land, and materially assisted the agricultural improvement for which the 18th century was noted, The export too employed English shipping, and thus aided industry. Arthur Young said it was the singular felicity of this country to have devised a plan which accomplished the strange paradox of at once lowering the price of corn and encouraging agriculture, for by the system in vogue till 1773 if corn was scarce it was imported, while if there was a glut at home export was assisted, so that great fluctuations in price were prevented. 363 It seemed of the utmost importance to men of that time that England should be self-supporting and independent of possible adversaries for the necessaries of life. The wisdom of the policy was never questioned, and was accepted by statesmen of every party. 364 To blame the landowners for adopting what seemed the wisest course to every sensible person is merely an instance of partisan spite. At the Peace of Paris in 1763 the question as to whether England or France was to be the great colonizing country of the world was finally settled, and a great development of English trade ensued. It was accompanied by a great increase of population. Exports of corn were largely reduced, and the balance began to incline the other way, so that the next act of importance was that of 1773, which permitted the import of foreign wheat at a nominal duty of 60 a quarter when it was over 48s, but prohibited export and the bounty on export when wheat was at or above 44s. This was the nearest approach to free trade before 1846. The time, however, was not yet ripe for this, and the nominal duty on imports was too small for landlords and farmers, so that in 1791 the price when the same nominal duty was to come into force was raised to 54s, while between 50s and 54s a duty of 2s. 6d was imposed, and under 50s a duty of 24s. 3d, an export was allowed without bounty when wheat was under 40 sixs. Export of corn, however, by this time had become a matter of little moment, England having definitely ceased to be an exporting country after 1789. Not only were English landowners after the Restoration anxious to protect their corn, but they also took alarm at the imports of Irish cattle, which they said lowered English rents, so that in 1665 and 1680, 18 car. 2, C2, and 32 car. 2, C2, laws were framed absolutely prohibiting the import of Irish cattle, sheep, and swine, as well as of beef, pork, bacon, and mutton, and even butter and cheese. The Statute 12 Car. 2, C4, also virtually excluded Irish wool from England by duties amounting to prohibition. It was not until 1759 that free imports of cattle from Ireland were allowed for 5 years 365, a period prolonged by 5 Go 3, C10, and a statute of 1772. In 1699 wool was allowed to be shipped from 6 specified ports in Ireland to 8 specified ports in England 366, and by 16 Go 2, C11, wool might be sent from Ireland to any port in England under certain restrictions. Footnotes: 339 Whirlage, Systema Agriculturae, ed. 1669, p. 10. 340 Ibid p. 124. 341 Ibid p. 124. 342 Pomona, ed. 1664, p. 1. 343 ed. 1635, Book I, p. 175. 344 Markham, OPCITI 188. 345 Whirlage, Systema Agriculturae, p. 38. Plot, however, in his Natural History of Staffordshire, 1686, says hemp and flax were sown in small quantities all over the county, p. 109. 346 New System of Agriculture, ed. 1726, p. 113. Woad is still grown in some districts in England. Morton, Cyclopedia of Agriculture, 1159, but in the agricultural returns of 1907 apparently occupies too small an acreage to entitle it to a separate mention. 347 Werlage, Systema Agriculturae, p. 43. 348 Tull, in his Horseshoeing Husbandry, p. 147, speaks of the drill as if already in use. 349 Werlage, Systema Agriculturae, p. 205. 350 The seed lip was a long-shaped basket suspended from the sower's shoulder and was usually made of wood. 351 Horse girths for securing pack saddles. 352 Houghton, about the same time, said England contained 28 to 29 million acres, of which 12 millions lay waste. Collections, 4. 2. In 1907 the Board of Agriculture returned the total area of England and Wales, excluding water, at 37,130,344 acres. 353 Eden, State of the Poor, I 228. 354 If we allow that most of the two last classes enumerated were country folk. For the decline of the yeoman class, see Chapter 18. 355 Evelyn's Diary. 356 Tooke, History of Prices, I 23. 357 Fowle, Poor Law, p. 63. 358 Hasbuck, OPCIT p. 66, says, the abuses complained of in the preamble, of the Act, did actually exist. 359 Hasbuck, OPCIT pages 67, 134, says the Statute of 1662 did not entail so much evil by hindering migration as is generally supposed. 360 Shropshire County Records, abstracts of the orders made by the Court of Quarter Sessions, 1638 to 1782, pages XXIV, XXV. 361 See above, p. 70. 13 Elise, c. 13. McCulloch, Commercial Dictionary, 1852, p. 412. 362 Cunningham, English Industry and Commerce, 2. 371 363 Political Arithmetic, pages 27 to 34, 193, 276. 364 Lecky, England in the 18th Century, 6. 192 365 Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, 3. 311 366 Ibid 2. 706, 3. 221, 293. Chapter 14 1700 to 1765 General characteristics of the 18th century crops cattle dairying poultry tull and the new husbandry bad times. Fruit growing The history of agriculture in the 18th century is remarkable for several features of great importance. It first saw the application of capital in large quantities to farming, the improvements of the time being largely initiated by rich landowners whom Young praises rightly as public-spirited men who deserved well of their country, though Thorold Rogers attributes a meaner motive for the improvement of their estates, namely, their desire not to be outshone by the wealthy merchants. 367 They were often ably assisted by tenant farmers, many of whom were now men with considerable capital, for whom the smaller farms were amalgamated into large ones. After the agricultural revolution of the latter half of the century, the tendency to consolidate small holdings into large farms grew apace and was looked on as a decided mark of progress. This agricultural revolution was largely a result of the Industrial Revolution that then took place in England. Owing to mechanical inventions and the consequent growth of the factory system, the great manufacturing towns arose, whence came a great demand for food, and, to supply this demand, farms, instead of being small self-sufficing holdings just growing enough for the farmer and his family and servants, grew larger, and became manufactories of corn and meat. The century was also remarkable for another great change. England, hitherto an exporting country, became an importing one. The progress of the century was furthered by a band of men whose names are, or ought to be, household words with English farmers: Jethro Tull, Lord Townshend, Arthur Young, Bakewell, Coke of Holcombe, and the Collings. Further, the century witnessed a great number of enclosures, especially when it was drawing to its close. According to the report of the Committee on Waste Lands in 1797, the number of enclosure acts was, under N, 2 acts, enclosing 1,439 acres, under Geo. I, 16 acts, enclosing 17,960 acres, under Geo 2, 226 acts, enclosing 318,778 acres, from 1760 to 1797, 1,532 acts, enclosing 2,804,197 acres. The period from 1700 to 1765 has been called the Golden Age of the agricultural classes, as the 15th century has been called the Golden Age of the laborer, but the farmer and landlord were often hard-pressed, rates were low, wages were fair, and the demand for the produce of the farm constant owing to the growth of the population, yet prices for wheat, stock, and wool were often unremunerative to the farmer, and we are told in 1734, necessity has compelled our farmers to more carefulness and frugality in laying out their money than they were accustomed to in better times. 368 The laborers' wages varied according to locality. The assessment of wages by the magistrates in Lancashire for 1,725 remains, and according to that the ordinary labourer earned 10d. a day in the summer and 9d. in the winter months, with extras in harvest, and this may be taken as the average pay at that date. Threshing and winnowing wheat by piecework cost 2s. a quarter, oats 1s. a quarter. Making a ditch 4 feet wide at the top, 18 inches wide at the bottom, and 3 feet deep, double set with quicks, cost 1s. a rood, 8 yards, 10d. If without the quick 369. The magistrates remarked in their proclamation on the plenty of the times and were afraid that for the northern part of the county, which was then very backward, the wages were too liberal. Wheat was, unfortunately, that year 40 six. 1d a quarter, but a few years before and after that date it was cheap 20s, 24s, 28s. A quarter, and fresh meat was only 3d. a pound, so that their wages went a long way. 370 A considerable portion of the wages was paid in kind, not only in drink but in food, though this custom became less frequent as the century went on. 371 As for his food, Eden tells us 372 that the diet of Bedford workhouse in 1730 was much better than that of the most industrious labourer in his own home, and this was the diet: bread and cheese or broth for breakfast, boiled beef hot or cold, sometimes with suet pudding for dinner, and bread and cheese or broth for supper. This must have been sufficiently monotonous, and we may be sure the labourer at home very seldom had boiled beef for dinner, but in the north he was much cleverer than his southern brother in cooking cereal foods such as oatmeal porridge, crowdy, also of oatmeal, frumenti, or barley milk, barley broth, and c. 373. The village of the first half of the 18th century contained a much better graded society than the village of today. It had few gaps, so that there was a ladder from the lowest to the highest ranks, owing to the existence of many small holders of various degree, soon to be diminished by enclosure and consolidation. 374. There was a great increase in the number of livestock owing to the spread, gradual though it was, of roots and clover, which increased the winter food. Of late years, it was said in 1739, there have been improvements made in the breed of sheep by changing of rams, and sowing of turnips, grass seeds, and c. 375 crops, too, were improving, and enclosed lands about 1,726 were said to produce over 20 bushels of wheat to the acre. 376. Though the number of enclosure acts at the beginning of the century was nothing like the number at the end, the process was steadily going on, often by non-parliamentary enclosure, and was approved by nearly everyone. Some, however, were opposed to it. John Cooper, who wrote an essay on enclosing commons in 1732, said, "A common was often the chief support of 40 or 50 poor families, and even though their rights were bought out they were under the necessity of leaving their old homes, for their occupation was gone." But he says nothing of the well-known increased demand for labor on the enclosed lands. The force of his arguments may be gauged from his answer to Lawrence's statement that enclosure is the greatest benefit to good husbandry, and a remedy for idleness. On the contrary, says he, who among the country people live lazier lives than the grazier and the dairyman? All the dairyman has to do is to call his cows together to be milked. Werlage in 1669 had lamented that turnips were so little grown by English farmers in the field, and that it was a plant usually nourished in gardens. 377. And in a letter to Houghton in 1684, he is the first to mention the feeding of turnips to sheep. 378. However, in 1726 it was said that nothing of late years had turned to greater profit to the farmer, who now found it one of his chief treasures, and there were then three sorts, the round which was most common, the yellow, and the long. 379. For winter use they were to be sown from the beginning of June to the middle of August, on fallow which had been brought to a good tilth, the seed harrowed in with a bush harrow, and if necessary rolled. When the plants had 2 or 3 leaves each they were to be hoed out, leaving them 5 or 6 inches apart, though some slovenly farmers did not trouble to do this, but there is no mention of hoeing between the rows. The fly was already recognized as a pest, and soot and common salt were used to fight it. Folding sheep in winter on turnips was then little practiced, though Lawrence strongly recommends it. According to Defoe, 380, Suffolk was remarkable for being the first county where the feeding and fattening of sheep and other cattle with turnips was first practiced in England, to the great improvement of the land, whence, he says, the practice is spread over most of the east and south, to the great enriching of farmers and increase of fat cattle. There were great disputes as to collecting the tithe, always a sore subject, on turnips, and the custom seems to have been that if they were eaten off by store sheep they went tithe free, if sheep were fattened on them the tithe was paid. 381. Clover, the other great novelty of the 17th century, was now generally sown with barley, oats, or ryegrass, about 15 pounds per acre. This amount, sown on 2 acres of barley, would next year produce 2 loads worth about 5 pounds. The next crop stood for seed, which was cut in August, the hay being worth 9 pounds, and the seed out of it, 300 pounds, was sold much of it for 16d. a pound, the sum realized in that year from the 2 acres being 30 pounds, without counting the aftermath. At this time most of the seed was still imported from Flanders. 382. Much of the common and waste land of England, not previously worth 60 an acre, had been by 1732 vastly improved through sowing artificial grasses on it, so that various people had gained considerable estates. 383 carrots were also now grown as a field crop in places, especially near London, two sorts being known, the yellow and red, used chiefly by farmers for feeding their hogs. 384 of wheat. The names were many, but there were apparently only 7 distinct sorts: the double-eared, eggshell, red or Kentish, great-bearded, pollard, grey, and flaxen or lammas. 385 The growth of saffron had declined, though the English variety was the best in the world, according to Lawrence, and except in Cambridgeshire and about Saffron Walden it was little known. Though it was still some time before the days of Bakewell, increased attention was given to cattle breeding. It was urged that a well-shaped bull be put to cows, one that had a broad and curled forehead, long horns, fleshy neck, and a belly long and large. 386 Such in 1726 was the ideal type of the longhorns of the Midland and the North, but it was noticed that of late years and especially in the North the Dutch breed was much sought after, which had short horns and long necks, the breed with which the Collings were to work such wonders. The then great price of £20 had been given for a cow of this breed. Bradley, professor of botany at Cambridge, and a well-known writer on agriculture, divided the cattle of England into 3 sorts according to their color, the black, white, and red. 387 The black, commonly the smallest, was the strongest for labor, chiefly found in mountainous countries, also bred chiefly in Cheshire, Yorkshire, Lancashire, and Derbyshire. 60 years before this, and in those days Cheshire cheese came from these cattle, apparently very much like the modern Welsh breed. 388. The white were much larger, and very common in Lincolnshire at the end of the 17th century. They gave more milk than the black sort but went dry sooner. They were also found in Suffolk and Surrey. The red cattle were the largest in England, their milk rich and nourishing, so much so that it was given specially to consumptives. They were first bred in Somerset, where in Bradley's time particular attention was paid to their breeding, and were evidently the ancestors of the modern Devons. About London these cows were often fed on turnips, given them tops and all, which made their milk bitter. They were also found in Lincolnshire and some other counties, where they were fed on the marshes, and Defoe saw, in the Weald of Kent, large Kentish bullocks, generally all red with their horns crooked inward. Bradley gives the following balance sheet for a dairy of 9 cows: 389 dr pound sd 6 months grass keep at ones. 6d per week per head 17,110 6 months winter keep, straw, hay, turnips, and grains, at twos. Per week per head 2,380 40,190 pounds cr 13,140 gallons of milk 136,176 40,190 balance, profit, pound 95186 A correspondent, however, pointed out to Bradley that this yield and profit was far above the average, which was about £5 a cow, on whom Bradley retorted that it could be made, though it was exceptional. In the 18th century the great trade of driving Scottish cattle to London began, Walter Scott's grandfather being the pioneer. The route followed diverged from the Great North Road in Yorkshire in order to avoid turnpikes, and the cattle, grazing leisurely on the strips of grass by the roadside, generally arrived at Smithfield in good condition. 390 Defoe tells us that most of the Scottish cattle which came yearly into England were brought to the village of Faiths, north of Norwich, where the Norfolk graziers go and buy them. These Scots runts, coming out of the cold and barren highlands, feed so eagerly on the rich pasture in these marshes that they grow very fat. There are above 40,000 of these Scots cattle fed in this county every year. The gentlemen of Galloway go to England with their droves of cattle and take the money themselves. 391 It was no uncommon thing for a Galloway nobleman to send 4,000 black cattle and 4,000 sheep to England in a year, and altogether from 50,000 to 60,000 cattle were said to come to England from Galloway yearly. Gentlemen on the border before the Union got a very pretty living by tolls from these cattle, and the Earl of Carlisle made a good income in this way. Cattle were sometimes of a great size. In 1697, in the park of Sir John Fagg near Steyning, Defoe saw 4 bullocks of Sir John's own breeding for which was refused in Defoe's hearing £26 apiece. They were driven to Smithfield and realized £25 each, having probably sunk on the way, but dressed they weighed 80 stone a quarter, 392. These weights must have been very exceptional, but go to prove that cattle then could be grown to much greater size than is generally credited. A good price for a bullock in the first half of the 18th century was from £7 to £10. The best poultry at the same date, 1736, were said to be the white-feathered sort, especially those that had short and white legs, which were esteemed for the whiteness of their flesh, but those that had long yellow legs and yellow beaks were considered good for nothing. 393 Care was to be used in the choice of a cock, for those of the game kind were to be avoided as unprofitable. Bradley gives a balance sheet for 12 hens and 2 cocks who had a free run in a farmyard and an orchard. 394 Dr pound s.dcr pound s.d 39 bushels of barley, 350 eggs, number unfortunately not given, 150 balance, profit 160. 20 early chickens at 1s.172 late chickens at 6d.11 60 410 pounds 410 pounds equals He also recommends that in stocking a farm of 200 pounds a year the following poultry should be purchased: pound s.d 24 chickens at 4d.80 20 geese 10 20 turkeys 10 24 ducks 126 pair of pigeons 120. The best way to fatten chickens, according to Bradley, was to put them in coops and feed them with barley meal, being careful to put a small quantity of brick dust in their water to give them an appetite. 395 On this farm were 20 acres of cow pasture besides common, and this with some turnips. Kept 9 cows, which gave about 3 gallons of milk a day at least, the milk being worth 1d. a quart. His pigs were of the black bantam breed, which were better than the large sort common in England, for the flesh was much more delicate. Suffolk was famous for supplying London with turkeys. 396 300 droves of turkeys, each numbering from 300 to 1,000, had in one season passed over Stratford Bridge on the road from Ipswich to London. Geese also travelled on foot to London in prodigious numbers from Norfolk, Suffolk, and the Fen country, often 1,000 to 3,000 in a drove, starting in August when harvest was nearly over, so that the geese might feed on the stubble by the way, and thus they hold on to the end of October, when the roads begin to be too stiff and deep for their broad feet and short legs to march on. There was, however, a more rapid method of getting poultry to the great market, by means of carts of 4 stages or stories, one above another, to carry the birds in, drawn by 2 horses, which by means of relays travelled night and day, and covered as much as 100 miles in 2 days and 1 night, the driver sitting on the topmost stage. Hop growing in 1729, according to Richard Bradley, paid well, he says, ground never esteemed before worth a shilling an acre per annum, is rendered worth 40, 50, or sometimes more pounds a year by planting hops judiciously. An acre of hops shall bring to the owner clear profit about £30 yearly, but I have known hop grounds that have cleared above £50 yearly per acre. At this date 12,000 acres in England were planted with hops. The great market for hops was Stourbridge Fair, once the greatest mart in England and still preserving much of its former importance, there is scarce any price fixed for hops in England till they know how they sell in Stourbridge Fair. 397 Thither they came from Chelmsford, Canterbury, Maidstone, and Farnham, where the bulk of the hops in England were then grown, though some were to be found at Wilton near Salisbury, in Herefordshire, and Worcestershire. Round Canterbury Defoe says there were 6,000 acres of hops, all planted within living memory 398, but the Maidstone district was called the mother of hop grounds, and with the country round Feversham was famous for apples and cherries. The finest wool still, it seems, came from near Leominster, where the sheep in Markham's time were described as small-boned and black-faced, with a light fleece, and apparently they still had the same appearance at the beginning of the 18th century 399, and large-boned sheep with coarser wool were to be found in the counties of Warwick, Leicester, Buckingham, Northampton, and Nottingham. In the north of England too were big-boned sheep with inferior wool, the largest with coarse wool, being found in the marshes of Lincolnshire. About this time wool had fallen much in price. Has nobody told you, writes a West Country farmer to his absentee landlord in 1737, that wool has fallen to near half its price, and that we cannot find purchasers for a great part of it at any price whatsoever. When most of our estates, farms, were taken, wool was generally 7d, 8d, or more by the pound, the same is now 4d. And still falling. 400, but the latter price was exceptionally low. Smith 401 gives the following average prices per tot of £28, 170,617, 61,717 to 823s, to 27s, 1,737 to 4211s, to 14s. 174,320s, 1,743 to 5,324s. After 1753 it fell again, largely owing to the Great Plague among cattle, which brought about a prodigious increase of sheep 402, and about 1,770 young 403 favored corn rather than wool, for there was always a market for the former, but the foreign demand for cloth was diminishing, especially in the case of France. Besides, prohibition of export kept down the price 404. Yet although wool was being deserted for corn, it had in Young's time been so long supposed the staple and foundation of all our wealth, that it is somewhat dangerous to hazard an opinion not consonant to its encouragement. At the end of the century, however, there was a rapid increase in the price, partly due to increased demand by spinners and weavers who, owing to machinery, were working more economically, and partly to the enclosure of commons, and the ploughing up of land for corn. 405 Cheshire had long been famous for cheese. Barnaby Googe, in the last quarter of the 16th century, says, in England the best cheese is the Cheshire and the Shropshire, then the Banbury cheese, next the Suffolk and the Essex, and the very worst the Kentish cheese. Camden, who died in 1623, tells us that the Gros and Fodder, in Cheshire, is of that goodness and virtue that cheeses be made here in great number, and of a most pleasing and delicate taste, such as all England again affordeth not the like. No, though the best dairy women otherwise and skilfullest in cheese making be had from hence, and a little later it was said no other county in the realm could compare with Cheshire, not even that wonderful agricultural country Holland, from which England learned so much. 406 In Lawrence's time cheddar cheese was also famous, and there it had long been a custom for several neighbors to join their milk together to make cheeses, which were of a large size, weighing from 30 pounds to 100 pounds. Good cheese came also from Gloucestershire and Warwickshire. The Cheshire men sent great quantities by sea to London, a long and tedious voyage, or else by land to Burton-on-Trent, and down that river to Hull, and then by sea to London. The Gloucestershire men took it to Lechlade and sent it down the Thames. From Warwickshire it went by land all the way, or to Oxford and thence down the Thames to London. Stilton, too, had lately become famous, and was considered the best of all, selling for the then great price of £1 on the farm, and £2.60 at the Bell Inn, Stilton, where it seems to have first been sold in large quantities, though Leicestershire perhaps claims the honour of first making it 407. The eastern side of Suffolk was, in Defoe's time, famous for the best butter and perhaps the worst cheese in England, the butter being barrelled and sometimes pickled up in small casks. 408 rabbits were occasionally kept in large numbers for profit. At Auburn Chase in Wilts, there was a warren of 700 acres surrounded by a wall, a most effective way of preventing escape, but somewhat expensive. In winter time they were fed on hay, and hazel branches from which they ate the bark. They were never allowed to get below 8,000 head, and from these, after deducting losses by poachers, weasels, polecats, foxes, and 24,000 were sold annually. These rabbits, owing to the quality of the grass, were famous for the sweetness of their flesh. The proprietor, Mr. Gilbert, began to kill them at Bartholomewtide, August 24, and from then to Michaelmas obtained 9s. a dozen for them delivered free in London, but those from Michaelmas to Christmas realized 10s. 60 a dozen. The difference in price at the two periods is accounted for by the fact that their skins were much better in the latter, and the rabbits kept longer when killed. They must also have been larger. A skin before Michaelmas was only worth 1d, but soon after nearly 6d, and in Hertfordshire was a warren where rabbit skins with silvery hair fetched 1s. Each. 409. We have now reached the period when the result of Jethro Tull's labours was given to the world, his horse-hoeing husbandry appearing in 1733. It is no exaggeration to say that agriculture owes more to Tull than to any other man. The principles formulated in his famous book revolutionized British agriculture, though we shall see that it took a long time to do it. He has indeed been described as the greatest individual improver agriculture ever knew. He first realized that deep and perfect pulverization is the great secret of vegetable nutrition, and was thus led on to perfect the system of drilling seed wide enough apart to admit of tillage in the intervals, and abandoning the wide ridges in vogue, laid the land into narrow ridges 5 feet or 6 feet wide. He was born at Basildon in Berkshire, heir to a good estate, and was called to the bar in 1699, but on his marriage in the same year settled on the paternal farm of Howbarret in Oxfordshire. In his preface to his book he throws a flash of light on country life at a time when the roads were nearly as bad as in the Middle Ages, so that they effectually isolated different parts of England, when he speaks of a long confinement within the limits of a lonely farm, in a country where I am a stranger, having debarred me from all conversation. 410 He took to agriculture more by necessity than by choice, for he knew too much the inconveniency and slavery attending the exorbitant power of husbandry servants, and he further gives this extraordinary character of the farm laborer of his day. 'Tis the most formidable objection against our agriculture that the defection of laborers is such that few gentlemen can keep their land in their own hands, but let them for a little to tenants who can bear to be insulted, assaulted, kicked, cuffed, and bridewelled, with more patience than gentlemen are endowed with. 411 Tull wrote just before it became the fashion for gentlemen to go into farming, and laments that the lands of the country were all, or mostly, in the hands of rack renters, whose supposed interest it was that they should never be improved for fear of fines and increased rents. Gentlemen then knew so little of farming that they were unable to manage their estates. No doubt his scathing remarks helped to initiate the well-known change in this respect, and soon, over all England, gentlemen of education and position were engaged in removing this reproach from their class. The same complaint as to their ignorance of matters connected with their land crops up again during the Great French War, but they then had a good excuse, as they were busy fighting the French. Tull invented his drill about 1701 at Hauberret. The first occasion for making it, he says, was that it was very difficult to find a man that could sow clover tolerably. They had a habit to throw it once with the hand to 2 large strides and go twice in each cast, thus, with 9 or 10 pounds of seed to an acre, 2/3 of the ground was unplanted. To remedy this I made a hopper, to be drawn by a boy, that planted an acre sufficiently with 6 pounds of seed, but when I added to this hopper an exceeding light plough that made 6 channels 8 inches asunder, into which 2 pounds to an acre being drilled the ground was as well planted. This drill was easily drawn by a man, and sometimes by a boy. His invention was largely prompted by his desire to do without the insolent farm servant whom he has described above, and the year after it was invented he certainly had his wish, for they struck in a body and were dismissed. It were more easy to teach the beasts of the field than to drive the ploughman out of his way. His ideas were largely derived from the mechanism of the organ which, being fond of music, he had mastered in his youth a rotary mechanism, which is the foundation of all agricultural sowing implements. His first invention may be described as a drill plough to sow wheat and turnip seed in drills 3 rows at a time, a harrow to cover the seed being attached. Afterwards he invented a turnip drill, so arranged as regards dropping the seed and its subsequent covering with soil that half the seed should come up earlier than the rest, to enable a portion at least to escape the dreaded fly. He was a great believer in doing everything himself, and worked so hard at his drill that he had to go abroad for his health. He was somewhat carried away by his invention, and asserts that the expense of a drilled crop of wheat was 1/9 of that sown in the old way, giving the following figures to prove his assertion: the old way pound s.d seed, 21 halves bushels, at 3s. 76 3 ploughings, harrowing, and sowing 160 weeding 20 rent of preceding fallow 10-0 manure 2 reaping 46 4,100 pounds 412 == the new way seed, 3 pecks 23 tillage 40 drilling 6 weeding 6 uncovering, removing clods fallen on the wheat, 2 brine and lime 1 reaping 26 100 == It should be noted that he has omitted to charge rent for the year in which the crop was grown in both cases. He considered fallowing and manure unnecessary, and grew without manure 13 successive wheat crops on the same piece of ground, getting better crops than his neighbors who pursued the ordinary course of farming. His 3 great principles, indeed, were drilling, reduction of seed, and absence of weeds, and he saw that dung was a great carrier of the latter but lacked a due appreciation of its chemical action. Of course, like all improvers, he was met with unlimited opposition, and on the publication of his book he was assailed with abuse, which, being a sensitive man, caused him extreme annoyance. His health was bad, his troubles with his laborers unending, his son a spendthrift, and he died at his now famous home, Prosperous Farm, near Hungerford, in 1741, having said not long before his death, "Some, allowed as good judges, have upon a full view and examination of my practice declared their opinion that it would one day become the general husbandry of England." 413 Scotland was the first to perceive the merits of the system, and it gradually worked southwards into England, but for many years had to fight against ignorance and prejudice, even so intelligent a man as Arthur Young being opposed to it. Farm leases had by this time assumed their modern form, and cultivation clauses were numerous. In one of 1732, at Hosted, the tenant was to keep the hedges in repair, being allowed bushes and stakes for so doing. He was also to bestow on some part of the lands 1 load of good rotten muck over and above what was made on the farm for every load of hay, straw or stover, fodder, which he should carry off 414 in another of 1740, he was to leave in the last year of the tenancy 1/3 of the arable land summer tilled, ploughed, and fallowed, for which he was to be paid according to the custom of the country. In 1753, in the lease of Pinford End Farm, there was a penalty of £10 an acre for breaking up pasture, a great increase in the amount of the penalty. All compost, dung, soil, and ashes arising on the farm were to be bestowed upon it. Only 2 crops successively were to be taken on any of the arable land, but land sown with clover and ryegrass, if fed off, or with turnips which were fed on some part of the farm, were not to count as crops. The ashes mentioned were those from wood, which were now carefully looked after, as it had become the custom to sell them to the soap boilers, who came round to every farm collecting them. This is the earliest mention in a hosted lease of ryegrass, clover, and turnips, though clover and turnips had been first cultivated there about 1700, and soon spread. The winter of 1708-9 was very severe, a great frost lasting from October until the spring. Wheat was 81s.9d a quarter, and high prices lasted until 1715. 415 from 1715 to 1765 was an era of good seasons and low prices generally. In that half-century Tooke says there were only 5 bad seasons. In 1732 prices of corn were very low, wheat being about 24s a quarter, so that we are not surprised to find that its cultivation often did not pay at all. 416 at Little Gadsden in Hertfordshire, in that year a fair season, and on enclosed land. The following is the balance sheet for an acre: dr £s.d rent 120 dressing, manuring, 121 halves bushels of seed 76 plowing first time 60 twice more 80 harrowing 6 reaping and carrying 6 threshing 39 343 cr pound s.d 15 bushels of wheat, a poor crop, as 20 bushels was now about the average, 220. Straw 116, 2136 loss 109 on barley, worth about £1 a quarter, the loss was 3s. 60 an acre, on oats, worth 13s. A quarter, however, the profit was 21s, on beans, 20 sixs. 60, these being that year exceptionally good and worth 20s. A quarter 417 Ellis objected to the new mode of drilling wheat because, he said, the rows are more exposed to the violence of the winds, rains, and sea, by growing apart, than if close together, when the stalks support each other. 418 This estimate may be compared to that of Tull for the old way of sowing wheat. 419 and to the following estimate of 50 years later in Surrey, when wheat was a much better price: dr pound s.d rent, tithe, taxes 100 team, and c.102 bushels of seed 100 carting and spreading manure and water furrowing 26 brining 6 weeding 16 reaping and carrying 90 threshing and cleaning 76 binding straw 16 pound 31 26 420 cr 20 bushels at 5s.50 and 11 halves loads of straw 126 62 pounds 6 The profit was thus £2 10s. an acre, and for barley it was £3 3s. 60, for oats £1 19s. 10d, for beans £1 13s. 0d 421 This crop of wheat was not very good, as the average in that district was from 20 to 25 bushels per acre, and young before this saw crops of 30 bushels per acre growing. The over-frequent use of fallows, which had so long marked agriculture, was in the early half of the 18th century beginning to be strongly disapproved of. Bradley advocated the continuous cultivation of the ground with different kinds of crops, for I find, he said, by experience that if such crops are sown as are full of fibrous roots, such roots greatly help to open the parts of grounds inclining to too much stiffness. 422 footnotes, 367 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, p. 472. 368 C. Baker, Record of Seasons and Prices, p. 185. 369 Eden, State of the Poor, 3 pkii, Thorold Rogers, Work and Wages, p. 396. 370 in Herefordshire. At this time it was 11/2d per pound. 371 Hasbrook, OPCITP 86. 372 Eden, OPCITI 286. 373 Abadi 498. 374 Hasbrook, OPCITP 71. 375 Smith, Memoirs of Wool, 2. 93 376 John Lawrence, New System of Agriculture, p. 45. In 1712, a normal season, 48 acres of wheat at Southwick in Hants produced 16 bushels per acre, 45 acres of barley 12 bushels per acre, 30 acres of oats 24 bushels per acre. At the same place 240 sheep realized eighths each, cows 65 s, calves 1 pound, horses 6 pounds, hay 25s. A ton, Hampshire Notes and Queries, 3 120. 377 Whirlage, Systema Agriculturae, p. 42. 378 Collections, 4. 142 379 Lawrence, New System of Agriculture, p. 109. 380 Tour, ed. 1724, I 87. 381 Ellis, Chiltern and Vale Farming, p. 353. 382 Bradley, General Treatise, I 175. 383 Ellis, Chiltern and Vale Farming, p. 260. 384 J. Lawrence, New System of Agriculture, p. 112. 385 Ibid p. 92. About 1757 Lucerne, hitherto little grown in England, took its place in the rotation of crops. 386 Ibid p. 130. 387 A General Treatise on Husbandry, 1726, I 72, CFC 388. The black cattle seem to have been spread very generally over England, according to previous writers and to Defoe, who often mentions them. He saw a prodigious quantity in the meadows by the Waveney in Norfolk Tour, I 97. 389 Bradley, General Treatise, I 76. 390 Slater, English Peasantry, p. 52. 391 Tour, ed. 1724, I. 1, 97, and 3. 2, 73. 392 Ibid I 63. 393 J. Lawrence, New System of Agriculture, p. 151. 394 Bradley, General Treatise, I 110. 395 Country Gentleman and Farmer's Director, 1726, p. 7. 396 Defoe, Tour, I 87. 397 Defoe, Tour, 3rd ed., I 81. 398 Defoe, Tour, ed. 1724, 2. 1, 134. 399 Bradley, General Treatise, I 160, see also Smith, Memoirs of Wool, 2. 169, where the sheep of Leominster, of Cotswold, and of the Isle of Wight are said to be the best in 1719. The great market for sheep was Weyhill Fair, and Stourbridge Fair was a great wool market. 400 The West Country Farmer, a representation of the decay of trade, 1737. 401 Memoirs of Wool, 2. 243 402 Ibid 2. 399 403 Farmers' Letters, 3rd ed., p. 27. 404 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, 2. 384 405 Cunningham, Industry and Commerce, 2. 458 406 Ormerod, Cheshire, I 129. These words were written about 1656. 407 See Victoria County History, Rutland, Agriculture. Stilton was eaten in the same condition as many prefer it now, with the mites round it so thick that they bring a spoon for you to eat them. 408 Defoe, Tour, I, 1, 78. Cheshire cheese was 2d. to 21/2d. per pound, cheddar 6d. to 8d. In 1724, an extraordinary difference. 409 Bradley, I 172. 410 Preface to Horse Hoeing Husbandry, ed. 1733. 411 Horse Hoeing Husbandry, p. 6. 412 The West Country Farmer, above quoted, says wheat growing, in 1737, paid little. Before a bushel can be sold it costs £4 an acre, and the crop probably fetches half the money. 413 Rase Journ. 3rd Ser, 2. 2414 Cullum, Hosted, p. 216. 415 Took, History of Prices, I 35. 416 Wheat averaged, 1718-22 about 27 s. 1730 about 30 s. 1750 about 30 s. 1724 36 s. 1732 24 s. 1755 35 s. 1725 46 s. 1736 30 s. 1760 38 s. 1726 35 s. 1740 42 s. 1765 42 s. 1728 52 s. 1744 23 s. 417 Ellis, Chiltern and Vale Farming, p. 209. Nothing is charged for tithe and taxes. 418 Ibid p. 352. 419 See above, p. 177, also p. 199 for Young's estimate in 1770. 420 Nothing is charged for the manure which was carted and spread. 421 John Trussler, Practical Husbandry, p. 28. 422 Country Gentleman and Farmers Director, 1726, p. 13. Chapter 15 1700 to 1765 Townsend Sheep Rot Cattle Plague. Fruit growing in 1730 Charles, 2nd Viscount Townsend, retired from politics, on his quarrel with his brother-in-law Walpole, who remarked that as long as the firm was Townsend and Walpole the utmost harmony prevailed, but it no sooner became Walpole and Townsend than things went wrong. He devoted himself to the management of his Norfolk estates and set an example to English landlords in wisely and diligently experimenting in farm practice, which was soon followed on all sides, the names of Lords Ducie, Peterborough, and Bolingbroke being the best known of his fellow labourers. A generation afterwards Young wrote, "Half the county of Norfolk within the memory of man yielded nothing but sheep feed, whereas those very tracts of land are now covered with as fine barley and rye as any in the world, and great quantities of wheat besides." 423 There can be no doubt from this statement, made by an eyewitness of exceptional capacity, that he commenced the work so nobly carried on by Coke. The same authority tells us that when Townsend began his improvements near Norwich, much of the land was an extensive heath without either tree or shrub, only a sheep walked to another farm, so many carriages crossed it that they would sometimes be a mile abreast of each other in pursuit of the best track. By 1760 there was an excellent turnpike road, enclosed on each side with a good quickset hedge, and all the land let out in enclosures and cultivated on the Norfolk system in superior style, the whole being let at 15s. an acre, or 10 times its original value. Townsend's two special hobbies were the field cultivation of turnips, and improvement in the rotation of crops. Pope says his conversation was largely of turnips, and he was so zealous in advocating them that he was nicknamed Turnip Townsend. 424 He initiated the Norfolk or four-course system of cropping, in which roots, grasses, and cereals were wisely blended, viz. turnips, barley, clover, and ryegrass, wheat. He also reintroduced marling to the light lands of Norfolk, and followed Tull's system of drilling and horse-hoeing turnips, with the result that the poor land of which his estate was largely composed was converted into good corn and cattle-growing farms. Like all the progressive agriculturists of the day, he was an advocate of enclosures, and he had no small share in the growth of the movement by which, in the reigns of Anne and the first two Georges, 244 enclosure acts were passed and 338,177 acres enclosed. The progress of enclosure was alleged as a proof that England was never more prosperous than under Walpole. The number of private gentlemen in Britain of ample estates was said to exceed that of any country in the world proportionately, and was far greater than in the reign of Charles II. The value of land at 26 or 27 years' purchase was a conclusive proof of the wealth of England. 425 Though, however, the first half of the century was generally prosperous, there were bad times for farmer and landlord. We have seen that wheat growing paid little, although from 1689 to 1773 the farmer was protected against imports and aided by a bounty on exports. In 1738 Lord Lyttelton wrote, "In most parts of England, gentlemen's rents are so ill paid and the weight of taxes lies so heavy upon them that those who have nothing from the court can scarce support their families." 426 Sheep in the damp climate of England have always been subject to rot, and in 1735 there was, according to Ellis, the most general rot in the memory of man owing to a very wet season, and, as in the disastrous year of 1879, which must be fresh in many farmers' memories, other animals, deer, hares, and rabbits, were affected also, and the dead bodies of rotten sheep were so numerous in road and field that the stench was offensive to every one. Another bad outbreak occurred in 1747. It is well known that farmers are always grumblers, probably with an eye to the rent, but even in these much praised times they apparently made small profits. The West Country farmer quoted before, who had been 50 years on the same estate, and writes with the stamp of sincerity, admits in 1737 that with all the skill and diligence in the world he can hardly keep the cart upon the wheels. Wool had gone down, wheat didn't pay, and graziers were doing badly, though formerly our cattle and wool was always a sure card. He says that the profits of grazing were reckoned at 1/3 of the improvement that ensued from the grazing, but the grazier was not now getting this. He attributed much of the distress, however, to the extravagance of the times. Landlords, including his own, preferred London to the country, and spent their money there. How different was the behavior of his landlord's grandfather. Many a time would his worship send for me to go hunting or shooting with him, often would he take me with him on his visits and would introduce me as his friend. The country gentlewoman and the parson's wife, that used to stitch for themselves, are now so hurried with dressings and visits and other attractions that they hire an abigail to do it. He thought, too, the laborers were getting too high wages. They are so puffed up by our provender as to offer us their heels and threaten on any occasion to leave us to do our work ourselves. One would like to hear the laborers' opinion on this point, but they were dumb. In spite of higher wages, the young men and young women flocked to the cities, and those who remain were lazy and extravagant, even the country wenches contending about double caps, huge petticoats, clock stockings, and other trumpery. 427 The bounty now paid on the export of wheat was naturally resented by the common people, as it raised the price of their bread. In 1737 a load belonging to Farmer Waters of Burford, travelling along the road to Redbridge for exportation, was stopped near White Parish by a crowd of people who knocked down the leading horse, broke the wagon in pieces, cut the sacks, and strewed about the corn, with threats that they would do the like to all who sold wheat to export. 428 While England was paying farmers to export wheat, she was also importing, though in plentiful years importers had a very bad time. In 1730 there were lying at Liverpool 33,000 windles, a windle 220 pound, of imported corn, unsaleable owing to the great crop in England. 429 The year 1740 was distinguished by one of the severest winters on record. From January 1 to February 5 the thermometer seldom reached 32 degrees, and the cold was so intense that hens and ducks, even cattle in their stalls, died of it. Trees were split asunder, crows and other birds fell to the ground frozen in their flight. This extraordinary winter was followed by a cold and late spring. No verdure had appeared by May. In July it was still cold, and thousands of acres of turnips rotted in the ground. Among minor misfortunes may be noticed the swarms of grasshoppers who devastated the pastures near Bristol at the end of August 1742 430 and the swarms of locusts who came to England in 1748 and consumed the vegetables. 431 The cattle plague of 1745 432 was so severe that owing to the scarcity of stock great quantities of grassland were ploughed up, which helped to account for the fact that in 1750 the export of corn from England reached its maximum, though the main cause of this was the long series of excellent seasons that set in after 1740. 433 The cattle plague also raged in 1754 in spite of an order in council that all infected cattle should be shot and buried 4 feet deep, and pitch, tar, rosin, and gunpowder burnt where infected cattle had died, and cowhouses washed with vinegar and water. Such were the sanitary precautions of the time. 434 In 1756 came another bad year. Corn was so scarce that there were many riots. The king expressed to Parliament his concern at the suffering of the poor, and the export of corn was temporarily prohibited. The fluctuations in price are remarkable. In 1756, before the deficiency of the harvest was realized, wheat was 22s. And it went up at the following rate: January, 1757, 49s, February, 51s, March, 54s, April, 64s, June, 72s. About the middle of the century, if we may judge from the complete ciderman written in 1754 by experienced hands living in Devon, Cornwall, Herefordshire, and elsewhere, fruit growing received an amount of attention which diminished greatly in after years. The authors fully realized that an orchard under tillage causes apple trees to grow as fast again as under grass, and this was well understood and practiced in Kent, where crops of corn were grown between the trees. A Devonshire ciderist urged that orchards should be well sheltered from the east winds, which bring over the narrow sea swarms of imperceptible eggs, or insects in the air, from the vast tracts of Tartarian and other lands, from which proceeded infinite numbers of lice, flies, bugs, caterpillars, cobwebs, and c. The best protection was a screen of trees, and the best tree for the purpose, a pear tree. In the hard frosts of 1709, 1716, and 1740 great numbers of fruit and other trees had been destroyed. In Devon what was called the Southam's method was used for top-dressing the roots of old apple trees, which was done in November with soil from the roads and ditches, or lime or chalk, laid on firs sometimes, 6 inches thick, 4 or 5 feet all round the trees. Great attention was paid there to keeping the heads of fruit trees in good order, so that branches did not interfere with each other 435 and the heads were made to spread as much as possible. Many of the trees were grown with the first branches commencing 4 feet 6 inches from the ground. It was claimed that Devon excelled all other parts of England in the management of fruit trees, a reputation that was not maintained, according to the works of half a century later. The best cider apple in the county then was the white sour, white in color, of a middling size, and early ripe. Other good ones were the Douans, Jersey, French Longtail, Royal Wilding, Culvering, Russet, Holland Pippin, and Cowley Crab. In Herefordshire it was the custom to open the earth about the roots of the apple trees and lay them bare and exposed for the 12 days of the Christmas holidays, that the wind might loosen them. Then they were covered with a compost of dung, mold, and a little lime. The best way to plant was to take off the turf and lay it by itself, then the next earth or virgin mold, to be laid also by itself. Next put horse litter over the bottom of the hole with some of the virgin mold on that, on which place the tree, scattering some more virgin mold over the roots, then spread some old horse dung over this and upon that the turf, leaving it in a basin shape. The ground between the trees in Devonshire in young orchards was first planted with cabbage plants, next year with potatoes, next with beans, and so on until the heads of the trees became large enough, when the land was allowed to return to pasture, a proceeding which was quite contrary to their previously quoted assertion that tillage was best for fruit trees. The cider makers were quite convinced, as many are today, that rotten apples were invaluable for cider, and the lady who was famous for the best cider in the county never allowed one to be thrown away. A generation later than this Marshall 436 noted that in Herefordshire the management of orchards and their produce was far from being well understood, though it has ever borne the name of the first cider county. All the old fruits were lost or declining in quality, the famous red streak apple was given up and the squash pear no longer made to flourish. As for prices, in 1707 apples were selling at Liverpool for 2 seconds. 60 a bushel, 437 a very good price if we allow for the difference in the value of money, but prices then were entirely dependent on the English seasons, no foreign apples were imported, and a night's frost would treble prices in a day. In 1742 at Aspall Hall, Suffolk, apples, apparently for cider, were 10d. a bushel, in 1745 ones. A bushel, in 1746 only 4d, and in 1747 cider there was worth 6d. A gallon 438 at the end of the century, in the great hit of 1784, common apples were less than 6d. a bushel, the best about 2s. In 1786 the price was twice as high, owing to a short crop. Incidentally, there is mentioned in the Complete Ciderman a novel implement, a most profitable new invented 5-hoe plow, that after the ground has been once plowed with the common plow will plow 4 or 5 acres in one day with only 4 horses, and by a little alteration is fitted to hoe turnips or rape crops as it is now practiced by the ordinary farmers, much too favorable an estimate of the ordinary farmer, as young found horse hoeing rare. An acre of good orchard land at this time was let at £2 an acre, and this is a fair balance sheet for an acre 439 dr pound sd rent of 1 acre 200 tithe on 10 hogsheads, at 60. 50 gathering, making, and carriage to and from the pound, at 3s. 60 a hogshead 1150 racking twice, at 60. 50 casks and cooperage 84,130 pounds equals cr pound s. D 10 hogsheads diminished by racking and waste to 8, at 12s. 6,500 leaving a balance of 7s. For spoiling, and c, so there was not much profit in cider making then. The same authority sets down the cost of planting an acre of apples as pound sd 132 trees, at 2s. 1,340, the custom had been to plant 160 trees to the acre, but this was considered too close. Carriage per tree, at 2d, manure per tree, at 3d, planting per tree, at 3d. 480 interest on 17 pounds 12s. 0d for 15 years before orchard is profitable, at 5% or 1,326 loss of half the rent of the land for the same period, at 10s.an acre 7,100 building cellarage for product per acre 50 4,346 pounds for this outlay the landowner would gain an additional rent of £1 a year, so that, according to this authority, growing cider fruit at that time paid neither landlord nor tenant. Footnotes, 423 Farmers' Letters, I-10. 424 RASE Journal, 3rd Series, 3. 425 See the Hip Doctor, number 49. 426 Took, History of Prices, I-42. 427 Cf. This and Tull's Character of Servants with Defoe's accusation of their laziness. 428 Salisbury Newspaper, quoted by Baker, Seasons and Prices, p. 187. 429 See Autobiography of W. M. Stout, ed. by J. Harland. 430 Gentleman's Magazine, 1742. 431 Baker, OPCITP 194. 432 A Defense of the Farmers of Great Britain, 1814, p. 30. 433 Took, History of Prices, I-42. 434 See a curious pamphlet called An Exhortation to All People to Consider the Afflicting Hand of God, 1754, p. 6. The plague lasted from 1745 to 1756. 435 The Complete Ciderman, p. 46. 436 Rural Economy of Gloucestershire, 1788, 2. 206 437 Blundell's Diary, p. 55. 438 Ms. Accounts of Mr. Chevalier, of Aspall Hall. 439 The case with the County of Devon with respect to the new excise duty on cider, 1763. The duty was 4s. a hogshead, but the opposition was so strong it was taken off. Chapter 16 1765 to 1793 Arthur Young Crops and their cost, the labourer's wages and diet, the prosperity of farmers, the country squire Elkington Bakewell, the Rhodes Coke of Holcombe. The history of English agriculture in the latter half of the 18th century has been so well described by Arthur Young that any account of it at that time must largely be an epitome of his writings. The greatest of English writers on agriculture was born in 1741, and began farming early, but, as he confesses himself, was a complete failure. When he was 26 he took a farm of 300 acres at Samford Hall in Essex, and after 5 years of it paid a farmer £100 to take it off his hands, who thereupon made a fortune out of it. He had already begun writing on agriculture, and it must be confessed that he began to advise people concerning the art of agriculture on a very limited experience. It paid him, however, much better than farming, for between 1766 and 1775 he realized £3,000 on his works, among which were the Farmer's Letters, the Southern, Northern, and Eastern Tours. These are his qualifications for writing on agriculture. From his own pen, "I have been a farmer these many years," he was not yet 30, and that not in a single field or two but upon a tract of near 300 acres most part of the time. "I have cultivated on various soils most of the vegetables common in England and many never introduced into field husbandry. I have always kept a minute register of my business in every detail of culture, expenses, and produce, and an accurate comparison of the old and new husbandry." 440 It is said that though he really understood the theory and practice of farming he failed utterly in small economies. He was also far too vivacious and fond of society for the monotonous work of the plain farmer. At the same time his failures gave his observant mind a clear insight into the principles of agriculture. He was indefatigable in inquiries, researches, and experiments, and the best proof of the value of his works is that they were translated into Russian, German, and French. He tells us in the preface to Rural Economy that his constant employment for the previous 7 years, when out of my fields, has been registering experiments. His pet aversions were absentee landlords, obsolete methods of cultivation, wastes and commons, and small holdings, though towards the end of his life he changed his opinion as to the last, and the following, according to him, were the especially needed improvements of the time: the knowledge of good rotations of crops so as to do away with fallows, which was to be effected by the general use of turnips, beans, peas, tares, clover, and as preparation for white corn, covered drains, marling, chalking, and claying, irrigation of meadows, cultivation of carrots, cabbages, potatoes, sainfoin and lucerne, ploughing, and with as few cattle as possible, the use of harness for oxen, cultivation of madden licorice, hemp, and flax where suitable. 441 Above all, the cultivation of waste lands, which he was to live to see so largely effected. There was little knowledge of the various sorts of grasses at this time, and to Young is due the credit of introducing the cock's foot, and crested dog's tail. In 1790 he contemplated retiring to France or America, so heavy was taxation in England. "Men of large fortune and the poor," he said, in words which many today will heartily endorse, "have reason to think the government of this country the first in the world, the middle classes bear the brunt." Perhaps today men of large fortune have altered their opinion and only the poor are satisfied. However, he only visited France, and gave us his vivid picture of that country before the Great Revolution. In 1793 the Board of Agriculture was formed, and Young was made secretary with a salary of £400 a year. About 1810 he wrote that the preceding half-century had been by far the most interesting in the progress of agriculture, and ascribes the increase of interest in it to the publication of his tours. George III told him he always took with him the farmer's letters. The improvement, Young said, had been largely due to individual effort, for commerce had been predominant in Parliament and agriculture had begun to be neglected, a statement which, seeing that Parliament was then almost entirely composed of landowners, must be accepted with some reserve. Young died in 1820, having been totally blind for some time, a misfortune which did not prevent him working hard. In his well-known tours he often had much difficulty in obtaining information, and confesses that he was forced to make more than one farmer drunk before he got anything out of him. The exodus from the country to the towns then, as so often in history, was noted by thinking people, but Young says it was merely a natural consequence of the demand for profitable employment and was not to be regretted, but he wrote in a time when the country population was still numerous, and there was little danger of England becoming, what she is today, a country without a solid foundation, with no reservoir of good country blood to supply the waste of the towns. When Young began to write, the example of Townshend and his contemporaries was being followed on all sides, and this good movement was stimulated by Young's writings. Farming was the reigning taste of the day. There was scarce a nobleman without his farm, most of the country gentlemen were farmers, and attended closely to their business instead of leaving it to stewards, who governed in matters of wheat and barley as absolutely as in covenants of leases, and the squire delighted in setting the country a staring at the novelties he introduced. Even the stable and the kennel were ousted by farming from rural talk 442, and citizens who breathed the smoke of London 5 days a week were farmers the other 2, and many young fellows of small fortune who had been brought up in the country took farms, and the fashion was followed by doctors, lawyers, clergymen, soldiers, sailors, and merchants. The American and French War of 1775–83 and the Great Conflict with France from 1793 to 1815 were, however, to divert many of the upper classes from agriculture, for they very properly thought their duty was then to fight for their country, so that we again have numerous complaints of agents and stewards managing estates who knew nothing whatever about their business. It was not to be wondered at that all this activity brought about considerable progress. There have been, said Young about 1770, more experiments, more discoveries, and more general good sense displayed within these 10 years than in 100 preceding ones, a statement which perhaps did not attach sufficient importance to the work of Townshend and his contemporaries, and to the new husbandry of Tull, which Young did not appreciate at its full value. 443 The place subsequently taken by the Board of Agriculture, and in our time by the Royal Agricultural Society, was then occupied by the Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures, and Commerce, which offered premiums for such objects as the cultivation of carrots in the field for stock, then little practiced, for gathering the different sorts of grass seeds and keeping them clean and free from all mixture with other grasses, a very rare thing at that time, for experiments in the comparative merits of the old and new husbandry, for the growth of matter, £20 for a turnip slicing machine, then apparently unknown, and for experiments whether rolling or harrowing grassland was better, at present one of the most disputed points of husbandry. In spite of this progress, many crops introduced years before were unknown to many farmers. Sainfoin, cabbages, potatoes, carrots, were not common crops in every part of England, though every one of them was well known in some part or other. Not more than half, or at most 2/3, of the nation cultivated clover. Many, however, of the nobility and gentry in the north had grown cabbages with amazing success, lately, 30 guineas an acre being sometimes the value of the crop. Half the cultivated lands, in spite of the progress of enclosure for centuries, were still farmed on the old common field system. When anything out of the common was to be done on common farms, all common work came to a standstill. To carry out corn stops the plows, perhaps at a critical season. The fallows are frequently seen overrun with weeds because it is seed time. In a word, some business is ever neglected. 444. As for the outcry against enclosing commons and wastes, people forgot that the farmers as well as the poor had a right of common and took special care by their large number of stock to starve every animal the poor put on the common. 445. About the same time that Young wrote these words there appeared a pamphlet written by a country gentleman on the advantages and disadvantages of enclosing waste lands and common fields, which puts the arguments against enclosure very forcibly. 446. The writer's opinion was that it was clearly to the landowner's gain to promote enclosures, but that the impropriator of tithes reaped most benefit and the small freeholder least, because his expenses increased inversely to the smallness of his allotment. As to diminution of employment, he reckoned that enclosed arable employed about 10 families per 1,000 acres, open field arable 20 families, a statement opposed to the opinion of nearly all the agricultural writers of the 17th and 18th centuries. It is surely an incontestable fact that enclosed land meant much better tillage, and better tillage meant more labor. The excessive amount of fallow necessary under the common field system, from the inability to grow roots except by special arrangement, is alone enough to prove this. The same writer admitted that common pastures, wastes, and employed only 1 family per 2,000 acres, but enclosed pasture 5 families per 1,000 acres, and enclosed waste 16 families. A country farmer, who wrote in 1786, states that many of the small farmers displaced by enclosures sold their few possessions and emigrated to America. 447. The growing manufacturing towns also absorbed a considerable number. That there was a considerable amount of hardship inflicted on smallholders and commoners is certain, but industrial progress is frequently attended by the dislocation of industry and consequent distress, the introduction of machinery, for instance, often causing great suffering to hand workers, but eventually benefiting the whole community. How many men has the self-binding reaping machine thrown for a time out of work? So enclosure caused distress to many individuals, but was for the good of the whole nation. The history of enclosure is really the history of progress in farming, the conversion of land badly tilled in the old common fields, and of waste land little more valuable than the prairies, into well-managed fruitful farms. That much of the common field land when enclosed was laid down to grass is certainly true, and certainly inevitable if it paid best under grass. 448. No one can expect the holders of land naturally best suited for grass to keep it under tillage for philanthropic purposes. A vast number of the commoners too were idle thriftless beings, whose rights on a few acres enabled them to live a life of pilfering and poaching, and it was a very good thing when such people were induced to lead a more regular and respectable existence. The great blot on the process was that it made the English laborer a landless man. Compensation was given him at the time of enclosure in the shape of allotments or sums of money, but the former he was generally compelled to give up owing to the expense he had been put to at allotment, and the latter he often spent in the public house. At this date the proprietors of large estates who wished to enclose by Act of Parliament, generally settled all the particulars among themselves before calling any meeting of the rest of the proprietors. The small proprietor had very little say either in regulating the clauses of the Act, or in the choice of commissioners. Any owner of 1/5 of the land, however, could negative the measure and often used his right to impose unreasonable clauses. It is well known that the legal expenses and fencing were very costly. The enclosure commissioners too often divided the land in an arbitrary and ignorant manner, and there was no appeal from them except by filing a bill in chancery. Accounts were hardly ever shown by the commissioners, and if a proprietor refused to pay the sums levied they were empowered to distirane immediately. All these evils attending enclosure made many who were eager to benefit by it very chary in commencing it. 449. Then, as now, One of the commonest errors of farmers was that of taking too much land for their capital. Young considered £6 an acre necessary on an average, equal to more than £12 today, a sum which few farmers at any time have in hand when they take a farm. As for gentlemen farmers, who were then rushing into the business, they were warned that they had no chance of success if they kept any company or amused themselves with anything but their own business, unless perhaps they had a good bailiff. Lime, one of the most ancient of manures, was then the most commonly used in England, 80 to 100 loads an acre being a common dressing, but many farmers were very ignorant of its proper use. Marl, which today is seldom used, was considered to last for 20 years, though for the first year no benefit was observable, and very little the second and the third, its value then becoming very apparent. In the last 5 years, however, its value was nearly worn out. But it was much to be questioned whether marl in its best state anywhere yields an increase of produce equal to that which a good manuring of dung will give. 450 marl was applied in huge quantities on arable and grass, and often made the latter look like arable land, so thickly was it spread. At this date, 1770, the average crops on poor, and on good land were 451, on land worth 5s an acre, wheat 12 bushels per acre. Rye 16, barley 16, oats 20, turnips, to the value of £1. Clover on land worth 20s an acre, wheat 28 bushels per acre. Barley 40, oats 48, beans 40, turnips, to the value of £3. Clover, the cost of cultivating the latter, which may be given in full, as it affords an excellent example of the price of growing various crops, and the methods of their cultivation at this period, was as follows. First year, turnips, £s.d rent 100 tithe and town charges 85 ploughings, at 4s. 103 harrowings 10 seed 6 sowing 3 twice hand hoeing £72,169 == It will be noticed there was no horse hoeing. Second year, barley, £s.d rent, tithe, and c 183 ploughings 123 harrowings 10 seed 80 sowing 3 mowing and harvesting 30 water furrowing 6 threshing, at 1s. a quarter £52,179 == Third year, clover, £s.d rent, and c 180 seed 50 sowing 3 £1,133 == Fourth year 452 wheat, £s.d rent, and c 181 ploughing 43 harrowings 10 seed 100 sowing 3 water furrowing 9 thistling 16 reaping and harvesting 70 threshing, at 2s. a quarter £72,196 Fifth year, beans, pound. S.d rent, and c 182 ploughings 80 seed, 2 bushels 80 sowing 6 twice hand hoeing 120 twice horse hoeing 30 reaping and harvesting 80 threshing £53,126 Sixth year, oats, pound s.d rent, and c 180 once ploughing 42 harrowings 8 4 bushels of seed 60 sowing 3 mowing and harvesting 30 threshing, at 1s. a quarter £62,711 Good land at a high rent is always better than poor land at a low rent. The average profit per acre on 5s land was then about 8s. 8d, on 20s land, 29s. Grass was much more profitable than tillage. The profit on 20 acres of arable in 9 years amounted to £88, whereas on grass it was £212, or 9s. 9d an acre per annum for the former and 23s. For the latter 453 yet dairying, at all events, was then on the whole badly managed and unprofitable. The average cow ate 21/2 acres of grass, and the rent of this with labor and other expenses made the cost £5 a year per cow, and its average produce was not worth more than £5 six. 3d 454. This scanty profit was due to the fact that few farmers used roots, cabbages, and for their cows, and to their wrong management of pigs, kept on the surplus dairy food. By good management the net return could be made as much as £4.15. 0d per cow. The management of sheep in the north of England was wretched. In Northumberland the profit was reckoned at ones a head, partly derived from cheese made from ewe's milk. The fleeces averaged £2, and the wool was so bad as not to be worth more than 3d. Or 4d. Per pound. 455 pigs could be made to pay well, as the following account testifies: food and produce of a sow in 1 year, 1763, which produced 7 pigs in April and 11 in October, dr pound s.dcr pound s.d grains 104 a pig 23 cutting a litter 16 a fat hog 195 quarters peas 520 another, 110 pounds weight 1129 10 bushels barley 100 another, 116 pounds weight 200 expenses in selling 456 116 heads 53 10 bushels peas 163 3 fat hogs 671 fat hog 210 young pigs 40 166 18,129 pounds 8,117 8,117 pounds profit 1,012 pounds equals We have seen that Young thought little of the new husbandry. He does not even give Tull the credit of inventing the drill. Mr. Tull perhaps again invented it. He practiced it upon an extent of ground far beyond that of any person preceding him. The spirit of drilling died with Mr. Tull and was not revived till within a few years. 457. It was doubtful if 50 acres of corn were then annually drilled in England. Lately drilling had been revived and there were keen disputes as to the old and new methods of husbandry, the efficacy of the new being far from decided. The cause of the slow adoption of drill husbandry was the inferiority of the drills hitherto invented. They were complex in construction, expensive, and hard to procure. It seemed impossible to make a drill or drill plow as it was called, for such it then was a combination of drill, plow and harrow capable of sowing at various depths and widths, and at the same time light enough for ordinary use. All the drills hitherto made were too light to stand the rough use of farm laborers. Common plows and harrows the fellows tumble about in so violent a manner that if they were not strength itself they would drop to pieces. In drawing such instruments into the field the men generally mount the horses, and drag them after them. In passing gateways 20 to 1 they draw them against the gate-post. Some of these fellows are still to be seen. Another defect in drilling was that the drill plow filled up all the water furrows, which, at a time when drainage was often neglected, were deemed of especial importance, and they all had to be opened again. Further, said the advocates of the old husbandry, it was a question whether all the horse-hoeings, hand-hoeings, and weedings of the new husbandry, though undoubtedly beneficial, really paid. It was very hard to get enough laborers for these operations. With more reason they objected to the principles of discarding manure and sowing a large number of white straw crops in succession, but admitted the new system was admirably adapted for beans, turnips, cabbages, and lucerne. However, there were many followers of Tull. The author of Dissertations on Rural Subjects 458 thought the drill plough an excellent invention, as it saved seed and facilitated hoeing, but he said Tull's drill was defective in that the distances between the rows could not be altered, a defect which the writer claims to have remedied. Young's desire for a stronger drill seems to have been soon answered, As the same writer says, the barrel drill invented by Duhamel and improved by Craik was strong, cheap, and easily managed. The tendency of the latter half of the century was decidedly in favor of larger farms. It was a bad thing for the small holders, but it was an economic tendency which could not be resisted. The larger farmers had more capital, were more able and ready to execute improvements. They drained their land, others often did not. Having sufficient capital, they were able both to buy and sell to the best advantage and not sacrifice their produce at a low price to meet the rent, as the small farmer so often did and does. They could pay better wages and so get better men, kept more stock and better, and more efficient implements. They also had a great advantage in being able by their good teams to haul home plenty of purchased manure, which the small farmer often could not do. The small tenants, who had no by-industry, then, as now, had to work and live harder than the ordinary laborer to pay their way. Young calculated as early as 1768 that the average size of farms over the greater part of England was slightly under 300 acres, 459 in his tour in France. Young, speaking of the smallness of French farms as compared with English ones, and of the consequent great inferiority of French farming, says, "Where is the little farmer to be found who will cover his whole farm with marl at the rate of 100 to 150 tons per acre, who will drain his land at the expense of £2 to £3 an acre, who will, to improve the breed of his sheep, give 1,000 guineas for the use of a single ram for a single season, who will send across the kingdom to distant provinces for new implements and for men to use them. Deduct from agriculture all the practices that have made it flourishing in this island, and you have precisely the management of small farms." In 1868 the report of the Commission on the Agriculture of France 460 agreed with Young, noting the grave consequences of the excessive subdivision of land, loss of time, waste of labor, difficulties in rotation of crops, and of liberty of cultivation. For stocking an arable farm of 70 acres, Young considered the following expenditure necessary, the items of which give us interesting information as to prices: about £1770 rent, tithe, and town charges for first year, 7,000 household furniture, 3,000 wagon, 2,500 cart with ladders, 1,200 tumbrel, 1,000 roller for broad lands, of wood, 200 narrow, 1,150 cart harness for 4 horses, 8,170 plough, 2,162 ploughs, 300 a pair of harrows, 1,150 screen, bushel, fan, sieves, forks, rakes, and C800 dairy. Furniture, 320 sacks, 2,104 horses, 3,200 wear and tear, and shoeing 1 year, 1,300 keep of 4 horses from Michaelmas to May Day, at 2s. 60 each a week, 1,405 cows, 2,020 sheep, 5,101 so 151 servants' board and wages for 1 year, 1,500 a laborer's wages for 1 year, 2,000 seed for first year, 42 acres, at 11s. 62,430 harvest labor, 1,100, 326,110 pounds equals or nearly £5 an acre. About the same date the complete English farmer reckoned that the occupier of a farm of 500 acres, 300 arable, 200 pasture, ought to have a capital of £1,500, and estimated that, after paying expenses and maintaining his family, he could put by £50 a year, but this capital was much beyond what farmers in general can attain to. 461 The controversy of horses versus oxen for working purposes was still raging, and Young favored the use of oxen, for the food of horses cost more, so did their harness and their shoeing, they are much more liable to disease, and oxen when done with could be sold for beef. One stout lad, moreover, could attend to 8 or 10 oxen, for all he had to do was to put their fodder in the racks and clean the shed, no rubbing, no currying or dressing being necessary. No beasts fattened better than oxen that had been worked. A yoke of oxen would plow as much as a pair of horses and carry a deeper and truer furrow, while they were just as handy as horses in wagons, carts, rollers, and C. William Marshall, the other great agricultural writer of the end of the 18th century, agreed with Young, yet in spite of all these advantages horses were continually supplanting oxen. Among the improvements in agriculture was the introduction of broad-wheeled wagons. Narrow-wheeled ones were usual, and these on the turnpikes were only allowed to be drawn by 4 horses so that the load was small, but broad-wheeled wagons might use 8 horses. The cost of the latter was £50 against £25 for the former. 462. Young's opinion of the labouring man, like Tull's, was not a high one. "I never yet knew," he says, "one instance of any poor man's working diligently while young and in health to escape coming to the parish when ill or old. This is doubtless too sweeping. There must have been others like George Barwell, whom Marshall tells of in his Rural Economy of the Midlands, who had brought up a family of 5 or 6 sons and daughters on a wage of 5s to 7s a week, and after they were out in the world saved enough to support him in his old age. The majority, however, long before the crushing times of the French War, seemed to have been thoroughly demoralized by indiscriminate parish relief, and habitually looked to the parish to maintain them in sickness and old age." Column 463. A few years later, remarks on the poor demanding assistance without the scruple and delicacy they used to have, and says the present age seems to aim at abolishing all subordination and dependence and reducing all ranks as near a level as possible. Idleness, drunkenness, and what was then often looked on with disgust and contempt, excessive tea drinking, were rife. Tea then was very expensive, 8s or 10s a pound being an ordinary price, so that the poor had to put up with a very much adulterated article, most pernicious to health. The immoderate use of this was stated to have worse effects than the immoderate use of spirits. The consumption of it was largely caused by the deficiency of the milk supply, owing to the decrease of small farms. The large farmers did not retail such small commodities as milk and butter, but sent them to the towns so that the poor often went without. 464. In 1767 Young found wages differing according to the distance from London. 465:SD 20 miles from London they were per week 109 from 20 to 60 78 60 to 110 64 110 to 170 63 giving an average of 7s 9d which, however, was often exceeded as there was much piecework which enabled the men to earn more. Young drew up a dietary for a laborer, his wife, and a family of 3 children, which he declared to be sufficient £s.d food, six per week 466, per year 15,120 rent 1,100 clothes 2,100 soap and candles 150 loss of time through illness, and medicine 100 fuel 223,170 pounds pound s.d. The man's wages were, at once, 3d a day, for the year 19,100 the woman's, at 33/4 d a day, for the year 4,176 the boy of 15 could earn 900 the boy of 10 could earn 476 37,150 pounds which would give the family a surplus of £13.18 0d a year. What the man's food should consist of is shown by a list of 7 days' messes for a stout man sd first day. 2 pound of bread made of wheat, rye and potatoes no bread exceeds it 2 cheese, 2 ounces at 4d. lb 1/2 beer, 2 quarts 1 second day. 3 messes of soup 2/3 day. Rice pudding 21 halves 4th day. 1/4 pound of fat meat and potatoes baked together 23/4 beer 1/5 day. Rice milk 2/6 day. Same as first day. 31 halves 7th day. Potatoes, fat meat, cheese, and beer for 191/4 ========================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================
What seems a very insufficient diet, was not unlike the food of some laborers at that date. However, the bread he recommends was not that eaten by a large number of them. Eden 467 states that in 1764 about half the people of England were estimated to be using wheaten bread, and at the end of the century, although prices had risen greatly, he says that in the home counties wheaten bread was universal among the peasant class. Young, indeed, acknowledges that many insisted on wheaten bread. 468 in Suffolk, according to Cullum 469 pork and bacon were the labourer's delicacies, bread and cheese his ordinary diet. The north of England was more thrifty than the south. At the end of the 18th century barley and oaten bread were much used there. Lancashire people fed largely on oat bread, leavened and unleavened. The 33rd Regiment, which went by the name of the Havercake Lads, was usually recruited from the West Riding where oat bread was in common use, and was famous for having fine men in its ranks. 470 The labourers of the North were also noted for their skill in making soups in which barley was an important ingredient. In many of the southern counties tea was drunk at breakfast, dinner, and supper by the poor, often without milk or sugar, but alcoholic liquors were also consumed in great quantities, the southerner apparently always drinking a considerable amount, the northerner at rare intervals drinking deep. The drinking in cider counties seems always to have been worse as far as quantity goes than elsewhere, and the drink bills on farms were enormous. Marshall says that in Gloucestershire drinking a gallon bottle, generally a little wooden barrel, at a draught was no uncommon feat, and in the Vale of Evesham a labourer who wanted to be even with his master for short payment emptied a 2-gallon bottle without taking it from his lips. Even this feat was excelled by 4 well-seasoned yeomen, who resolved to have a fresh hogshead tapped, and setting foot to foot emptied it at one sitting. 471 Yet in the beer-drinking counties great quantities were consumed, a gallon a day per man all the year round being no uncommon allowance. 472 The superior thrift of the North was shown in clothes as well as food, the Midland and Southern labourer at the end of the century buying all his clothes, the Northerner making them almost all at home. There were many respectable families in the North who had never bought a pair of stockings, coat, or waistcoat in their lives, and a purchased coat was considered a mark of extravagance and pride. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of Young's dietary is that green vegetables are absolutely ignored. The peasant was supposed to need them as little as in the Middle Ages. However, Young admits that very few laborers lived as cheaply as this, and he found the actual ordinary budget for the same family to be £s.d food, per week, 7s. 60, per year 19,100 beer ones. 60, 3,180 soap and candles 150 rent 1,100 clothes 2,100 fuel 200 illness, and c 100 infant 2,123,450 pounds ========================================================================================================================with the same income as before, left him with a surplus of £3.10. But as it was not likely his wife could work all the year round, or that both his eldest children should be boys, it appears that his expenses must often have exceeded his income. This being so, it is not surprising that he was often drunken and reckless, and ready to come on the parish for relief. To labour incessantly, often with wife and boys, to live very poorly, yet not even make both ends meet, was enough to kill all spirit in any one.
A great evil from which the laborer suffered was the restrictions thrown on him of settling in another parish. If he desired to take his labor to a better market, he often found it closed to him. His marriage was discouraged 473 because a single man did not want a cottage and a married one did. To ease the rates there was open war against cottages, and many were pulled down 474 if a laborer in a parish to which he did not legally belong signified his intention of marrying, he immediately had notice to quit the parish and retire to his own, unless he could procure a certificate that neither he nor his would be chargeable. If he went to his own parish he came off very badly, for they didn't want him, and cottages being scarce he probably had to put up with sharing one with one or more families. Sensible men cried out for the total abolition of the poor laws, the worst effects of which were still to be felt. Yet there was a considerable migration of labor at harvest time when additional hands were needed. Laborers came from neighboring counties, artisans left their workshops in the towns, Scots came to the northern counties, Welshmen to the western, and Irishmen appeared in many parts, and they were as a rule supplied by a contractor. 475 London was regarded as a source of great evil to the country by attracting the young and energetic thither. It used, men said, to be no such easy matter to get there when a stage-coach was 4 or 5 days creeping 100 miles and fares were high, but in 1770 a country fellow 100 miles from London jumped on a coach in the morning and for 8 seconds, or tens, got to town by night, and 10 times the boasts are sounded in the ears of country fools by those who have seen London to induce them to quit their healthy clean fields for a region of dirt, stink, and noise. A prejudice might well have been entertained against the metropolis at this time, for it literally devoured the people of England, the deaths exceeding the births by 8,000 a year. One of the causes that had hitherto kept people from London was the dread of the smallpox, but that was now said to be removed by inoculation. Among the troubles farmers had to contend with were the audacious depredations caused by poachers, generally laborers, who swarmed in many villages. They took the farmer's horses out of his fields after they had done a hard day's work and rode them all night to drive the game into their nets, blundering over the hedges, sometimes staking the horses, riding over standing corn, or anything that was cover for partridges, and when they had sold their ill-gotten game spent the money openly at the nearest alehouse. Then they would go back and work for the farmers they had robbed, drunk, asleep, or idle the whole day. The subscription packs of foxhounds were also a great nuisance, many of the followers being townsmen who bored through hedges and smashed the gates and stiles, conduct not unknown today. In spite of these drawbacks, the long period of great abundance from 1715 to 1765 and the consequent cheapness of food with an increase of wages was attended with a great improvement in the condition and habits of the people. Adam Smith refers to the peculiarly happy circumstances of the country. Hallam described the reign of George II as the most prosperous period that England has ever experienced. 476, and it was Young's opinion about 1770 that England was in a most rich and flourishing situation. Her agriculture is upon the whole good and spirited and every day improving. Her industrious poor are well fed, clothed, and lodged at reasonable rates, the prices of all necessaries being moderate, our population increasing, the price of labor generally high. 477 The great degree of luxury to which the country had arrived within a few years is not only astonishing but almost dreadful to think of. Time was when those articles of indulgence which now every mechanic aims at the possession of were enjoyed only by the baron or lord. 478 great towns became the winter residence of those who could not afford London, and the country was said to be everywhere deserted, an evil largely attributed to the improvement of posting and coaches. The true country gentleman was seldom to be found. The luxuries of the age had softened down the hardy roughness of former times, and the country, like the capital,
is one scene of dissipation. The private gentleman of £300 or £400 a year must have his horses, dogs, carriages, pictures, and parties, and thus goes to ruin. The articles of living, says the same writer, were 100% dearer than some time back. This is a very different picture from that in which Young represents everyone rushing into farming, but no doubt depicts one phase of national life. An excellent observer 479 noticed in 1792 that the preceding 40 or 50 years had witnessed the total destruction in England of the once common type of the small country squire. He was an independent gentleman of £300 per annum who commonly appeared in a plain drab or plush coat, large silver buttons, a jockey cap, and rarely without boots. His travels never exceeded the distance of the county town, and that only at assize or session time, or to attend an election. Once a week he commonly dined at the next market town with the attorneys and justices. He went to church regularly, read the weekly journal, settled the parochial disputes, and afterwards adjourned to the neighboring alehouse, where he generally got drunk for the good of his country. He was commonly followed by a couple of greyhounds and a pointer, and announced his arrival at a neighbor's house by smacking his whip and giving a view-halloo. His drink was generally ale, except on Christmas Day, the 5th of November, or some other gala day, when he would make a bowl of strong brandy. The mansion of one of these squires was of plaster striped with timber, not unaptly called Calimanco work, or of red brick with large casement bow windows, a porch with seats in it and over it a study, the eaves of the house well inhabited by swallows, and the court set round with hollyhocks, near the gate a horse block for mounting. The hall was furnished with flitches of bacon, and the mantel-piece with guns and fishing rods of different dimensions, accompanied by the broadsword, partisan, and dagger borne by his ancestor in the civil wars. Against the wall was posted King Charles's golden rules, Vincent Wing's almanac and a portrait of the Duke of Marlborough. In his window lay Baker's Chronicle, Fox's Book of Martyrs, Glanville on Apparitions, Quincy's Dispensatory, The Complete Justice, and a book of farriery. In a corner by the fireside stood a large wooden two-armed chair with a cushion, and within the chimney corner were a couple of seats. Here at Christmas he entertained his tenants, assembled round a glowing fire made of the roots of trees, and told and heard the traditionary tales of the village about ghosts and witches while a jorum of ale went round. These men and their houses are no more. The farmer, in some parts at all events, was becoming a more civilized individual. The late race had lived in the midst of their enlightened neighbors like beings of another order 480, in their personal labor they were indefatigable, in their fare hard, in their dress homely, in their manners rude. The French and American War of 1775–83 was a very prosperous time, and the farmer's mode of living greatly improved. Farmhouses in England, it was noticed, were in general well furnished with every convenient accommodation. Into many of them a barometer had of late years been introduced. The teapot and the mug of ale jointly possessed the breakfast table, and meat and pudding smoked on the board every noon. Formerly one might see at church what was the cut of a coat half a century ago, now dress was spruce and modern 481 as a proof of the spirit of improvement among farmers. Marshall instances the custom in the Midlands of placing their sons as pupils on other farms to widen their experience. Their entertainments are as expensive as they are elegant, for it is no uncommon thing for one of these new created farmers to spend £10 or £12, at one entertainment, and to have the most expensive wines, to set off the entertainment in the greatest splendour. An elegant sideboard of plate is provided in the newest fashion. 482 As to dress, no one could tell the farmer's daughter from the duke's. Marshall noticed that in Warwickshire the harness of the farmers' teams was often ridiculously ornamented, and the horses were overfed and underworked to save their looks. Before enclosure the farmer entertained his friends with bacon fed by himself, washed down with ale brewed from his own malt, in a brown jug, or a glass if he was extravagant. He wore a coat of woolen stuff, the growth of his own flock, spun by his wife and daughters, his stockings came from the same quarter, so did the clothes of his family. Some of these farmers were doing their share in helping the progress of agriculture. In 1764 Joseph Elkington, of Princethorpe in Warwickshire, was the first to practice the under-drainage of sloping land that was drowned by the bursting of springs. He drained some fields at Princethorpe which were very wet, and dug a trench 4 or 5 feet deep for this purpose, but finding this did not reach the principal body of subjacent water, he drove an iron bar 4 feet below the bottom of his trench, and on withdrawing it the water gushed out. He was thus led to combine the system of cutting drains, aided when necessary by auger holes. His main principles were 3: 1. Finding the mainspring, or cause of the mischief. 2. Taking the level of that spring and ascertaining its subterranean bearings, for if the drain is cut a yard below the line of the spring the water issuing from it cannot be reached, but on ascertaining the line by leveling the spring can be cut effectually. 3. Using the auger to tap the spring when the drain was not deep enough for the purpose. 483 It was owing to the Board of Agriculture at the end of the century that he obtained the vote of £1,000 from Parliament, and a skillful surveyor was appointed to observe his methods and give them to the public, for he was too ignorant himself to give an intelligible account of his system. After the publication of the report his system was followed generally until Smith of Deanston in 1835 gave the method now in use to his country. Robert Bakewell, who did more to improve livestock than any other man, was born at Dishley, Leicestershire, in 1735, and succeeding to the management of his father's farm in 1760 began to make experiments in breeding. 484 He scorned the old idea that the blood must be constantly varied by the mixture of different breeds, and his new system differed from the old in 2 chief points: 1. Small versus large bone, and consequently a greater proportion of flesh and a greater tendency to fatten. 2. Permissible inbreeding versus perpetual crossing with strange breeds. He took immense pains in selecting the best animals to breed from, and had at Dishley a museum of skeletons and pickled specimens for the comparison of one generation with another, and he conducted careful post-mortem examinations on his stock. His great production was the new Leicester breed of sheep 485, which in half a century spread over every part of the United Kingdom, as well as to Europe and America, and gave England 2 pounds of meat where she had 1 before. Sheep at this time were divided into 2 main classes: 1. Short-wooled or field sheep, fed in the open fields; 2. Long-wooled or pasture sheep, fed in enclosures. That they were not at a very high state of perfection may be gathered from this description of the chief variety of the latter, the Warwickshire breed: his frame large and loose, his bones heavy, his legs long and thick, his chine as well as his rump as sharp as a hatchet, his skin rattling on his ribs like a skeleton covered with parchments. The origin of the new Leicester sheep is uncertain, but apparently the old Lincoln breed was the basis of it, though this, like other large breeds of English sheep, was itself an introduction of the last half-century. The new sheep was described as having a clean head, straight broad flat back, barrel-like body, fine small eyes, thin feet, mutton fat, fine-grained and of good flavor, wool 8 pounds to the fleece, and wethers at 2 years old weighed from 20 to 30 pounds a quarter. By 1770 his rams were hired for 25 guineas a season, and soon after he made £3,000 a year by their hire, one named 2-pounder bringing him 1,200 guineas in 1 year. One of his theories was that the poorer the land the more it demanded well-made sheep, which is no doubt true to a certain extent, but it has been proved conclusively since that the quality of the breed gradually drops to the level of the land unless artificially assisted.
At his death he left two distinct breeds of sheep, for he improved on his own New Leicester, so that the improved became the New Leicester and the former the Old Leicester. However, at the time and, afterwards, his sheep were generally called New Leicesters, and sometimes the Dishley breed. There was much prejudice among farmers against the new breed. In the Midlands most of the farmers would have nothing to do with them, and their grounds were stocked with creatures that would disgrace the meanest lands in the kingdom. Yet in April, 1786, yearling wethers of the new breed were sold for 28 seconds, while those of the old were 16s. The cattle which he set to work to improve were the famous old Longhorn breed, the prevailing breed of the Midlands, which had already been considerably improved by Webster of Canley in Warwickshire, and others, especially in Lancashire and the north. The kind of cattle esteemed hitherto had been the large, long-bodied, big-boned, coarse, flat-sided kind, and often leery or black-fleshed. 486 he founded his herd upon 2 heifers of Webster's and a bull from Westmoreland, and from these bred all his cattle. The celebrated bull Twopenny was a son of the Westmoreland bull and one of these heifers, who came to be celebrated in agricultural history as Old Comely, for she was slaughtered at the age of 26. He bred his cattle so that they produced an enormous amount of fat, as hitherto there had been a difficulty in producing animals to fatten readily, but this he pushed to too great an extreme, so that there has been a reaction. The following is a description of a 6-year-old bull, got by Twopenny out of a Canley cow, his head, chest, and neck remarkably fine and clean, his chest extraordinarily deep, his brisket bearing down to his knees, his chine thin, loin narrow at the chine, but remarkably wide at the hips. Quarters long, round bones snug, but thighs rather full and remarkably let down. The carcase throughout, chine excepted, large, roomy, deep, and well spread. 487 The new Longhorn, however good for the grazier, was not a good milker. Bakewell was a great believer in straw as a food, and strongly objected to having it trodden into manure. His beasts were largely fed on it, in such small quantities that they greedily ate what was before them and wasted little. His activity was not confined to the breeding of cattle and sheep, for he also produced a breed of black horses, thick and short in the body, with very short legs and very powerful, 2 ploughing 4 acres a day, a statement which seems much exaggerated, and was famous for his skill in irrigating meadows, by which he could cut grass 4 times a year. He was a firm believer in the wisdom of treating stock gently and kindly, and his sheep were kept as clean as race horses. A visitor to Dishley saw a bull of huge proportions, with enormous horns, led about by a boy of 7. He travelled much, and admired the farms of Norfolk most in England, and those of Holland and Flanders abroad, founding his own system on these. It was his opinion that the Devon breed of cattle were incapable of improvement by a cross of any other breed, and that from the West Highland heifer the best breed of cattle might be produced. He died in 1795, and apparently did not keep what he made, owing largely to his boundless hospitality, which had entertained Russian princes, German royal dukes, English peers, and travelers from all countries. His breed of cattle has completely disappeared, unless traces survive in the lately resuscitated Longhorn breed, but his principles are still acted upon, viz. The correlation of form, and the practice of consanguineous breeding under certain conditions. Bakewell's earliest pupil was George Cully, who devoted himself to improving the breed of cattle, and became one of the most famous agriculturists at the end of the 18th and the commencement of the 19th centuries. Another farmer to whom English agriculture owes much was John Ellman of Gland, born in 1753, who by careful selection firmly established the reputation of the South Down sheep which had previously been hardly recognized. He was one of the founders of the Smithfield Cattle Show in 1793, which helped materially to improve the livestock of the country. The relations between landlord and tenant, judging from the accounts of contemporary writers, were generally good. Leases were less frequent than agreements voidable by 6 months' notice on either side, and when there was a tenancy at will, the tenant who entered as a young man was often expected to hand on the holding to his posterity, and therefore executed improvements at his own cost, so complete was the trust between landlord and tenant. Tenants then did much that they would refuse to do today, as the following lease, common in the Midlands in 1786, shows 488, tenant agrees to take, and see, and to pay the stipulated rent within 40 days, without any deduction for taxes, and double rent so long as he continues to hold after notice given. To repair buildings, accidents by fire excepted. To repair gates and fences. When required, to cut and plash the hedges, and make the ditches 3 feet by 2 feet, or pay or cause to be paid to the landlord once. Perude for such as shall not be done after 3 months' notice has been given in writing. Not to break up certain lands specified in the schedule, under £20 an acre. Not to plough more than a specified number of acres of the rest of the land in any 1 year, under the same penalty. To forfeit the same sum for every acre that shall be ploughed for any longer time than 3 crops successively, without making a clean summer fallow thereof after the 3rd crop. And the like sum for every acre over and above a specified number, clover excepted, that shall be mown in any 1 year. At the time of laying down arable lands to grass he shall manure them with 8 quarters of lime per acre, and sow the same with 12 pounds of clover seeds, and 1 bushel of rye grass per acre. Shall spend on the premises all hay, straw, and manure, or leave them at the end of the term. Tenant on quitting to be allowed for hay left on the premises, for clover and rye grass sown in the last year, and for all fallows made within that time. 489. A striking picture of the conditions prevailing in many parts of England at this period is given by Mr. Locke in his account of the estates of the Marquis of Stafford 490. When this nobleman inherited his property in Staffordshire and Shropshire, much of the land, as in other parts of England, was held on leases for 3 lives, a system said to have been ruinous in its effects. Although the farms were held at 1/3 of their value, nothing could be worse than the course of cultivation pursued, no improvements were carried out, and all that could be hoped for was that the land would not be entirely run out when the lease expired. The closes were extremely small and of the most irregular shape, the straggling fences occupied a large portion of the land, the crookedness of the ditches, by keeping the water stagnant, added to, rather than relieved, the wetness of the soil. Farms were much scattered, and to enable the occupiers to get at their land, lanes wound backwards and forwards from field to field, covering a large quantity of ground. It is to the great credit of the Marquis of Stafford that this miserable state of things was swept away. Lands were laid together, the size of the fields enlarged, hedges and ditches straightened, the drainage conducted according to a uniform plan, new and substantial buildings erected, indeed the whole countryside transformed. Another evil custom on the estate had been to permit huts of miserable construction to be erected to the number of several hundreds by the poorest, and in many instances the most profligate, of the population. They were not regularly entered in the rental account, but had a nominal payment fixed upon them which was paid annually at the court leet. These cottages were built on the sides of the roads and on the Lord's waste, which was gradually absorbed by the encroachment, which the occupiers of these huts made from time to time by enclosing the land that lay next them. These wretched holdings gradually fell into the hands of a body of middlemen, who underlet them at an extravagant rent to the occupiers, and these men began to consider that they had an interest independent of the landlord, and had at times actually mortgaged, sold, and devised it. This abuse was also put an end to,
the cottagers being made immediate tenants of the landlord, to their great gain, but to this day small aggregations of houses in Shropshire called heaths mark the encroachments of these squatters on the roadside wastes. This class, indeed, has been well known in England since the Middle Ages. Norton speaks of them in 1602, and so do many subsequent writers. Numbers of small holdings exist today obtained in this manner, and the custom must to some extent have counteracted the effect of enclosure 491. The roads of England up to the end of the 18th century were generally in a disgraceful condition. Some improvement was effected in the latter half of the century, but it was not until the days of Telford and Macadam that they assumed the appearance with which we are familiar, and long after that, though the main roads were excellent, the by-roads were often atrocious, as readers of such books as Handley Cross, written in the middle of the 19th century, will remember. Defoe in his tour in 1724 found the road between S. Albans and Nottingham perfectly frightful, and the great number of horses killed by the labour of these heavy ways a great charge to the country. He notes, however, an improvement from turnpikes. Many of the roads were much worn by the continual passing of droves of heavy cattle on their way to London. Sheep could not travel in the winter to London as the roads were too heavy, so that the price of mutton at that season in town was high. Breeders were often compelled to sell them cheap before they got to London, because the roads became impassable for their flocks when the bad weather set in. 492 in 1734 Lord Cathcart wrote in his diary, "All went well until I arrived within 3 miles of Doncaster, when suddenly my horse fell with a crash and with me under him. I fancied myself crushed to death. I slept at Doncaster and had a bad night. I was so bad all day, that I could get no further than Wetherby. Next day I was all right again. I had another terrible fall between North Allerton and Darlington, but was not a bit the worse." 493 It was owing to this defective condition of the roads that the prices of corn still differed greatly in various localities. There would be a glut in one place and a deficiency in another, with no means of equalizing matters. To the same cause must be attributed in great measure the slow progress made in the improvement of agriculture. New discoveries traveled very slowly, the expense of procuring manure beyond that produced on the farm was prohibitive, and the uncertain returns which arose from such confined markets caused the farmer to lack both spirit and ability to exert himself in the cultivation of his land. 494 Therefore farming was limited to procuring the subsistence of particular farms rather than feeding the public. The opposition to better roads was due in great measure to the landowners, who feared that if the markets in their neighborhood were rendered accessible to distant farmers their estates would suffer. But they were not alone in their opposition. In the reign of Queen Anne the people of Northampton were against any improvement in the navigation of the Nene, because they feared that corn from Huntingdon and Cambridge would come up the river and spoil their market. 495 Horner was very enthusiastic over the improvement recently effected. Our very carriages travel with almost winged expedition between every town of consequence in the kingdom and the metropolis, and inland navigation was soon likely to be established in every part, in consequence of which the demand for the produce of the land increased and the land itself became more valuable and rents rose. There never was a more astonishing revolution accomplished in the internal system of any country, and the carriage of grain was effected with half the former number of horses. It is clear, however, that he was easily satisfied, and this opinion must be compared with the statements of Young and Marshall, who were continually travelling all over England some time after it was written, and found the roads, in many parts, in a very bad state. Even near London they were often terrible. Of all the cursed roads that ever disgraced this kingdom in the very ages of barbarism, none ever equalled that from Billericay to the King's Head at Tilbury. 496 It is for near 12 miles so narrow that a mouse cannot pass by any carriage. I saw a fellow creep under his wagon to assist me to lift, if possible,
my chaise over a hedge. The ruts are of an incredible depth, and everywhere chalk wagons were stuck fast till 20 or 30 horses tacked to each drew them out one by one. Others said that turnpike roads were the enemies of cheapness. As soon as they opened up secluded spots, low prices vanished and all tended to one level. Owing to the work of Telford and Macadam, the high roads by the first quarter of the 19th century attained a high pitch of excellence, and were thronged with traffic, coaches, post-chaises, private carriages, equestrians, carts and wagons, so animated a sight that our forefathers built small houses called gazebos on the sides of the road, where they met to take tea and watch the ever-varying stream. It should not be forgotten, too, that the inns, where numbers of horses put up, were splendid markets for the farmers' oats, hay, and straw. The seasons in the latter part of the 18th century were distinguished for being frequently bad. In 1774 Gilbert White wrote, "Such a run of wet seasons as we have had the last 10 or 11 years would have produced a famine a century or two ago." Owing to the dearness of bread in 1767 riots broke out in many places, many lives were lost, and the jails were filled with prisoners. 497 1779 was, however, a year of great fertility and prices were low all round, wheat 33s. 8d, barley 26s, oats 13s. 6d, wool 12s. A tod of 28 pounds, and there were many complaints of ruined farmers and distressed landlords. Though England was now becoming an importing country, the amount of corn imported was insufficient to have any appreciable effect on prices, which were mainly influenced by the seasons, as the following instance of the fluctuations caused by a single bad season, 1782, testifies. 498, prices after harvest of 1781. Prices after harvest of 1782. Pound S.D wheat, per bushel 50 wheat, per bushel .106 barley 29 barley 72 Dutch oats for seed 18 Dutch oats for seed 36 clover seed, per CWT 116 clover seed, per CWT 5 100. The summer of 1783 was amazing and portentous and full of horrible phenomena, according to White, with a peculiar haze or smoky fog prevailing for many weeks. The sun at noon looked as blank as a clouded moon, and shed a rust-colored ferruginous light on the ground and floors of rooms. This was succeeded by a very severe winter, the thermometer on December 10 being 1 degree below zero, the worst since 1739–40. In 1788 occurred a severe drought in the summer, 5,000 horned cattle perishing for lack of water. 499. In 1791 there was a remarkable change of temperature in the middle of June, the thermometer in a few days falling from 75 degrees to 25 degrees, and the hills of Kent and Surrey were covered with snow. We have now to deal with one of those landowners whose great example is one of the glories of English agriculture. Coke of Holcombe began his great agricultural work about 1776 on an estate where American Samoa old Lady Townsend said, "All you will see will be one blade of grass and 2 rabbits fighting for that." In fact, it was little better than a rabbit warren. It has been said that all the wheat consumed in the county of Norfolk was at this time imported from abroad, but this is in direct contradiction to Young's assertion, already noted, that there were in 1767 great quantities of wheat besides other crops in the county. Coke's estate indeed seems to have been considerably behind many parts of the shire when he began his farming career. 500. When Coke came into his estate, in 5 leases which were about to expire the farms were held at 3s.60 an acre, and in the previous leases they had been 1s.60 an acre. We may judge of the quality of this land by comparing it with the average rent of 10s, which Young says prevailed at this time. With a view to remedy the state of things, he studied the agriculture of other counties, and his observations thereon reveal a very poor kind of farming in many places. In Cheshire the rich pasture was wasted and the poor impoverished by sheer ignorance. In Yorkshire luxuriant grass was understocked. In Shropshire there were hardly any sheep. In his own part of Norfolk the usual rotation was 3 white straw crops and then broadcast turnips 501. This Coke changed to 2 white crops and 2 years pasture, and he dug up and brought to the surface the rich marl which lay under the flint and sand, so that clover and grasses began to grow. So successful was he in this that in 1796 he cut nearly 400 tons of sainfoin from 104 acres of land previously valued at 12s an acre. He increased his flock of sheep from 800 worthless animals with backs as narrow as rabbits, the description of the Norfolk sheep of the day, to 2,500 good South Downs. Encouraged by the Duke of Bedford, another great agriculturist, he started a herd of North Devons, and, fattening 2 Devons against 1 Shorthorn, found the former weighed 140 stone, the latter 110, and the Shorthorn had eaten more food than the 2 Devons. However, a single experiment of this kind is not very conclusive. The ploughs of Norfolk were, as in many other counties, absurdly overhorsed, from 3 to 5 being used when only 2 were necessary, so Coke set the example of using 2 whenever possible, and won a bet with Sir John Sprite by ploughing an acre of stiff land in Hertfordshire in a day with a pair of horses. He transformed the bleak bare countryside by planting 50 acres of trees every year until he had 3,000 acres well covered, and in 1832 had probably the unique experience of embarking in a ship which was built of oak grown from the acorns he had himself planted 502 between 1776 and 1842, the date of his death. He is said to have spent £536,992 on improving his estate, without reckoning the large sums spent on his house and domain, the home farm, and his marsh farm of 459 acres. This expenditure paid in the long run, but when he entered upon it, it must have seemed very doubtful if this would be the case. A good understanding between landlord and tenant was the basis of his policy, and to further this he let his farms on long leases, at moderate rents, with few restrictions. When farmers improved their holdings on his estate the rent was not raised on them, so that the estate benefited greatly, and good tenants were often rewarded by having excellent houses built for them, so good, indeed, that his political opponents the Tories, whom he, as a staunch Whig detested, made it one of their complaints against him that he built palaces for farmhouses. At first he met with that stolid opposition to progress which seems the particular characteristic of the farmer. For 16 years no one followed him in the use of the drill, though it was no new thing, and when it was adopted he reckoned its use spread at the rate of a mile a year. Yet eventually he had his reward. His estate came to command the pick of English tenant farmers, who never left it except through old age, and would never live under any other landlord. Even the radical Cobbett, to whom, as to most of his party, landlords were, and are, the objects of inveterate hatred, said that every one who knew him spoke of him with affection. Coke was the first to distinguish between the adaptability of the different kinds of grass seeds to different soils, and thereby made the hitherto barren lands of his estate better pasture land than that of many rich counties. Carelessness about the quality of grasses sown was universal for a long time. The farmer took his seeds from his own foul hayrick, or sent to his neighbor for a supply of rubbish. Even Bakewell derived his stock from his hayloft. It was not until the Society for the Encouragement of Arts offered prizes for clean hay seeds that some improvement was noticeable. In Norfolk, as in other parts of England, there was at this time a strong prejudice against potatoes. The villagers of Holcombe refused to have anything to do with them, but Coke's invincible persistency overcame this unreasoning dislike and soon they refused to do without them. Koch was a great advocate for sowing wheat early and very thick in the rows, and for cutting it when ear and stem were green and the grain soft, declaring that by so doing he got 2s. more for it. He also believed in the early cutting of oats and peas. It was his custom to drill 4 bushels of wheat per acre, which he said prevented tillering and mildew. He was the first to grow Swedes on a large scale. 503 The famous Holcombe sheep shearings, known locally as Koch's clippings, which began in 1778 and lasted till 1821, arose from his practice of gathering farmers together for consultation on matters agricultural, and developed into world-famous meetings attended by all nationalities and all ranks, men journeying from America especially to attend them, and Lafayette expressed it as one of his great regrets that he had never attended one. At these gatherings all were equal, the suggestion of the smallest tenant farmer was listened to with respect, and the same courtesy and hospitality were shown to all whether prince or farmer. At the last meeting in 1821 no less than 7,000 people were present. His skill, energy, and perseverance worked a revolution in the crops. His own wheat crops were from 10 to 12 coombs an acre, his barley sometimes nearly 20. The annual income of timber and underwood was £2,700, and from 1776 to 1816 he increased the rent roll of his estate from £2,200 to £20,000, which, even after allowing for the great advance in prices during that period, is a wonderful rise. It is a very significant fact that there was not an alehouse on the estate, and in connection with this, and with the fact that his improvements made a constant demand for labor, we are not surprised to learn that the workhouse was pulled down as useless, for it was always empty, and this at a time when the working classes of England were pauperized to an alarming degree. The year 1818 was one of terrible distress all over England in country and town. Yet at his sheep shearing of that year Koch was enabled to say he had trebled the population of his estate and not a single person was out of employment, though everywhere else farmers were turning off hands and cutting down wages. Principally through his agency, between 1804 and 1821, no less than 153 enclosures took place in Norfolk, while between 1790 and 1810, 2 million acres of waste land in England were brought under cultivation largely by his efforts. He is said, indeed, to have transformed agriculture throughout England, and, but for that, the country would not have been able to grow enough food for its support during the war with Napoleon, and must have succumbed. Footnotes, 440 Northern Tour, I-9. For an interesting account of Young, CRASE Journal, 3rd Series, 4. 441 In 1726 Bradley had urged the use of licorice, madder, woad, and caraway as improvers of the land in the preface to the Country Gentleman. 442 Rural Economy, 1771, pages 173-5. Trussler, who wrote in 1780, mentions the general rage for farming throughout the kingdom. Practical Husbandry, p. 443 In 1780 Sir Thomas Bernard, travelling through Northumberland, saw luxuriant plantations, neat hedges, rich crops of corn, comfortable farmhouses in a county whereof the greater part was barren more dearly rented at once. 60 an acre 30 years before, and he said the county had increased in annual value fourfold. Contemporary Ms. Unpublished. 444 Rural Economy, p. 26. 445 Farmers' Letters, 3rd ed., p. 89. 446 Slater, English Peasantry and Enclosure, p. 95. 447 Ibid p. 101. 448 Young, Northern Tour, 4. 340,
about 1770, estimates the cultivated land of England to be half pasture and half arable, and, in the absence of reliable statistics, his opinion on this point is certainly the best available. The conversion of a large portion of the richer land from arable to grass in the 18th century was compensated for, according to Young, by the conversion, on enclosure, of poor sandy soils and heaths or moors into corn land. Hasbuck, OPCIT pages 370 to 1. 449 Young, Northern Tour, I-222. 450 Rural Economy, p. 252. 451 Ibid p. 271. 452 cf. above, p. 180. 453 Farmers' Letters, 3rd ed., p. 372. 454 Northern Tour, 4. 167 455 Ibid 4. 186 456 This large item is explained by the fact that a bailiff was employed to sell, and no bailiff could find customers without feeling the same drought as stage coachmen when they see a sign Young, Farmers' Letters, p. 403. 457 Rural Economy, p. 314. 458 1775, pages x13. 459 Northern Tour, 4. 192 to 202 460 See Parliamentary Reports Commission, 1881, 16. 260 461 Dissertations on Rural Subjects, p. 278. 462 Farmers' Letters, p. 433. 463 History of Hosted, p. 169. 464 Hasbuck, OPCIT p. 127, Kant, Hints to Gentlemen, p. 152. 465 Southern Tour, p. 324. He says nothing of the manufacturing towns, which had not yet began to influence the wages of farm laborers near them as they soon afterwards did. 466 Some prices at this time were, bread per pound, 2d, butter, 51/2d. To 8d, cheese, 31/2d. To 4d, beef, 3d. To 5d, mutton, 31/2d. To 5d. 467 State of the Poor, I-562. 468 According to Walter Hart, though the yeoman in the middle of the 17th century ate bread of rye and barley, Maslin, in 1766 even the poor cottagers looked upon it with horror and demanded best wheaten bread. Yet in 1766 the quartern loaf in London was once 60 took, History of Prices, I-68. 469 History of Hosted, p. 184. 470 Eden, State of the Poor, I-513. 471 Rural Economy of Gloucestershire, I-53. 472 Eden, OPCIT I-547. 473 Farmers' Letters, I-300 474 The pulling down of cottages began to be complained of in the 17th century, they harboured the poor, who were a charge upon the parish, and repairs were saved. Transactions Royal Historical Society, New Series, 19. 120 475 Hasbuck, OPCIT 82, Clark, General View of Herefordshire, p. 29, Marshall, Review of Northern Department, p. 375.
476 Tuk, History of Prices, I-50, Hallam, Constitutional History, 3. 302 477 Northern Tour, 4. 420 The increase in population in the first half of the 18th century was slow. After the Peace of Paris in 1763, when the commerce and manufactures of the country were extended in an unprecedented degree, it was rapid. 478 The way to be rich and respectable, London, 1780. 479 Gross, Olio, pages 41-4, Lecky, History of England in 18th Century, 6. 169 et. Seq 480 Cullum, History of Hosted, p. 219. 481 Cullum, History of Hosted, p. 225. 482 Thoughts on Enclosure, by a Country Farmer, 1786, p. 21. 483 Johnstone, Account of Elkington's Draining, 1797, pages 8-9. 484 RASE Journal, 1894, p. 11, from which this account of Bakewell is mainly taken. 485 According to some, Joseph Allam originated the breed, and Bakewell vastly improved it. We may safely give the chief credit to so careful and gifted a breeder as Bakewell. 486 Cully on Livestock, 1807, p. 56. 487 Marshall, Rural Economy of the Midland Counties, I-273. 488 Victoria County History, Warwickshire, Agriculture. 489 In Lancashire at this date it was not uncommon, when a tenant wished for his farm or a particular field to be improved by draining, marling, liming, or laying down to grass, to hand it over to the landlord for the process, who, when completed, returned it to the tenant with an advanced rent of 10% upon the improvements. Marshall, Review of Reports to Board of Agriculture, under Lancashire. 491,820, p. 173 ETSEQ 491 C. Hasbuck, OPCIT pages 77 square, Annals of Agriculture, 30. 497, Scrutton, Commons and Common Fields, p. 139. 492 Defoe, Tour, 2. 178 ETSEQ 493 RASE Journal, 3rd SER, 2. 9 494 Horner, Inquiry into the Means of Preserving the Public Roads, 1767, pages 4 ETSEQ 495 Victoria County History, Nordhans, 2. 250 496 Young, Southern Tour, ed. 2, p. 88. 497 Took, History of Prices, I-68. It is difficult to understand the price of the quartern loaf, once 60 in 1766, as wheat was only 43s. 1d a quarter. Prices of wheat in these years were, SD 176, 7474 176,853 9 176,947 177,043 6 177,147 2 177,258 177,351 0 1774 528,
177548 for 1776 38 to 177,745 6 1778 42 0 177,933 8. These returns differ from those of the Board of Agriculture, see Appendix 3. 498 Annals of Agriculture, 3. 366 499 Baker, Seasons and Prices, pages 224 ETSEQ 500 A Sterling, Coke of Holcombe, I 249. 501 But in other parts of it the cultivation of turnips was well understood, for the Complete Farmer, S.V. Turnips, ed. 3, says that about 1,750 Norfolk farmers boasted that turnips had doubled the value of their holdings, and Norfolk men were famous for understanding hoeing and thinning, which were little practiced elsewhere. Further, Young, Southern Tour, p. 273, says, the extensive use of turnips is known but little of except in Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex. I found no farmers but in these counties that understood anything of fatting cattle with them, feeding lean sheep being the only use they put them to. 502 A Sterling, OPCITI 264. 503 RASE Journal, 1895, p. 12. Chapter 17 1793 to 1815 The Great French War The Board of Agriculture High prices, and heavy taxation. This period, that of the Great War with France, was one generally of high prices and prosperity for landowners and farmers. It was a prosperity, however, that was largely fictitious, and when the high prices of the wartime were over, it was succeeded by many disastrous years. The prosperity, too, was also largely neutralized by a crushing weight of taxation and rates, while the laborer, although his wages were increased, found prices grow at a much greater rate, and it was, as Thorold Rogers has said, the most miserable period in his history. Its commencement was marked by the foundation of the Board of Agriculture. On May 15, 1793, Sir John Sinclair 504 moved in the House of Commons, that His Majesty would take into his consideration the advantages which might be derived from the establishment of such a board, for though in some particular districts improved methods of cultivating the soil were practiced, yet in the greatest part of these kingdoms the principles of agriculture are not sufficiently understood, nor are the implements of husbandry or the stock of the farmer brought to that perfection of which they are capable. His Majesty's faithful Commons were persuaded that if it were founded a spirit of improvement might be encouraged, which would result in important national benefits. The motion was carried by 101 to 26. By its charter the board consisted of a president, 16 ex officio and 30 ordinary members, with honorary and corresponding members. It was not a government department in the modern sense of the term, but a society for the encouragement of agriculture, as the Royal Society is for the encouragement of science. It was, indeed, supported by parliamentary grants, receiving a sum of £3,000 a year, but the government had only a limited control over its affairs through the ex officio members, among whom were the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, the Lord Chancellor, the First Lord of the Admiralty, and the Speaker. The first President was Sir John Sinclair, and the first Secretary Arthur Young, with a salary of £400 a year, which he thought insufficient. 505 The first task of the new board was that of preparing statistical accounts of English agriculture, and it was intended to take in hand the commutation of tithes, which would have been a great boon to farmers, with whom the prevailing system of collecting tithes was very unpopular, but the primate's opposition stopped this. The board appointed lecturers, procured a reward for Elkington for his draining system, encouraged Macadam in his plans for improving roads,
and Meikle the inventor of the thrashing machine, and obtained the removal of taxes on draining tiles, and other taxes injurious to agriculture. It also recommended the allotment system, and Sinclair desired 3 acres and a cow for every industrious cottager. During the abnormally high prices of provisions from 1794 to 6, the quartern loaf in London in 1795 being 1s. Though next year it dropped to 73/4d, 506. The board made experiments in making bread with substitutes for wheat, which resulted in a public exhibition of 80 different sorts of bread. Its efforts were generally followed by increased zeal among agriculturists, but Sinclair, an able but impetuous man 507, appears to have taken things too much into his own hands and pushed them too speedily. Financial difficulties came, chiefly owing to the cost of the surveys, which had been hurried on with undue haste and often with great carelessness, the surveyors sometimes being men who knew nothing of the subject. Sinclair was deposed from the presidency in 1798, and succeeded by Lord Somerville. He again was succeeded by Lord Carrington, under whose presidency the board offered premiums, the first of £200, owing to the high price of wheat and consequent distress, 4 essays on the best means of converting certain portions of grassland into tillage without exhausting the soil, and of returning the same to grass, after a certain period, in an improved state, or at least without injury. The general report, based on the information derived from these essays, states that no high price of corn or temporary distress would justify the plowing up of old meadows or rich pastures, and that on certain soils well adapted to grassage improves the quality of the pasture to a degree which no system of management on lands broken up and laid down can equal. In spite of this, the cupidity of landowners and farmers, when wheat was a guinea a bushel or at prices near it, led to the plowing up of much splendid grassland, which was never laid down again until, perhaps in recent years, owing to the low price of grain, so that some of the land at all events has, owing to bad times, returned to the state best suited to it. The board looked upon the enclosure and cultivation of waste lands, which in England they estimated at 6,000,000 acres 508 as a panacea for the prevailing distress, and after much opposition they managed to pass through both houses in 1801 a bill cheapening and facilitating the process of parliamentary enclosure. This Act, 41 Geo 3, c. 109, extracted a number of clauses from various private acts and enacted that they should hold good in all cases where the special act did not expressly provide to the contrary. Another benefit rendered to agriculture was the establishment in 1803 of lectures on agricultural chemistry, the first lecturer engaged being Mr., afterwards Sir Humphrey, Davy, who may be regarded as the father of agricultural chemistry. In 1806 Sinclair was re-elected president, and his second term was mainly devoted to completing the agricultural surveys of the different counties, which, before his retirement in 1813, he had with 1 or 2 exceptions the satisfaction of seeing finished. Though over-impetuous, he rendered valuable service to agriculture, not only by his own energy but by stirring up energy in others, as William Wilberforce the philanthropist said, "I have myself seen collected in that small room several of the noblemen and gentlemen of the greatest properties in the British Isles, all of them catching and cultivating an agricultural spirit, and going forth to spend in the employment of labourers, and I hope in the improvement of land, immense sums which might otherwise have been lavished on hounds and horses, or squandered on theatricals." Among the numerous subjects into which the board inquired was the divining rod for finding water, which was tested in Hyde Park in 1801, and successfully stood the test. In 1805, Davy the chemist reported on a substance in South America called guana, which he had analyzed and found to contain 1/3 of ammoniacal salt with other salts and carbon, but its use was not to come for another generation. From the time of Sinclair's retirement in 1813 the board declined. Arthur Young, its secretary, had become blind and his capacity therefore impaired. One year its lack of energy was shown by the return of £2,000 of the government grant to the Treasury because it had nothing to spend it on. The Prime Minister, Lord Liverpool, was against it, the clergy feared the commutation of tithe which the board advocated, the legal profession was against the Enclosure Act, the landed interest thought the surveys were intended for purposes of taxation, and the grant being withdrawn, an effort to maintain the board by voluntary subscription failed, so that it dissolved in 1822, after doing much valuable work for English agriculture. Before its extinction it had held in 1821, at Aldridge's repository, the first national agricultural show. £685 was given in prizes, and the entries included 10 bulls, 9 cows and heifers, several fat steers and cows, 7 pens of Leicester and Cotswold rams and ewes, 12 pens of Down, and 9 or 10 pens of Merino rams and ewes. 509 Most of the cattle shown were Shorthorn, or Durham, as they were then called, with some Herefords, Devons, Longhorns, and Alderneys. There were also exhibits of grass, turnip seed, roots, and implements. This first national show had been preceded by many local ones. 510 The end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries saw the establishment all over England of farmers' clubs, cattle shows, and ploughing matches. The period now before us is marked by the great work of the Collings, who next to Bakewell did most to improve the cattle of the United Kingdom. Charles Colling was born in 1751, and the scene of his famous labours was Ketton near Darlington. He had learned from Bakewell the all-importance of quality in cattle, and determined to improve the local Shorthorn breed near his own home, which had been described in 1744 as the most profitable beasts for the dairyman, butcher, and grazier, with their wide backs, short horns, and large bodies. He was to make these profitable beasts the best all-round cattle in the world, and to succeed where George Cully had failed. The first bull of merit he possessed was Hubback 511, described as a little yellow, red, and white 5-year-old, which was mated with cows afterwards to be famous, named Duchess, Daisy, Cherry, and Lady Maynard. At first Colling was against inbreeding, and not until 1793 did he adopt it, more by accident than intention, but the experiment being successful he became an enthusiast. The experiment was the putting of Phoenix to Lord Bolingbroke, who was both her half-brother and her nephew, and the result was the famous Favourite. A young farmer who saw Favourite and his sister at Darlington in 1799, was so struck by them that he paid Colling the first 100 guineas ever given for a shorthorn cow. 512 One of Hubback's daughters had in 1795, by Favourite, a roan calf which grew to be the celebrated Durham ox, which at 5½ years weighed 3,024 pounds, and was sold for £140. It was sold again for £250, the second purchaser refusing £2,000 for it, and taking it round England on show made a profitable business out of it, in one day in London making £97. A still more famous animal was the bull Comet, born 1804, which at the Great Sale in 1810 fetched 1,000 guineas. This bull was the crowning triumph of Colling's career and the result of very close breeding, being described as the best bull ever seen, with a fine masculine head, broad and deep chest, shoulders well laid back, loins good, hind quarters long, straight and well packed, thighs thick, with nice straight hocks and hind legs. Perhaps Colling thought he had pursued in an inbreeding too far, at all events in 1810 he dispersed his famous herd. The sale was held at a most propitious time, for the Durham ox had advertised the name of Colling far and wide, and owing to the war prices were very high. Comet fetched 1,000 guineas, and the other 47 lots averaged 151 pounds eighths. 5d, an unheard of sale, yet all the auctioneer got was 5 guineas, much of the work of the sale falling on the owner, and the former sold the stock with a sand glass. After the sale at Ketton, Brampton, the farm of Charles's brother Robert, became the centre of interest to the shorthorn world. Robert obtained excellent prices for his stock, 5 daughters of his famous bull George fetching 200 guineas each. Probably he, like his brother, pursued in an inbreeding too far, and in 1818 there was another great sale, but war prices had gone and agriculture was depressed, so that the cattle fetched less than at Ketton, but still averaged 128 pounds 14s. 9d for 61 lots, and 22 rams averaged 39 pounds sixs. 4d Robert died in 1820, his brother in 1836. It cannot be said that the Collings were the founders of a new breed of cattle, they were the collectors and preservers of an ancient breed that might otherwise have disappeared. 513 The object of good breeders was now to get their cattle fat at an early age, and they so far succeeded as to sell 3-year-old steers for 20 pounds apiece, generally fed thus, in the first winter, hay and turnips, the following summer, coarse pasture, the second winter, straw in the fold yard and a few turnips, next summer, tolerable good pasture, and the third winter, as many turnips as they could eat. 514 cattle at this time were classified thus: Shorthorns, Devons, Sussex, Herefords, the 2 latter said by Cully to be varieties of the Devon, Longhorned, Galloway or Polled, Suffolk Duns, Kylos, and Aldernese. Sheep thus: the Dishley breed, New Leicesters, Lincolns, Teeswaters, Devonshire Notts, Exmoor, Dorsetshire, Herefordshire, Southdown, Norfolk, Heath, Herdwick, Cheviot, Dunfaced, Shetland, Irish. 515 With the increased demand for corn and meat from the towns, the necessity of new and better implements became apparent, and many patents were taken out, by Preed, for drill ploughs, in 1781, by Horn, for sowing machines, in 1784, by Heaton, for harrows, in 1787, for sowing machines, by Sandilands. 1788, for reaping machines, by Boyce. 1799, winnowing machines, by Couch. 1800, haymakers, by Salmon. 1816, and for scarifiers, chaff cutters, turnip slicers, and food crushers. 516 But the great innovation was the threshing machine of Meikle. Like most inventions, it had forerunners. The first threshing machine is mentioned in the Select Transactions of the Society of Improvers in the Knowledge of Agriculture in Scotland, published in 1743 by Maxwell. It was invented by Michael Menzies, and by it one man could do the work of 6. One machine was worked by a great water wheel and treadles, another by a little wheel of 3 feet diameter, moved by a small quantity of water. The first attempts to substitute horse or other power for manual in threshing were directed to the revolution of jointed flails, which should strike the floor on which the corn was spread, but this proved unsatisfactory, so that rubbing the grain out of the straw by revolving cylinders was tried. 517 Young, in his northern tour, met a Mr. Clark at Belford in Northumberland, who was famous for mechanics. 518 Among his inventions being a threshing machine worked by one horse, which does not seem to have effected much. Eventually Mr. A. Meikle, of Euston Mill near Haddington, in 1798 erected a machine the principles of which, much modified, are those of today, and in 1803 Mr. Aitchison, of Drewmore in East Lothian, first applied steam to threshing. It was some time, however, before this beneficent invention was generally used, and when the machines were used they were usually driven by horse or water power until about 1850. In 1883 Messrs. Howard, of Bedford, adapted a sheaf-binding apparatus to the threshing machine. With new implements came new crops. The Swede turnip was grown on some farms in Notts just before 1800, but it is not known who introduced it. 519 The mangel wurzel was introduced about 1780-5 by Parkins, and prickly comfort in 1811. The year 1795 was one of great scarcity owing to the wet and stormy summer, and in August wheat went up to 108s. A quarter 520 as usual. Many other causes but the right one were put forth, and the old accusations of monopoly, forestalling, and regrading were heard again. The war with France, with more reason, was considered to have helped in raising prices, but the chief cause was the bad season. The members of both Houses of Parliament bound themselves to reduce the consumption of bread in their homes by 1/3, and recommended others to a similar reduction. It was a period of terrible distress for the agricultural laborer. His wages were about 9s a week, and it was impossible for him to live on them, so that what is known as the allowance system came in. At Speenhamland in Berkshire, in this year, the magistrates agreed that it was not expedient to help the labourer by regulating his wages according to the statute of Elizabeth, but recommended the farmers to increase their pay in proportion to the present price of provisions, and they also granted relief to all poor and industrious men according to the price of bread. They were merely giving effect to Gilbert's Act of 1782, which legalized the supplementing of the wages of able-bodied men from the rates, and the decision was nicknamed the Speenhamland Act because it was so generally followed. However well meant, the effect was most demoralizing, and the English labourer, already too prone to look to the state for help, was induced to depend less on his own exertions. The real remedy would have been a substantial increase of his scanty wages. As it was, landowner and farmer were often paying the laborer in rates money that would far better have come to him in wages, and the rates in some districts became so burdensome that land was thrown out of cultivation. In the same year as the Speenhamland Act, the Statute 36Go3, c. 23, forbade the removal of persons from any parish until they were in actual need of support, but although the law was thus relaxed, the fixed principle which caused the refusal of all permanent relief to laborers who had no settlement in the parish acted as a very efficient check on migration, though, as we have seen, it did not entirely check it. In 1796 the question of regulating the laborers' wages by Parliament was raised, but Pitt, remembering such schemes had always failed, was hostile, and the matter dropped. 521 In the same year Eaton made his inquiries concerning the rate of wages and the cost of living. In Bedford, he found the agricultural labourer was getting 1s. 2d a day and beer, with extras in harvest. 522, but bacon was 10d a pound and wheat 12s a bushel. However, parish allowances were liberal, a man, his wife, and 4 children sometimes receiving 11s a week from that source. In Cumberland the labourer was being paid 10d to 1s a day with food, or 1s. 6d to 1s. 8d without. In Hertfordshire, 1s. 6d a day, in Suffolk, 1s. 4d a day and beer. Nearly everywhere his expenditure was much in excess of his earnings. The yearly budgets of 53 families in 12 different counties showed generally large annual deficiencies, amounting in one case to £21.18. 4d in one case. In Lindsay, where the deficiency was small, the family lived on bread alone. The factory system, too, had already deprived the labourer of many of his by-industries, and thus helped the pauperism for which landlord and farmer had to pay in rates. About 1788 Sir William Young proposed to send the unemployed labourers round to the parishioners to get work, their wages being paid by their employers and by the parish. This method of obtaining work was known as the roundsman system. 523 landlords, however, and farmers were profiting greatly by the high prices, which fortunately received a check by the abundant harvest of 1796, which, with large imports 524 caused the price of wheat to fall to 57s. 3d, and in 1798 to 47s. 10d. It is difficult to conceive what instability, speculation, and disaster such fluctuations must have led to. In 1797 the Bank Restriction Act was passed, suspending cash payments, and thereby causing a huge growth in credit transactions, a great factor in the inflated prosperity of this period. In January, 1799, wool was 2s a pound, and prices at Smithfield SD beef, per stone of £8 30 to 34, mutton 30 42, pork 28.38. The summer of that year was uninterruptedly wet, some corn in the north was uncut in November, so that wheat went up to 94s. 2d, and in June, 1800, was 134s. 5d, the scarcity being aggravated by the Russian government laying an embargo on British shipping. 525 Yet Pitt denied that the high prices were due to the war. 526 They were due, indeed, to several causes, frequent years of scarcity. Increase of consumption, owing to the great growth of the manufacturing population, England during the war having almost a monopoly of the trade of Europe. Napoleon's obstructions to importation. The unprecedented fall of foreign exchanges. The rise in the price of labor, scanty as it was. Suspension of cash payments, which produced a medium of circulation of an unlimited nature, and led to speculation. 527 In March, 1801, wheat was 156s, beef at Smithfield, 5s. 2 six. 60 a stone, and mutton, sixs. 60 to 8s. A rise in wages was allowed on all sides to be imperative, but the laborer even now got on an average little more than 9s. A week. 528 A very inadequate pittance, though generally supplemented by the parish. Arthur Young 529 tells of a person living near Bury in 1801, who, before the era of high prices, earned 5s a week, and with that could purchase a bushel of wheat, malt, 1 pound of butter, 1 pound of cheese, a pennyworth of tobacco. But in 1801 the same articles cost him, Sd. a bushel of wheat 160 malt 91 pound of butter 101 pound of cheese for tobacco 165 pounds His wages were now 9s, and his allowance from the rate 6s, so that there was a deficiency of 11s. 5d The increase in the cost of living in the last 30 years is further illustrated by the following table: 1773, 1793, 1799. 1800 pound s.d pound s.d pound s.d pound s.d cum of malt 120 130 130 200 chaldron of coals 1116 206 262 110 cum of oats 50 130 160 110 load of hay 220 4100 550 700 meat per pound 4579 butter, 611 11 14 loaf sugar, per pound 8 10 13 14 Poor rates,
in the £10 26 30 50 it was again proposed by Mr. Whitbread in the House of Commons that wages should be regulated by the price of provisions, and a minimum wage fixed, but there was enough sense in the House to reject this return to obsolete methods. After March 1801, prices commenced to fall, owing to a favorable season and the reopening of the Baltic ports, which allowed imports to come in more freely, for most of our foreign corn at this time came from Germany and Denmark. At the end of the year wheat averaged 75s. 60, and with fair seasons it came down in the beginning of 1804 to 49s. 60 beef at Smithfield was from 4s to 5s. 4d a stone, mutton from 4s to 4s. 60 530. This great drop in prices was accompanied by an increase in wages, the laborer from 1804 to 1810 getting on an average 12s a week. 531, the cost of implements rose, so did the rate of interest, and the cry of agricultural distress in 1804 was heard everywhere. More protection was demanded by those interested in the land, and accordingly a duty of 24s. 3d was imposed when the price was 63s or under, a bounty was paid on export when it was 40s or under, and wheat might be exported without bounty up to 54s. However, 1804 was a very deficient harvest, owing to blight and mildew, and by the end of the year wheat was 80 sixs. 2d the harvests till 1808 were not as bad as that of 1804, but not good enough to lower the prices. Also, owing to the Berlin and Milan decrees of Napoleon and the Non-Intercourse Act of the United States of America, imports were restricted so that at the end of 1808 wheat was 92s. In this year the exports of wheat exceeded the imports, but it was due to the requirements of our army in Spain, and 1789 was the last year when exports were greater under normal circumstances. 532 1809 was a bad harvest, so was 1810, in the former rot being very prevalent among sheep, and by August 1810, hay was £11 a load and wheat 116s, only large imports, 1,567,126 quarters, preventing a famine. Down wool was 2s. 1d per pound, beef and mutton 81/2d, cheese 8d 533. In 1811 the whole of July and part of August were wet and cold, and in August 1812, wheat averaged 155s, the finest Danzig selling at Mark Lane for 180s, and oats reached 84s. As our imports of corn then chiefly came from the northwest of Europe, which has a climate very similar to our own, crops there were often deficient from bad seasons in the same years as our own, and the price consequently high. On the other hand, it is a proof that produce will find the best market regardless of hindrances, that much of our corn at this time came from France. Corn in 1813 was seized on with such avidity that there was no need to show samples. As high prices had now prevailed for some time and were still rising, landlords and farmers jumped to the conclusion that they would be permanent, so that this is the period when rents experienced their greatest increase, in some cases having increased fivefold since 1790, and speculations in land were most general. Land sold for 40 years' purchase, many men of spirit and adventure very different from farmers were tempted to risk their property in agricultural speculations. 534 and large sums were sunk in lands and improvements in the spirit of mercantile enterprise. The land was considered as a kind of manufacturing establishment, and such powers of capital and labor were applied as forced almost sterility itself to become fertile. Even good pastures were plowed up to grow wheat at a guinea a bushel, and much worthless land was sown with corn. Manure was procured from the most remote quarters, and we are told a new science rose up, agricultural chemistry, which, with much frivolity and many refinements remote from common sense, was not without great operation on the productive powers of land. Land jobbing and speculation became general, and credit came to the aid of capital. The larger farmers, as we have seen, were before the war inclined to an extravagance that amazed their older contemporaries. Now we are told, some insisted on being called esquire, and some kept liveried servants 535. It is somewhat curious to learn that one of the drawbacks from which farmers suffered at this time was the ravages of pigeons, which seem to have been as numerous as in the Middle Ages, when the Lord's dovecot was the scourge of the villains' crops. In 1813 there was said to be 20,000 pigeon houses in England and Wales, each on an average containing 100 pairs of old pigeons. 536. Another pest was the large number of vermin, whose destruction had long before been considered important enough to demand the attention of the legislature. 537. Some parishes devoted large portions of their funds to this object. In 1786 East Budleigh in Devonshire, out of a total receipt of £20 ones. 81/2d, voted £5 tens. For vermin killing. That now sacred animal the fox was then treated with scant respect, farmers and landlords paying for his destruction as vermin. 538, the parish accounts of Ashburton in Devonshire, for instance, from 1761 to 1820 include payments for killing 18 foxes and 4 vixens, with no less than 153 badgers. But the edifice of artificial prosperity was already tottering. After 1812 prices fell steadily. 539 The abundant harvest of 1813 and the opening of the continental ports accelerated this, and by December 1813, wheat was 73s. 3d Yet agriculture had made solid progress. The committee of the House of Commons which inquired into the state of the corn trade in 1813 stated that through the extension of, and improvements in, agriculture the agricultural produce of the kingdom had increased 1/4 in the preceding 10 years. 540 The high prices had attracted a large amount of capital to the land, so that there was very rapid and extensive progress. The methods of tillage were improved, large tracts of inferior pasture converted into arable, much, however, of which was soon to revert to weeds. There were many enclosures, and many fens, commons, and wastes reclaimed. But there was a reverse side to this picture of prosperity, even in the case of landlord and farmer. The burden of taxation was crushing. A contemporary writer, a farmer of 25 years standing 541 wrote that, with the land tax remaining the same, there was a high property tax, house and window taxes were doubled, poor rates in some places trebled, highway, church, and constable rates doubled and trebled, and there were oppressive taxes on malt and horses, both nags and farm animals. A man renting a farm at £70 and keeping 2 farm horses, a nag, and a dog, would pay taxes for them of £5 60, a 14th of his rent. 542 Indeed, poor rates of 16s and 20s in the pound were known. 543 and they were occasionally more than the whole rent received by the landlord 40 years before. A Devonshire landowner complained that 7/16 out of the annual value of every estate in the county was taken from owners and occupiers in direct taxes. 544 And the Committee on Agricultural Depression of 1822 asserted that during the war taxes and rates were quadrupled. 545 Blacksmiths, whitesmiths, collar makers, ropers, carpenters, and many other tradesmen with whom the farmer dealt, raised their prices threefold, and it was openly asserted that the high prices of grain and stock were not proportionate to the increase of other prices. Much of the grassland broken up in the earlier years of the war was before the close in a miserable condition, for it was cropped year after year without manure, and was worn out. On the whole, it may be doubted if the bulk of the farmers of England made large profits during the war. Many no doubt profited by the extraordinary fluctuations in prices, and it was those men who kept liveried servants, but there must have been many who lost heavily by the same means, and the rise of rent, taxes, rates, labor, and tradesmen's prices largely discounted the prices of corn and stock. The landowners at this period have generally been described as flourishing at the expense of the community, but their increased rents were greatly neutralized by the weight of taxation and the general rise in prices. A contemporary writer says that owing to the heavy taxes, even in the wartime, he often had not a shilling at the end of the year. 546. The following accounts, drawn up in 1805-547, do not show that farmers were making much money with wheat at tens a bushel. Account of the culture of an acre of wheat on good fallow land, dr pound s.d cr pound s.d. 2 years rent 220 bushels of wheat at 10s.1000 hauling dung from fold 100. The straw was set against the value of the dung. The tail-end wheat was eaten by the family. 4 plowings 202 harrowings 40 lime 180 seed, 21 halves bushels 150 reaping 50 threshing 100 wages 50 tithes and taxes 159 pounds 120 100 pounds 0 equals 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 equals. And on a farm on good land in the same county, the following would be the annual balance sheet at the same date. Dr pound s.d cr pound s.d rent 20,360 bushels of wheat, at 10s.18,000 tithes 400 300 bushels of barley, at sixs. 90,000 wages 5,800 100 bushels of peas, at 6s.3000 extra harvestmen 720 cwt hops 600 tradesmen's bills 5,000 sale of oxen, cows, and calves 1,500 taxes and rates 5,800 profits from sheep 1,000 malt, hops, and cider 6,000 from pigs, poultry, lime 2,000 dairy and sundries 5,000 hop poles 1,000 expenses at fairs and markets 800 clothing, groceries, and for the family 450 interest on £1,500 capital, at 5 per cent 7,500 sundries 1,564,600 pounds 66,000 pounds equals 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 equals. According to this, the farmer did little more than pay rent, interest on capital, and get a living. Yet prices of what he had to sell had gone up greatly. Wheat in Herefordshire in 1760 was 3s a bushel, in 1805, 10s, butcher's meat in 1760 was 11/2d a pound, in 1804, 7d, fresh butter 41/2d. In 1760, 1s. 3d. In 1804, a fat goose in Hereford Market in 1740, 10d, 1,760, 1s, 1,804, 4s, a couple of fowls in 1740, 6d, 1,760, 7d, 1,804, 2s. 4d 548. The winter of 1813-4 was extraordinarily severe, and the wheat crop was seriously injured, but the increased breadth of cultivation, a large surplus, and great importations kept the price down. Many sheep, however, were killed by the hard winter, which also reduced the quality of the cattle, so that meat was higher in 1814 than at any previous period. 549. At Smithfield beef was 6s. to 7s. a stone, mutton 7s. to 8s. 6d. With the peace of 1814 the fictitious prosperity came to an end, a large amount of paper was withdrawn from circulation, which lowered the price of all commodities, and a large number of country banks failed. The first sufferers were the agricultural classes, who happened at that time to hold larger supplies than usual, the value of which fell at once, the incomes of all were diminished, and the capital of many annihilated. 550 At the same time the demand for our manufactures from abroad fell off, the towns were impoverished, and bought less from the farmer. The short period of war in 1815 had little effect on prices, and in January, 1816, wheat was 52s. 6d, and the prices of livestock had fallen considerably. In 1815 protection reached its highest limit, the act of that year prohibiting import of wheat when the price was under 80s. A quarter, and other grain in proportion. 551 However, it was of no avail, and in the beginning of 1816 the complaints of agricultural distress were so loud and deep that the Board of Agriculture issued circular letters to every part of the kingdom, asking for information on the state of agriculture. According to the answers given, rent had already fallen on an average 25% and agriculture was in a deplorable state. 552 bankruptcies, seizures, executions, imprisonments, were rife, many farmers had become parish paupers. Rent was much in arrear, tithes and poor rates unpaid, improvements generally discontinued, livestock diminished, alarming gangs of poachers and other depredators ranged the country. The loss was greater on arable than on grassland, and flock farms had suffered less than others, though they had begun to feel it heavily. All classes connected with the land suffered severely, the landlords could not get many of their rents, the farmers' stock had depreciated 40%. 553, many laborers, who during the war had been getting from 15s to 16s a week and 18s. In summer 554 were walking the country searching for employment. Many tenants threw up their farms, and it was often noticed that landlords, knowing very little of agriculture and taken by surprise, could not manage the farms thrown on their hands, and they went uncultivated. Some farmers paid up their rent to date, sold their stock, and went off without any notice. Others, less scrupulous, drove off their stock and moved their household furniture in the night without settling. 555 farmers and landowners were asked to state the remedies required. Some asked for more rent reduction and further prohibition of import, but the most general cry was for the lessening of taxation. A Herefordshire farmer 556 stated that in 1815 the taxes on a farm of 300 acres in that county were £s.d property tax, landlord and tenant 951,610 great tithes 64,176 lesser tithes 29,150 land tax 1,400 window lights 2,416 poor rates, landlord 1,000 tenant 4,000 cart horse duty, landlord, 3 horses 2,110 2 saddle horses, landlord 900 gigs 660 cart horse duty 557 tenant 721 saddle horse, tenant 2,136 landlords malt duty on 60 bushels of barley 2,100 tenants duty for making 120 bushels of barley into malt 4,200 new rate for building shire hall, paid by landlord 900 tenant 300 surcharge 280 383,114 pounds The parish of Kent Church, in Herefordshire, paid in direct taxes a greater sum than the lands of the whole parish could be let for. Another very general complaint was of the collection of tithe in kind, a most awkward and offensive method, causing great expense and waste,
which, however, had given way in many places to compounding. Such is the picture of agriculture after 20 years of high prices and protection. 558. One may naturally ask, if much money had been made by farmers during these years, where had it all gone to that they were reduced at the first breath of adversity to such straits? Some allowance must be made for the fact that these accounts come from those interested in the land, who were always ready to make the most of misfortune with a view to further protection, and the farmer is a notorious grumbler. It seems, however, that most landlords and tenants believed that the high prices would last forever, and lived accordingly, and, as we have seen, many made no profit at all because of their increased burdens. As a matter of fact, both were grumbling because prices had come back to their natural level after an unnatural inflation. 559. Hemp at this date was still grown in Lincolnshire and Somerset, and Marshall tells us that in 1803 there was a considerable quantity of hemp grown in Shropshire. 560. In that county there was a small plot of ground, called the hemp yard, appendant to almost every farmhouse and to many of the best sort of cottages. Whenever a cottager had 10 or 15 perches of land to his cottage, worth from 1s. 60 to 2s. 60 a year, with the aid of his wife's industry it enabled him to pay his rent. A peck of hemp seed, costing 2s, sowed about 10 perches of land, and this produced from 24 to 36 pounds of tow when dressed and fit for spinning. A dozen pounds of tow made 10 ells of cloth, worth generally about 3s. an ell. Thus a good crop on 10 perches of land brought in 4 pounds 10s. 0d, half of which was net profit. The hemp was pulled a little before harvest, and immediately spread on grassland, where it lay for a month or 6 weeks. The more rain there was, the sooner it was ready to take off the grass. When the rind peeled easily from the woody part, it was, on a dry day, taken into the house, and when harvest was over well dried in fine weather and dressed, being then fit for the tow dresser, who prepared it for spinning. After the crop of hemp the land was sown with turnips, a valuable resource for the winter. Since 1815 little hemp or flax has been grown in England. 561, in 1907 there were, according to the agricultural returns, 355 acres of flax grown in England, and hemp was not mentioned. Footnotes: 504 RASE Journal, 1896, p1, and 1898, p1. 505 Autobiography, p. 242. 506 Eden, State of the Poor, I-18. 507 Had his industry been under the direction of a better judgment, he would have been an admirable president. Young, Autobiography, p. 316. 508 The Report of the Committee on Waste Lands, 1795, estimated wastes and commons at 7,800,000 acres, p. 221. 509 The merino was largely imported into England by the efforts of George III, and a merino society was formed in 1811, but many circumstances made it of such little profit to cultivate it in preference to native breeds, that it was diverted to Australia. Burnley, History of Wool, p. 17. 510 The first, the Bath and West of England, was established in 1777. 511 RASE Journal, 1899, p. 7. 512 Higher prices had been realized for the improved longhorns, in 1791, at the sale of Mr. Fowler of Little Rollright. Sultan. A 2-year-old bull fetched 210 guineas, and a cow 260 guineas, and at Mr. Paget's sale in 1793, a bull of the same breed sold for 400 guineas. Cully on Livestock, p. 59. 513 RASE Journal, 1899, p. 28. 514 Cully on Livestock, 1807, pages 46 to 7. 515 Cully on Livestock, p. 6. 516 RASE Journal, 1892, p. 27. 517 Morton, Cyclopedia of Agriculture, 2. 964 518 Northern Tour, 3. 49 Clark also experimented on the effect of electricity on vegetables, electrifying turnips in boxes with the result that growth was quickened and weight increased. 519 RASE Journal, 1896, p. 93. 522 History of Prices, p. 182. 521 Autobiography of A. Young, p. 256. 522 State of the Poor, I. 565 ETSEQ, Thorold Rogers, Work and Wages, p. 487. It is difficult to calculate the exact income of the laborer. Besides extras in harvest, and relief from the parish, he might have a small holding, or common rights, also payments in kind and the earnings of his wife and children. 523 Hasbrook, OPCITP 181, Eden, OPCITLI 27. 524 Imports of wheat and flour in 1796 were 879,200 quarters. 525 Yet imports were comparatively large, 1,264,520 quarters of wheat, against 463,185 quarters in 1799. 526 Took, History of Prices, p. 219. 527 Farmers Magazine, 1817, p. 60. 528 Thorold Rogers, Work and Wages, c. 18. 529 Annals of Agriculture, XXXVII. 265 In 1805, in Herefordshire, the labourer was getting about six. 60 a week. C. Duncombe, General View of Agriculture of Herefordshire. Those who lived in the farmhouse often fared best. In 1808 the diet of a Hampshire farm servant was, for breakfast, bacon, bread, and skim milk, for lunch, bread and cheese and small beer, for dinner, between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., pickled pork or bacon with potatoes, cabbages, turnips or greens, and broths of wheat flour and garden stuff. Supper consisted of bread and cheese and a pint of ale. His bread was usually made of wheat, which, considering the price, is remarkable. On Sundays he had fresh meat. The farmers lived in many cases little better, a statement which must be compared with others ascribing great extravagance to them. Vancouver, General View of the Agriculture of Hants, 1808, p. 383. 532 History of Prices, I. 236. 531 Thorold Rogers, Work and Wages, c. 18. In many cases he was getting 15s and 16s a week all the year round. The Parliamentary Committee of 1822 put his wages during the war at from 15s to 16s a week. Parliamentary Reports Committees, v. 72, but it is difficult to say how much he received as wages, and how much as parish relief. Recruiting for the war helped to raise wages, as did the increased growth of corn. 532 McCulloch, Commercial Dictionary,
1847, p. 438. See Appendix, 2. 533 Took, I 319, and Pamphleteer, 6. 200, A. Young. Since 1770, says the latter, labor by 1810 to 11 had doubled, but meat had risen 146 per center, cheese 153 per center, bread 100 per center. Wages therefore had not risen in proportion to prices. 534 Inquiry into Agricultural Distress, 1822, p. 38. 535 Thoughts on Present Depressed State of Agricultural Industry, 1817, p. 6. 536 Vancouver, General View of the Agriculture of Devon, p. 357. 537 C14 Elise, C11, and 39 Elise, C18. 538 Transactions of the Devon Association, XXIX. 291 to 349. 539 Average annual prices of wheat were 1,812, 120 SIXS. 60, 1,813, 109s. 90, 1,814, 74s. 4D, 1,815, 65s. 7D 540 Porter, Progress of the Nation, p. 149. 541 A Defense of the Farmers and Landowners of Great Britain, 1814, p. 49. 542 Ibid px 543 Ibid p7. 544 Agricultural State of the Kingdom, p. 67. 545 Parliamentary Reports, Committees, v. 72. 546 Thoughts on the Present Depressed State of the Agricultural Interest, 1817, p. 4. 547 Duncombe, General View of the Agriculture of Hereford, 1805. The Writer of A Defense of the Farmers and Landowners of Great Britain, 1814, puts the average crop of wheat in the United Kingdom at 15 or 16 bushels an acre, p. 28. A very low estimate. 548 Duncombe, General View of the Agriculture of Hereford, p. 140. 549 Took, History of Prices, 2. 550 Farmers Magazine, 1817, p. 69. 551 The duties were often evaded by smuggling. Coasting vessels met the foreign corn ships at sea, received their cargoes, and landed them so as to escape the duty. 552 Agricultural State of the Kingdom, p. 5. 553 Observations for the Use of Landed Gentlemen, 1817, p. 7. 554 Defense of the Farmers, and c. 1814, and Parliamentary Reports, v. 72. 555 Agricultural State of the Kingdom, p. 64. 556 Ibid p. 105. 557 The agricultural horse tax was repealed in 1821, the tax on ponies and mules in 1823. 558 There were some exceptions, but the overwhelming majority of replies to the letters were couched in the above spirit. 559 At a time when landlords formed the majority in Parliament, it is curious to find a substantial farmer asserting that the landed interest has been, since the Corn Law of 1773,
held in a state of complete vassalage to the commercial and manufacturing, and the farmers of the country in a state very little superior to that of Polish peasants. 560 Review of Western Department, pages 249, 250. 561 Morton, Cyclopedia of Agriculture, 2. 26 Chapter 18 Enclosure The small owner. The war period was one of great activity in enclosure. From 1798 to 1810 there were 956 bills, from 1811 to 771 562. It must be remembered, however, that the number of acts is not a conclusive test of the amount of enclosure, as there was a large amount that was non-parliamentary, by the principal landlord, and by freeholders who agreed to amicable changes and transfer, as at Pickering, in Yorkshire. 563 Roughly speaking, about one-third of the acts were for enclosing commonable waste, the rest for enclosing open and commonable fields and lands. 564 Owing to the expense an act was only obtained in the last resource. It was also because of the expense. 565 that many landlords desirous to enclose were unable to do so, and therefore devoted their attention to the improvement of the common fields. That agriculture benefited by enclosure there is no possible doubt, but it was attended with great hardships. The landowner generally gained, for his rents increased largely. In 23 parishes of Lincolnshire, for instance, his rents doubled on enclosure. But the expenses were so heavy that his gain was often very small, and sometimes he was a loser by the process. As for the farmers, the poorer ones suffered, for more capital was needed for enclosed lands, and the process generally was so slow, taking from 2 to 6 years before the final award was given, that many farmers were thrown out in the management of their farms, for they did not know where their future lands would be allotted. That the poor suffered greatly is indubitable. By 19 enclosure acts out of 20 the poor are injured, in some cases grossly injured, wrote Young in 1801. 566 In the acts it was endeavored to treat them fairly. 567 And allotments were made to them, or money paid on enclosure in lieu of their rights of common, or small plots of land, but the expense of enclosing small allotments was proportionately very great, generally too great, and they had to be sold, while the sums of money were often spent in the alehouse. The results of 68 acts were investigated in the eastern counties, with the result that in all but 15 the poor were injured. It was generally found that they had lost their cows. Its effect on the small holder is well described by Davis in his report on Wilts. 568 There, before enclosure, the tenants usually occupied yard lands consisting of a homestead, 2 acres of meadow, 18 acres of arable, generally in 18 or 20 strips, with a right on the common meadows, common fields, and downs for 40 sheep, and as many cattle as the tenant could winter with the fodder he grew. The 40 sheep were kept by a common shepherd with the common herd, were taken every day to the downs and brought back every night to be folded on the arable fields, the rule being to fold 1,000 sheep on a tenantry acre, 3/4 of a statute acre, every night. 569 In breeding sheep regard was had to folding quality, i.e. the propensity to drop manure only after being folded at night, as much as to quality and quantity of wool and meat. On enclosure the common flock was broken up. The small farmer had no longer any common to turn his horses on. The down on which he fed his sheep was largely curtailed, the common shepherd was abolished, and the farmer had too few sheep to enable him individually to employ a shepherd. Therefore he had to part with his flock. Having no cow common and very little pasture land, he could not keep cows. In such circumstances the small farmer, after a few years, succumbed and became a laborer, or emigrated, or went to the towns. In a pamphlet called The Case of Laborers in Husbandry,
1795, the Reverend David Davies said, "By enclosure an amazing number of people have been reduced from a comfortable state of partial independence to the precarious condition of mere hirelings, who when out of work immediately come on the parish." It has often been said that the poor were robbed of their share in the land by the landowners, but as a matter of fact it was the expense of securing the compensation allowed them, much greater in proportion on small holdings than on large, which went into the pockets of surveyors and lawyers, that did this. It was also often through the farmer that the laborer was deprived of his land when he had retained an acre or two after enclosure. Wishing to make the laborer dependent on him, he persuaded the agent to let the cottages with the farm, and the agent, in order to avoid collecting a number of small rents, consented. As soon as the farmer had the cottages he took the land from them and added it to his own. The peasants' losses engaged the serious attention of many landlords. Near Tewkesbury, in 1773, the lord of the manor on enclosure, besides reserving 25 acres for the use of the poor, allowed land to each cottage sufficient to keep a horse or a cow, often added a small building, and gave stocks for raising orchards. Even some of the idlest were thereby made industrious. Poor rates sank to 4d. in the pound, though the population increased, and the laborer always had for sale some poultry, or the produce of his cow, or some fruit. 570 in 1800 the Board of Agriculture, composed almost entirely of landowners, noticing that the poor of Rutland and Lincolnshire, who had land for 1 or 2 cows and some potatoes, had not applied for poor relief, offered a gold medal for the most satisfactory account of the best means of supporting cows on poor land, in a method applicable to cottagers. 571. Young recommended that in the case of extensive wastes every cottage on enclosure should be secured sufficient land on which to keep a cow, the land to be inalienable from the cottage and the ownership vested in the parish. Lord Winchelsea 572 urged that a good garden should always go with a cottage, and set the example himself, one which has been generally followed in England by the greater landlords with much success. As may be imagined, these schemes, or others similar to them, were put into effect by the conscientious and energetic, but not by the apathetic and careless. Further, an act was passed in the 59th year of George III, which enabled parishes to lease or buy 20 acres of land for the employment of their poor. In many cases, it must be allowed, the grazing of the commons was often worth very little. Let one man, it was said in 1795, put a cow on a common in spring for nothing, and let another pay a farmer 1s. 60 a week to keep a cow of equal value on enclosed land. When both are driven to market at Michaelmas, the extra weight of the latter will more than repay the cost of the keep, while her flow of milk meanwhile has been much superior. The Committee on Waste Lands of 1795 attributed the great increase in the weight of cattle not only to the improved methods of breeding, but to their being fed on good enclosed lands instead of wastes and commons. 573 Even when commons were stinted they were in general overstocked, while disease was always being spread with enormous loss to the commoners. The larger holders, too, who had common rights, often crowded out the smaller. There were often, as we have seen, a large number of squatters on commons who had seized and occupied land without any legal title. As a rule, if these people had been in possession 21 years their title was respected, if not, no regard was very justly paid to them on enclosure, and they were deprived of what they had seized. Eden wrote when enclosure was at its height, he was a competent and accurate observer, and this is his picture of the commoner. 574 The advantages which cottagers and poor people derive from commons and wastes are rather apparent than real. Instead of sticking regularly to labor they waste their time in picking up a few dry sticks or in grubbing on some bleak moor. Their starved pig or two, together with a few wandering goslings, besides involving them in perpetual altercations with their neighbors, are dearly paid for in care, time, and bought food. There are thousands and thousands of acres in the kingdom, now the sorry pastures of geese, hogs, asses, half-grown horses, and half-starved cattle, which want but to be enclosed to be as rich as any land now in tillage. Enclosure worked an important social revolution. Before it the entirely landless laborer was rare, he nearly always had some holding in the common field or a right on the common pasture. With enclosure his holding or right had generally disappeared, and he deteriorated socially. It was very unfortunate, too, that when enclosure was most active domestic industries, such as weaving, decayed and deprived the laborer and his family of a badly needed addition to his scanty income. In its physical and moral effects the system of domestic manufactures was immensely preferable to that of the crowded factory, while economically it enabled the tillers of the soil to exist on farms which could not support them by agriculture alone. This uprooting of a great part of the agricultural population from the soil by irresistible economic causes brought with it grave moral evils, and created divisions and antagonisms of interest from which we are suffering today. 575 If some such scheme as that of Arthur Young or Lord Winchelsea had been universally adopted, this blot on an inevitable movement might have been removed, and a healthy rural population planted on English soil. Another result followed, the laborer no longer boarded as a rule in his employer's house, where the farmer worked and lived with his men, the tie of mutual interest was loosened, and he worked for this or that master indifferently. One advantage, however, arose, in that, having to find a home of his own, he married early, but this was vitiated by his knowledge that the parish would support his children, on which knowledge he was induced to rely. On the other hand, the farmer often rose in the social scale. With the abandonment of the handicaps and restrictions of the common field system the efficient came more speedily to the front. It was they who had amassed capital, and capital was now needed more than ever, so they added field to field, and consolidated holdings. The Act of 1845 did away with the necessity for private enclosure acts, still further reducing the expense, and since that date there have been 80,000 or 90,000 acres of common arable fields and meadows enclosed without parliamentary sanction, and 139,517 acres of the same have been enclosed with it. 576 besides many acres of commons and waste. In the report of the Committee of Enclosures of 1844 577 there is a curious description of the way in which common fields were sometimes allotted. There were in some open fields, lands called panes, containing 40 or 60 different lands, and on a certain day the best man of the parish appeared to take possession of any lot he thought fit. If his right was called in question there was a fight for it, and the survivor took the first lot, and so they went on through the parish. There was also the old lot meadow in which the owners drew lots for choice of portions. On some of the grazing lands the right of grazing sheep belonged to a man called a flock master, who during certain months of the year had the exclusive right of turning his sheep on all the lands of the parish. Closely connected with the subject of enclosure is that of the partial disappearance of the small owner, both the yeoman who farmed his own little estate and the peasant proprietor. We have noticed above 578 Gregory King's statement as to the number of small freeholders in England in 1688, no less than 160,000, or with their families about 1/7 of the population of the country. This date, that of the Revolution, marks an epoch in their history, for from that time they began to diminish in proportion to the population. Their number in 1688 is a sufficient answer to the exaggerated statement of contemporaries in the 16th and 17th centuries as to the depopulation caused by enclosures. Chamberlain, in his State of Great Britain, published at about the same time as Gregory King's figures, says there were more freeholders in England than in any country of like extent in Europe. £40 or £50 a year is very ordinary,